Chest it up, specimen are imperialist. Screw it.
I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9.
Blammo! 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 I said it.
With the Neffin blammo.
That's the blammo.
With the Neffin
Blammo! Blammo!
With the Neffin
Blammo! There you go.
That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up.
What's going on, everybody?
That chest it up. That chest it up.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. And I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because it's motherfucking Monday, boys. It's Monday, and we're back. Even though we never actually went anywhere, looks like I went to fucking Flavor Town and come back, but that's it. That was Blammo, Road to Blammo, song featuring HasanAbi by Blammo, the channel. Folks, Monday, June 30th, 2022, and it's 11:30, and I'm a little late, and I apologize. It was because I was washing, you know, a concept that many of you might be unfamiliar with. I was doing what is known as a shower. Yeah, that's right.
Love dance.
June 20th. Did I say 30th? I meant 20th. That's right. I had a date. Water and soap. My man.
I'm pogging chat.
Folks, it's a beautiful day. And this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. For all my parasocialists out there before we blast the fuck off. Thank you, Dynamic Jab 13 for the 5 gifted subs.
Need FIT man frown.
But yeah, I'm almost done. I got one episode remaining on the HBO We Own the City show, which was really fucking good. And I kind of just want to just drop all the DMCA fears and just like straight up watch it. You know what I mean? Because I want to hype it. It's so good. It's so informative.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I did last night. Also, shouts out to M Hud. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday, M Hud. The GeoGuessr King himself. Right. But ultimately, folks, it's another beautiful day here today. And I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts on my mind. Stop sending me muscular women of the day. I already saw it. Okay? Hey, if you're gonna fucking send me a buff woman of the day post, make sure it's one I haven't seen. If it's Jaren Kim, I've already seen it. I've already thought about how small her head looks. And I've already wondered why Korean women have small heads in general. Okay? Or Korean men too. Like buff Koreans always have small heads. I think I'm destined to go to Korea. Okay? Inevitably. This is a place where I belong. It's like I've never felt more understood by an entire society of individuals, you know? You can't say that? What do you mean? This is like, you are too hairy for Korea. I will shave everything, dude. Are Koreans also Turks? Yeah, ever since I found out that in Korea, having a small head with a buff body is actually seen as attractive, things have been very different. Things have been different for me, you know what I mean?
WTF, hassle.
Anyway, regardless, folks, what the fuck is this?
Not as smoke time blammo.
A lot's going on in the world. Amazing scenes of the cops stealing from each other, and we own the city.
We got
Yeah, it's such a fucking good. It's such a good show, dude. It's so good. I'll be honest with you, like the show we own the city, which is based off of real events that happened in Baltimore in the Baltimore Police Department. Okay. It is so fucking good because it is like if you want to watch a 6-episode mini series that's incredibly well shot, super well acted, that absolutely from point A to point B showcases how morally bankrupt and how corrupt the police departments are all across the country by looking at a microcosm in like one individual police department. Is just the perfect fucking show. It literally is it's so fucking good. My best friend went to school with Jenkins. He literally said he's the worst person he's ever met. Beat him and his friends up back then. Like,
Gang.
like We Own the City is so fucking good because it's so real. Like it's everything. It's like neatly wrapped up into like all the anti-cop agitprop that I do wrapped into one perfectly fucking crafted miniseries. Like you will understand why I despise the way policing works in this country after watching it. Which is why I'm like kind of surprised that fucking conservatives don't like cry and piss and shit their pants. Like that's actually good ass anti-copaganda. You know what I mean? Like it's so fucking good. You know what? I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about We Own the City because it's real. It's a real fucking, it's real events. It's all the shit that actually happened. Sounds similar to The Wire. How does it compare? It is really good. I think it might even be better than The Wire, honestly. Maybe not better than The Wire, but for propaganda purposes, because The Wire is so all-encompassing. Like, it covers everything. Probably not. No, it's not better than The Wire. The Wire had better characters. The Wire was like I walked that back. It's one of the best pieces of like premium television out there. However, having said that, it's so fucking good. If you are a Zoomer, with an incredibly fucking short attention span and your brain is broken, you're not going to need like an entire fucking season of watching to be able to get into it. You're not going to have to like, you will enjoy it. Like it just like tosses you directly into the action.
Love you, Hassel.
And We Own the City. We Own the City is David Simon, so it's the same people. We Own the City on HBO. Dude, I've been hyping this show up so much. It's still June and have you seen Transparent? It made me happy, cry and ugly cry every episode. No, I haven't. I feel like David Simon did We Own the City as a response to the criticism that as good as The Wire was, it was still propaganda. I don't think anyone can make the case that We Own the City is propaganda. Yeah, no, it is intentionally anti-cop. Yes, I know Krystal Ball was balling on Bill Maher, okay? We'll watch that. We'll watch what she had to say. There's a lot going on. Can you explain this phenomenon that's very prevalent with Twitch streamers? Adult film girlfriends dealing with their distracted iPad kid streamer boyfriends is my new favorite genre. Did you just send me your own fucking Twitch? Your own Twitter? First of all, I invented this, okay? I invented this field. Okay, Rich L. Campbell. Also known as Rich W. Campbell. What about the FBI propaganda on the show? Man, someone's got to fucking investigate the cops, brother. What do you mean? What about the FBI propaganda? Like,
thank you for the great and
Jesus, Lord mercy. Like, okay, well then annoy David Simon into making another fucking show about how the FBI was like finding autistic Muslim teenagers on the internet and trying to get them to do fucking acts of terror so they could just catch them and then, you know, pat themselves on the back. Okay. Also, what propaganda? It's a real story. Like, what is he supposed to do? Like, make the fucking FBI flautist not fucking go to flute class? Like, what do you want? What do you mean? Like, you're saying it's propaganda, but it's like a real thing.
Almost a year, Pog.
It's literally a real fucking story, dude. And if you don't like it, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, what about the unjustifiable hierarchy on the show? Can't believe you endorse this shit. Yeah, exactly. Anarchists, take a shower. 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 I haven't finished it yet, so I don't know. This is here. I'm just gonna show you this shit. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's blast off. I'm gonna start off with that instead of like inflation and all this other stuff that I was gonna talk about. Okay? I'm live and HBO's We Own. Mini-series also covering rent and gas prices damn high and what to do about it, and Texas GOP drama. Dan Crenshaw attacked Ted Cruz and Cornyn booed.
I'm the father that stepped up.
And more. Get in now. Okay, give me a blast off meme, chat. Give me a good blast off meme. Let's do it. Give me a good blast off meme. Have you seen this fucking ad for a politician through Hogwatch? Yeah, I mean, I love hogs. Wait, the ad for a fucking politician violated the. Wait, they violated Twitter's terms of service? Wow. That's kind of crazy. That's a crazy thing to recognize. Okay, that's. What if you got David Simon on the show? I'd kiss him in the fucking mouth, dude.
Happy 3 months to my favorite stepdad.
If David Simon came on the show, I'd kiss him right in the fucking mouth, okay? Elon's daughter confirming her gender identity and wants nothing to do with him. The official reason given, gender identity, the fact that I no longer live with or wish to be related to my biological father in any way, shape, or form.
Can I get some gays in chat?
What the fuck? Isn't that kind of fucked up? Why are they like literally outing Elon Musk's the fucking daughter? Like, that's kind of weird. Am I crazy? I don't think we should. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, what the fuck? Why are you doxing Elon Musk's daughter? Like, they're 18 years old. They don't want to fucking. Even if they're over 18, it's like kind of weird. Aren't name changes supposed to be public? Yeah, so is fucking purchasing a home, weirdo. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean you should like fucking. That's literally doxing. What? Anyway, whatever. I don't really. We'll talk about this in a little bit. But here, give me a blast off me, man. What the fuck? That's a really good one. Okay, that's a really fucking good one, dude. Good shit to the chatter who sent me that millennial Wayne Jenkins meme. That's fire.
Big win.
We own this city. No, we don't own this city. We rent this city, dude. Yo, Baltimore Ravens, dude. I don't know how to. I don't know how to do the. I am fucking fascinated endlessly about Baltimore accents. Okay, it's just probably the reason why I love the show so much. It's like the main reason. But anyway, juice this, boys. We're getting in. We're gonna cover Texas GOP drama. Okay, we got Texas GOP drama alert. Wee woo wee woo. But before we do that, I'm gonna talk about how this is the best piece of like anti-Copaganda that you will watch on television. Okay. This is a good meme.
The year went so fast. Mother's community
What the fuck is this?
and has raised.
Bring the sex back, the hair is going to come back, okay?
It's Austin Show, and this is Jackass.
You want to see the Vin Diesel video? Oh, let's get started with that. That's a good way. That makes me physically cringe every time, dude. Literally everything I showed Valkyrie was just a dud, was a miss. Yeah, this is, guys, it's take your daughter to work day. It's sprayed. Ball, dude. Why are you enjoying?
9 months, baby.
Okay, bro. You guys are gassing my man up way too hard, okay? I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, he is getting gassed out the fucking wazoo, okay? How about instead of gassing Marat, you fucking juice this goddamn tweet, okay? So people fucking know that I'm live and then don't complain about, like, not getting notified or whatever, okay? How about that?
Let's pay my own
Jealousy is a motherfucker. Dude, are you kidding me? Marat is my favorite person on the fucking planet. I love him to death. Like, and he is the coolest person on the planet. So I'm glad that, like, you know, people recognize that reality more and more. Insane. Jealousy, he says. Come on, bro. That's such a self-report, dude. Like, what do you mean? He's my brother, man. Like, what do you... Are you fucking insane? Have you felt love? Like, what is this?
Big way, boys.
Ay, ay, ay. Y'all are so weird sometimes. Can I Balkan post for my birthday? Trigger warning vibes? Okay. Bro, this ain't even music at this point. This is Death Grips, I think. Oh shit. Epilepsy warning, by the way. Oh my god, look how he hit that note. Look at that. His fucking horseshoe popped out, dude. His triceps are bussin'. Wait, did he just throw his cigarette? No, hold on.
Rambo Hasan easy.
So hard. So incredibly hard, dude. I swear to God, I don't know what it is, but Balkan music, it hits different, okay? It's fucking dipperly. Video game desert music? Bu ne Türk düğünü mü? No, it's Balkan shit. It's Balkan posting, which is also the same as like Turks and all this other stuff, obviously. All right. Anyway, so let's get started. First and foremost, I want to get started by talking about fucking Baltimore PD, okay? Baltimore
11
PD.
months, baby.
Why do I love this
Long live the
fucking
brain
show?
rot.
Why do I love We Own the City? Well, I love it because, like I said, it pretty much is a summarization of everything that I've fucking talked about and everything I continue to talk about with respect to police brutality, lack of accountability, a
yeah.
sense of entitlement that they have, and how they fucking brutalize some of the most marginalized people, and their entire job by design is to continue fucking harassing black people, brown people, poor people in general, steal from them in the form of civil asset forfeiture, and also steal from them
Damn, bro,
illegally.
we all got
okay?
daddy issues.
And do a whole bunch of fucked up shit. And obviously, like, listen, this got so incredibly bad in Baltimore alongside Ferguson, right? That the government actually had to step in. Like, the DOJ had to literally step in and be like, this shit is fucked up. We got to do something about it. Okay? Like, that's how bad it got. The cops were doing too much copping that even, the administration itself was like, okay, maybe we need to, like, change some shit. Okay? Because, like, I know that's your job. Your job is to quite literally be brutal
Love
to fucking
this
poor
community
people,
has high.
especially black people. Like, that's your whole whole purpose, right, for existence. But it got so fucking bad that they were like, all right, we got to do something. Now, let me give you some examples. Like, okay, so for example, some of the stats that they use, and this is a real story
31 months
from
until
Baltimore
Trump's
Police
second
Department and the
term
gun
hires.
trace task force that they have, okay? And how the gun trace task force completely was like out of control, psychotic. They were doing whatever the fuck they wanted, right? And literally stealing money from random fucking people. Some of them drug dealers, some of them not, right? And one of the most like insane sequences that you see in the fucking show is when there's a gun trace task force guy who moves over to detective for homicide, who moves over to homicide. He becomes a detective, right? He's not a plainclothes officer. So that the detectives are, doing a very necessary part of policing. As a matter of fact, probably the most important part of police work. Now, detectives are also fucking incompetent, obviously, but it's like a little bit more serious. It's like more serious work. So he fucking goes to sit at court as there's a jury pool that they are trying to select so that they can find 12 people that are going to sit there and
Oh man, a year?
and
Hassle.
give their verdict on a fucking chat. Cover your ears in it. Wait, what? This is not spoilers, man. Are you fucking insane? This is real life. You fucking dummies. This is literally real life. Shut the fuck up about spoilers. Okay.
At HasanAbi
But there's a
noticed
point
you
where
senpai.
he has to go to fucking court. And he goes to court, and the numbers that I'm giving you are real life numbers. They can't find 12 fucking people inside of Baltimore city limits that don't have a bias against cops. Now you might be thinking, oh, it's the movies.
Almost 1
No,
year of having my
motherfucker.
parents
It's
be
because
ashamed of me
1
for
in
not being a
6
Republican.
people living
Let's
in
go.
Baltimore have been arrested. And oftentimes for bullshit reasons, for no fucking reason whatsoever. Like, there was a point in time from 2005 to like before Freddie Gray was unjustifiably fucking mercilessly, brutally executed by the Baltimore Police Department. 1 in 6 people living in fucking Baltimore city limits was arrested for bullshit reasons. Many of them, most of them for bullshit fucking reasons. So much so that they would go up in court, and you have to stand up in court. They ask you, like, do you have any biases towards police? And they were like, yeah, of course I have a bias towards police. They beat the shit out of me. They beat my son, okay, for no fucking reason. They stole my money. If they come up here and they give testimony, I'm not going to believe that testimony, They couldn't find enough people to fucking fill up a goddamn jury pool.
Device supply company, make above the minimum wage for my state, not even federally. And still
Because
can't make
everyone
rent.
in the city of Baltimore is impacted by, in one way, shape, or form, police brutality and police violence. That's what is really important for you to understand when you think about, like, for example,
Thanks for helping me form my moral compass and
in the
guide
aftermath of
my
the
life
George Floyd
decisions and devoting
execution
myself to help
in
out
broad
whichever ways
daylight.
I can.
You had people burn a fucking police precinct down. It didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen out of nowhere. It wasn't unjustifiable. It was so understandable. That anger is so understandable when a fucking brutal militant, armed to the fucking gill, unaccountable brigade of fucking potato bags are beating on you and stealing from you and harassing you every goddamn day, including outside of your own fucking apartment and shit, okay, for loitering. Yeah, you're gonna fucking be mad when they kill another a citizen and then think that they can get away with it again. But this is an incredible part of it, okay? There's a lot of sequences like this that perfectly showcase police brutality. Here, I'll show you.
Fried hair. Smells like an ashtray. On town hall. Fried hair. Smells like an ashtray. Bad perfume on top.
Man, pull up on these two right here.
I want to point one more time. This is not fiction. This is a real life story. These are real events. These are real people. Obviously, these are actors, but the events that they're depicting are real, like 100% real, okay? So for you to think like, I don't fucking know, man, that's crazy. Like, cops, like, they would, this is just a couple of bad apples. Like, no, motherfucker, this is real shit. This happened.
Gentlemen, let's do me a favor, just wrap things up for us. Going inside the house.
What you mean? We live here, man. We not doing nothing.
Yo, chill. Hey, my man, did you hear me say you were doing something? We got a lot going on tonight. We need the streets clear, so go inside, now. Let's go. Appreciate it. Fuck out of here.
So Misty used to strip over at the Ritz.
Yeah.
You know, off Broadway. Big ol' ass for a white girl.
Man, circle around on these two, man. Fucking kids. Yo, man, I'm trying to fucking be nice.
Yeah, back up.
Now you going to jail, you understand me?
Don't move, man.
Fuck off them steps.
These my steps. I ain't going
Your
nowhere.
steps, motherfucker.
Yo, fuck.
Don't fucking fight me, motherfucker. Hey, motherfucker. Won't talk that fucking shit. Say it again. Still want to talk that fucking shit?
Price, come on. It's enough, Wayne Price.
Yeah, now it's enough.
Chill, man.
That's my fucking brother, man. I hope you feel better.
Big fucking mouth, you know that?
That's fucked up.
They say you won't see me, Sergeant. Shut the door. Okay. What's going on?
Brother, you fucked up. Big time.
Inflation sucks.
I mean, two guys
So here's
enjoying a
free
beer on their
Bezos
steps?
money.
What the fuck, dude?
What, those assholes that came back on that?
You left witnesses and a fucked up arrestee who had to go to Hopkins for stitches. They came in with a pretty legit complaint.
You know, look, I gave him a chance. I told him they had to get the fuck on inside. I mean, that's... I circled a block,
Wayne,
one of them mouths off to me.
You could lose your job over shit like this.
Way too Balkan.
These my... Hang on. Hang on, look, maybe things, you know, got out of hand. You know, maybe I took a little bit... What? Oh, you got...
Dude, it makes me so mad!
Fucking with me? Fuck,
Wait, calm down. You're an earner and you work your ass off. We are always gonna protect
This is
you.
real!
But seriously, you could have been nailed. Problem is you half-assed the paperwork.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I didn't really think this was much of anything.
Look here. Always start with the attack. The threat to your safety can never be mentioned enough. See,
I don't know if it's really that casual. I think this is exactly how it happens. Maybe more discreet, you think? Brother, they're all cops. What the fuck do you mean? He's literally educating him on how to do the fucking paperwork to make sure that when he's beating on a fucking person that he threw in jail unjustifiably, that, like, you know, here's what you have to actually fucking do. How many times have I covered the real Baltimore fucking gun trace task force, boys? I literally have videos on this fucking unit. Like, not specifically naming them as this unit, as like a individually corrupt one, but I've literally covered them. I've covered the fuck. This is the same dumbasses that after they got fucking body cameras were so stupid that they didn't know that the body camera fucking literally is on all the time and actually turns on 30 seconds before you actually fucking turn it on when they're recording it. And the dumbass on fucking body camera literally put the fucking gun down, or no, a bag of drugs down, walks back, turns on his fucking body camera, walks directly to where he just placed the drug and goes, oh my God, there's fucking drugs here. We hit the jackpot, boys. Yo. And then literally, like, you see it. You see it in the fucking body cam footage. Like, that's how fucking stupid these Dundalk dickheads are, okay? That's real. That shit's real. This is literally fucking real.
Almost two
It has to seem standard to anyone looking at this that you and any other officers were in serious danger.
I know.
I don't even see the part in here about the broken bottle. I didn't hear about that from your partner.
Yeah, look, that fucker, he didn't just drop it. I mean, yeah, he did. He threw it right at me. I mean, luckily, LT, I am an elite athlete.
Birthday, man,
You know what I mean, it would have hit me right in the fucking grill if I hadn't been so nimble, you know. So, nah, you're right, Sarge. I just didn't think this one mattered. I got sloppy.
Rewrite that son of a bitch, okay?
All right, I'm on it. You motherfucker, you scared the shit out of me, man.
I mean, dude, here. This is the,
Let's
here.
go.
Yeah. Baltimore police caught planting drugs in body cam footage, public defender says. Baltimore man was held in jail for months after police found a stash of drugs, but the officer who found the drugs also seemed to be the one who hid them in that spot, according to the footage from his body camera. Public defender's office says the man is now free and is questioning the officer's involvement in 53 active cases. 53 active fucking cases, dude. Listen, it doesn't end there. That shit's real. Okay, here. I'll be live tweeting again, episode 4, We Own the City, to show some of the real live. So this is the guy who actually wrote, Justin Fenton. This is the guy who wrote We Own the City, right? He is the Baltimore Sun journalist who wrote a book called We Own the City, which HBO then turned into a miniseries. The guy who wrote the book We Own the City was a Baltimore Sun journalist who tracked the Baltimore gun trace task force and numerous other like instances of Baltimore police corruption. And he literally has been like live tweeting the fucking things that have been happening, basically, like or that are on episode 4, for example. Like on May 16, when episode 4 came out, he live tweeted it. Here,
I'm an employee at the Baltimore
opening scene depicts the 2010 pursuit of Omar Burley and Brent Matthews, which led to the death of Elbert Davis, who's 86 years old. What did they do? They literally fucking went in, and Jenkins, basically, as he always did back in the day, he's like a very experienced cop at this point, said this guy definitely just got out of a fucking drug house, okay? This guy definitely just got out of a fucking drug house, and throws the lights on. The headquarters tells him to stop pursuing the fucking car because they don't want to have a police chase in a fucking neighborhood, right? Like in a normal residential area. You can very easily track them with a fucking helicopter. You don't need to actually chase them, but he's a fucking dickhead, and he chases him anyway. What happens in that chase? Obviously, the fucking two dudes that are running away from the cops, that are driving away from the cops, end up fucking crashing into a car and killing an 86-year-old man. This is a real thing, by the way. Like, this is a real event that happened. What Ward told the feds about Sean Suter, warning him about Jenkins, that's something Ward told me in the interviews from prison.
23 months.
Where they ended up, I believe they fucking, the scene with the flipped car is depicting planting a BB gun in 2014 on Demerick Simon. The car didn't really flip. Here's a real picture of the replica dropped on scene. This is another instance from episode 4 where there's like, they plant a gun to save his ass. Didn't the guy driving away not know they were cops because they were robbing them? The guys driving away said that they didn't know that they were fucking cops and that they were worried about getting robbed. Because they're in plainclothes. They're plainclothes officers, and their cars are fucking civilian cars with beams on them. So you can't know in a fucking heated moment. You could like literally think. You could literally think that it's
this cat right here. See that? That right there is a drug deal.
It's 11:30 in the morning, man. How the fuck do you get there?
Come on, man. Fucking make a car, a backpack he's wearing. Baltimore, it's all the PC we need. Hey, Sean, I like these.
This is the important part. He says, in Baltimore, that's the only PC we need. That's the only probable cause we need to chase someone or to put them as a suspect. This is all spoilers, If this is spoilers, then everything Hasan talks about is a spoiler. Yeah. Motherfuckers will come into my show and be like, damn, bro, you're really talking about police brutality? That's a spoiler for a possible HBO show, a possible HBO miniseries in the future, dog. I've talked about all this shit in the real world when it happened, motherfucker. And I continue to.
These 2 cats in a black Acura. Let's jack these fools.
Let's light them up.
Show me hands! Hands! Fuck! Let's go! 1702, be advised, we pursued a black Acura cabin at high speed on Bell, headed towards Wino. Wanted on CDS violations.
So they're not supposed to in Baltimore, even in Baltimore, where like police have incredible fucking little accountability as opposed to like everywhere else where they apparently do. No, they don't. They're all fucking horrible. Basically, in a situation like this, in most fucking residential neighborhoods, cops will tell you not to chase. Okay, they tell you like your rules of engagement in a situation like this, unless it's an active shooting situation, is to stop chasing, because when you do end up in a high-speed pursuit or in a crowded residential neighborhood, you're gonna get into a fucking the roads are incredibly narrow. You're gonna get into a vehicular accident. You're absolutely gonna get into a fucking car crash. Okay, so you're not supposed to do that. That's why they let these people go. They ban police chases in situations like this. Because there are fucking there are little children walking around. There's old people walking around. There's people going to fucking work. It's not worth it. It's never worth it unless it is like a really high bar to clear where there's like an active shooting or some shit like that happening where there is reasonable suspicion that this person is going to go and kill people. There's very little probable cause. There's a very low probable cause barrier for him to fucking chase. He doesn't know if there's like 100% drugs in that car. He has no fucking idea, right?
Good on the right, good on the right. Oh, stay the fuck there.
1302, break off pursuit.
Break this off, motherfucker. Careful, bro.
They told him stop pursuit. They tell him like.
Stay the fuck there.
1302, break off pursuit.
Yeah, he says break off pursuit.
This off, motherfucker. Careful, bro. Fucking stop, motherfucker. I'm right on you now. Slow down.
Motherfucker said, is this based on a true story? This is 100% a real story. This is a real thing. These are all real events that took place in Baltimore. Like, and the actors are portraying real human beings. I mean, barely. They're cops, so they're pigs, but.
Get out of the car! Get the fuck out of the car! Hands! Out of the car! On the ground! On your belly! Hands behind your back! Where the fuck did you book?
Man, we didn't know you were cops. You ain't even show us your badge.
Don't give me that fucking bullshit. You seen our misery lights. I don't want to hear that.
Man, I ain't see shit. Cross your legs.
2451. Yeah, I need an ambulance at the corner of Gwynn and Bell Ave.
You're not gonna find nothing.
Okay. Ma'am, are you hurt? Ma'am, I need you to try to hold still, okay? There's an ambulance on the way, all right? Ma'am, I need you to try to breathe. Are you hurt?
Wake up!
Okay.
No.
Fuck.
Told you there's nothing in there.
I don't have that number in the system.
Car's clean. Bullshit.
When you run in a fucking Ravens t-shirt screaming at a motherfucker with a gun, especially when you're in a high crime neighborhood like Baltimore, how the fuck are they supposed to know you're a cop or a fucking carjacker? Okay? You need to understand that shit. Also, even if they know you're a fucking cop, given the prior history of the police force, especially the plainclothes officers they call jump out boys, by the way. You know how like
episode 15,
you know how they call the fucking Kia boys the Kia boys in Minnesota or whatever, wherever the fuck the Kia boys were. Like, they called these cops jump out boys, okay? Because they literally fucking will roll up. They'll fucking, or Milwaukee, they'll roll up to you when you're sitting down doing nothing, okay? And get the fuck, jump out of the car and like steal your money. And they kept doing it for a very long time. Yeah, here it is. Unmarked police rolling down the blade, 4 or more of them in each single large tint windowed SUV van or no back windows, waiting for a vice officer to confirm having possibly identified a target, a prostitute, pimp, dealer, or someone with an outstanding warrant. They call them jump out boys. They're just fucking literally doing like armed robberies in an organized manner. Urban Dictionary, KEKW, I mean, this is to show you that this is like, obviously it's not like a fucking terminology that they... a legal term. I'm saying that this is such a fucking common occurrence that there is a term for it since fucking 2006 on Urban Dictionary. It's slang. It's to indicate in an anthropological manner exactly how common of an occurrence this is.
Yeet.
Anyway. Use Merriam-Webster. Yeah. Actually, sorry, but this is not the Merriam-Webster definition, so I will not be listening to it. Shows it's such a problem that it's made its way into the common vernacular. Yeah, exactly.
You know these motherfuckers are doing. What you do? You toss it out the window? No. So.
Look at that as well. Oh, this is a really good scene as well. Dude, this entire show is like this.
My brain is rot beyond recognition, DMKHG.
Jakes, they're clean. Nothing on them. We'll call the sergeant.
It's called the city guard. Make sure you edit the inventory. Right.
You're on.
Yes, it's John Bernthal. Stop saying don't spoil it for us. This is a real fucking event.
Why I'm still here.
Hey, Sean, can you do me a favor and just go toss the car one more time, in case we miss something?
Hate cops, hate landlords, love me proletarians.
One of the best parts that one of the best things that they showcase here is that Sean is actually a good cop. Okay? For the record. Sean here ends up leaving the team. He's very conflicted about like the illegal, illicit activities that they fucking engage in. Okay? Spoiler alert. And he's a good cop. Watch what he does here.
Jake, it's on the floor, right under the seat.
Thank you for making
Now
me
you
informed
fucking
on
planted that
leftist
shit.
stuff.
Man, y'all cruddy as hell. Y'all petty as shit. That's what y'all is. Get off me, man. Look, you got knowing damn well I ain't do that shit. I ain't had nothing to do with that. Man, you fucking planted that shit on me, yo. You trying to frame my ass. Man, how you gonna do me like that knowing I ain't had nothing to do with it? Everyone.
Yeah.
So there's
Almost
more
1
to
minute.
it than I will not mention. There's more to it that I will not fucking mention. That you could consider to be a spoiler because it's like personal shit, so shut the fuck up about that, regardless of the fact that it's real life. But the reason why I'm covering the broader narratives, obviously, is that I'm covering the broader narratives that are like ongoing and
chat, I'm
happened
thrilled
and
to
also
announce I'll
was
no longer
well
be thinking.
documented, okay?
This has been
so,
a lifelong goal, and I'm grateful to everyone who helped get
here,
me
this
here.
is another really good fucking scene. And it's full of scenes like this, by the way. Like, this entire show is just full of fucking scenes like this. And that's why I love it. But yeah, this is a real thing that happened. What Ward told the feds about Sean Suiter warning him about Jenkins, that's something Ward told me in interviews from prison. One person Ward remembered warning him about Jenkins. Sean Suiter was the one person who actually told me to be careful with him, Ward said. He didn't go into detail, but he said, learn what you can, then get out of his squad. You hear that, you see this in the fucking show as well. Learn what you can to get out of his squad. If you look around, he'd do some crazy shit. They protect him and leave the guys who work for him to the wolves. There's another, this show is basically The Wire on steroids. No, this show just like hyper focuses exclusively on police brutality and police negligence and how fucking corrupt and how unaccountable of a fucking force of evil cops are, especially in black cities. Okay? Isn't this show showcasing that there are bad apples, especially as they're showing John Bernthal as the main bad guy? Am I wrong? No, dude. Your takeaway will not be there are some bad apples in the police force when you watch this. No. It lays it on as thick as possible that it is not just a couple bad apples. Even the fucking good apples are rotten to the goddamn core. Yeah, if there's anything that this show showcases, first of all, it's not even fucking like made up stories. This is a real fucking story that is you know, that looks like fiction because it's so fucking insane because everything you see in the media is just propaganda for the most part. But if anything, this shows that a couple bad apples spoiled a fucking bunch, okay? Because that's the actual term for it. That's the actual fucking phrase. It's not just, oh, there's only a few bad apples. A few bad apples will fuck up the entire bunch. Except, as I always say, it's not about a few bad apples or the entire bunch of apples being bad. The entire fucking thing is rotten to its goddamn core. The bunch is broken, okay? The system is broken. Anyway. It shows how Jenkins' training molded him into the kind of cop who would do this shit because of the problems are systemic. Exactly. And in numerous instances, when the FBI is interrogating and investigating the cops, they ask them. There's a good cop supposedly, like, or a better cop that's in Jenkins' gun trace task force, right? And he literally, Jenkins gives him 20 grand after lifting it off of like another suspect. They just steal money and they like pocket it, right? And then they write off like, you know, a small percentage of it as a finding, but then they take the rest of it and put it in and pocket it. They put some of it in evidence, but they take most of it and put it in their fucking pocket directly. So what ends up happening is one of the dudes is like, yeah, I felt conflicted, so I secretly put the money back into the stash because that was too much money. And they ask him. They say, well, what the fuck? You said you lifted off people all the time. He's like, yeah, when I was a beat cop, when I was in fucking uniform, yeah, I would steal from people here and there, but I will only steal a little bit. You know what I mean? Like $100 here, $100 there. Like, like even the good guy who's like conflicted about taking fucking 10 grand from like a massive fucking bust from drug dealers is literally like, yeah, I mean, it's fine if you're stealing from like an average working class fucking schlub, you know, everyday Joe Schmo, when you're stealing like $100 from their pocket. That's fine. Okay, I don't mind cops stealing from criminals. Are you fucking stupid, dude?
Stealing from Bezos.
They're not just stealing from criminals, you fucking idiot. And also, you can't do that. Like, you literally can't do that. Why are there rules then? Let me just come into your house and fucking take all your money with a gun then, you fucking idiot. What do you mean I don't mind cops stealing from criminals? Like, first of all, you don't know if they're a fucking criminal or not, jackass. There's no investigation yet. The entire point of like cops is not to play judge, jury, and executioner. The entire point of fucking police is to maintain a presence of law and order, and for that to go through the proper fucking process if they are actually criminals, okay? My man said, I don't mind committing crimes against criminals. Okay, well then the cop is a criminal, so then you should be able to kill the cop then. Is that how you think? Is that how your brain works? When you steal from a criminal, you become a criminal. So does that mean like you can just do a crime back to the cop then? That's crazy. Anyway. This is called conformity, de-individualization in psychology. When someone dresses up in special uniforms, they de-individualize individuation and lose their personal identity is the main area of focus on to solve this problem? You mean like the military, fraternities, organized sports, everywhere else? Yes, there is a. They operate in unison like a fucking hive mind, and they operate by the preordained rules. My dad went to prison for drugs last year. Cops stole 40 to 70K worth of shit from his house and cash not listed on the arrest papers. They do it all the time. They don't just do it in Baltimore. They do it everywhere, okay? They do it everywhere, all the time. No accountability whatsoever. They are supposed to do this. Like, it's fine as long as they bring in the fucking... As long as they bring in criminals, arrest like, you know, people that have guns illegally. As long as they're earning... They can do overtime fraud, wire fraud, as this fucking gun trace task force did, which is like super commonplace in fucking policing, by the way. Shouts out to our fucking beautiful, brave boys in the blue, you know, getting all that overtime pay. One of the fucking best, most protected, like one of the closest fucking jobs to like a social democratic country that is like heavily unionized. You know what I mean? Cops. You get Norway style protections if you're a cop. That's it. But only if you're a cop.
Too many frown.
Yeah, the cop said it in the first scene. You're an earner. We're going to protect you. Exactly. Do we need to watch the John Oliver about this so that you can prove it exists to lib chatters? Yeah, exactly. Like, the only thing that they know is the top of the hour ad break, and that actually exists. You know what I mean? That at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. That's the only thing lib chatters know exists. It's the only tangible reality that they have a fucking grip on. You know what I mean? And if they no longer want to see those ads, then all they need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or by stealing someone's Amazon Prime account and connecting it, or you know, to your Twitch account, or by getting gifted a sub. Yeah, I'm late. Shut up. That video made me so mad I had to Google the outcome before watching the rest. Yeah. A wizard is never late. They arrive exactly when they intend to. What the fuck does that mean, you nerd? Anyway, thank you, Smokey the Kid 1 for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Here's the 1 minute ad break now, by the way. Anyway, woo, Hasan, my TikTok went viral and the Independent wrote a piece about it. Lol. Oh, shit. Okay. Woman 22 sparks debate. What the fuck? Okay, TikTok and chatters, dude. Okay, we'll look at this in a second. A 22-year-old woman sparked debate on TikTok when she claimed her gynecologist refused to consider her for a tubal ligation, a medical sterilization commonly known as getting your tubes tied, after asserting that she doesn't want children. Respect. Hope you got your tubes tied, Olivia. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. And of course, we still have the World Swimming bans transgender athletes from women's events. Don't worry, we'll talk about fucking you know, that as well. But we're not there yet. We already covered the real Baltimore actions here. Here it is. Here, I'll show you another instance.
I'm a sergeant in the Southwestern. We got a warrant from a judge. I put a tracker on the car. Had a big old house out in Carroll County with a pool. Motherfucker was a monster. Shit.
You had authority for the tracker?
Hell no. Did that on my own. And
actually, this one is not as relevant. It just like kind of shows that they were stealing from each other, basically.
I don't like talking much.
This one I don't like as much because they're just like they're like fake being an attorney. They steal from one another. And basically, they show, like, once they started stealing from another, that's the reason why they fucking snitched on one another. Like, they were stealing so much, but then they were also, like, keeping shit, like, pocketing shit and not funneling the funds to the middle and then, like, separating it evenly. And that's the reason why they all snitched on one another. That's whatever. But, like, this is really good here. This is more informative.
Well, there's not a lot I disagree with here, but then you knew that.
So this is a civil rights attorney for the state. For the DOJ, investigating the Baltimore Police Department to find a consent decree, to justify a consent decree where the federal government comes in and basically monitors cops and police behavior for an extended period of time and figures out all of the fucking issues, right, that are happening in the police department. Now, there's a really good part about this that that if you can find, I would love to show you, where they have like a citywide council, basically, where she's sitting there and the mayor is sitting there and the Chamber of Commerce in Baltimore is sitting there, the head of the Chamber of Commerce is sitting there, and they have a conversation about like instituting a consent decree and basically how to pay for it. And, the police commissioner, who's supposed to be like kind of woke, is like basically saying, I'm down with the consent decree. But then the Chamber of Commerce guy's like, how are you going to pay for the consent decree? It's awesome. This is reality TV though, right? No, this is real. This is real world shit, okay? It's a limited run series. I believe it ended already. It's like 6 episodes, and it's a fucking real treat, okay?
What's the mayor saying privately?
Supporting it is one thing.
Anyway, he's talking to an ex-cop, like an older cop, who
money
trains
and drugs keep
new
going
cops
missing
in the
after Louisville
academy
police raids from
on
Vice News
laws.
already? Very fitting to the subject at hand right now. Here's the link if you want.
Schools, rec centers. Are you people ready to say that out loud?
Like the problem, what he's highlighting here is that the problem is larger than just like individual police actions, and the system itself is rotten to the fucking core because the war on drugs was like the war on drugs is being fought by the cops on the streets, right? But the war on drugs itself was fucking bullshit, and that the DOJ itself is also culpable. Do you get it? Like yeah, you're investigating the cops. And I agree with everything you're saying about like police brutality and how fucking awful they are. But like the trust, the bond between police and those who are being policed has been broken for a very long time as a consequence of the war on drugs. Because the war on drugs is the war on drugs was designed in a way to literally churn these results. And he even talks basically about in this, it's not in this video for some reason, but he talks about like how police are, police are culpable, certainly, but also, their politicians love that shit. Politicians love the war on drugs. They love like, being tough on crime. Brandon is a great example of this, right? Jim Crow Joe. You're running the world's best ad for the show. I'm definitely starting it tonight. Yes, it's a really good show regardless.
Yo.
So that's it. That's like, he's saying that it's just, he's saying that like the entire fucking purpose for why the war on drugs was created acted out in the ways that it was supposed to. And this was the desirable outcome.
Is anybody?
They warned me about this.
The show is called We Own This City. Okay, We Own the City. It's an HBO Max show. Baltimore's current mayor ran on investing more into community programs, but increased the police budget every year since he's been in office. Of course.
Nefgall's got to eat.
So for those of you who still have like questions and they're like, what the fuck? Jenkins won a Bronze Star for his account of the commandeering state prison van and driving into the 2015 unrest to collect injured officers, by the way. Like, this is real. Wayne Jenkins, like the corrupt piece of shit, won a Bronze Star for fucking his commendable actions and demonstrable bravery during the fucking riots that ensued after the Freddie Gray murder. There are so many incredible fucking moments where you literally see them talking to one another, and they're such perfect fucking hogs, dude. They're such perfect fucking hogs. The way they talk to one another. The way they fucking, the way that they like see the Freddie Gray situation unfold and go, yo, dude, what the fuck? They're gonna fucking, charge a brave cop with the fucking murder, dude? What the fuck? It's my job. Like, that piece of shit Freddie Gray had it coming, dude. Like, they're just straight up, like, they're so fucking angry. Not even a second of like reflection.
27 months and not parasocial.
You know? Can you give us more Dundog impressions? I can't, dude.
Missed you has smashed.
Daniel Herschel was indeed banned from policing. Officer Dixon is played by Jermaine Crawford, who played Dookie in The Wire. FBI Special Agent Erica Jensen is, in fact, a flautist. That's a funny little thing there. Legendary move on D. Watkins' world, being able to appear in the episode he wrote. Nathan Corbett, another Wire alum, appears as Baltimore poet Tariq Touré.
Party popper.
Do you guys remember Tariq Touré? The Baltimore poet was very upset. I think like you might remember Tariq Touré from what do you call it? You might remember him from like having. I think it was him who had like an altercation. No,
giving you my prime son.
With or maybe it wasn't him.
Favorite.
I thought it was him that had an altercation with like Daryl Davis, but maybe it wasn't him. I'm mistaking him with someone else. The scene from the two men being arrested on being on their own steps is drawn from the 2006 arrest of Charles Lee, the one that we just showed you. Remember the one that I just showed you, the fucking arrest that they did? Here's a still from a real surveillance video with Jenkins standing over one of the Lee brothers on the ground nearby. Like, this is real fucking footage that they reconstructed in the fucking show.
19 months. Hopefully I may call past this month's brain rot.
The fact that is the real Double D Bonds logo slogan. Everyone loves Double D's. Jenkins also did write a letter of recommendation to help Donald Stepp get bail bonds license. But yeah. This search warrant scene at a car wash with powerboat outside depicts a real seizure from 2010. They show the real seizures. Like, it's fucking... It's really good. I want to see if he did it for episode 5 as well. Let me see if I shouldn't be free scrolling Twitter, but let me see if there was one on episode 5, like a thread. Bunk was the one who got arrested at a Hillary 2016 event. Yeah, I know who Michael Woods Jr. is. I used to work with him. I know him personally. There's something sus about all that, though. I don't know where he is or what he did. All of his fucking social media turned around and gone now. So I don't know what's up with that. I don't like talking about it. The one that you guys keep fucking linking and saying like, oh, Michael Woods Jr. was a Baltimore cop. Yeah, I know him. I know him personally. I used to work with him at TYT, okay? Anyway. Once again, to underscore how much of what you see in We Own the City, the opening is about laying things in partners. Gondo and Rayam told the feds about each other. Rayam shot 3 people in a span of 20 months. Oh, yeah, this is like another part. Rayam shot 3 people in a span of 20 months, and Gondo said these are the 2 cops.
10 time passes
The council
fast.
scene you wanted? Oh, here. I'll show you this. This is such a good fucking scene, dude.
With all the hustle and bustle of my first month in office.
So this is like the new mayor basically talking about whether they could do a consent decree or not, okay? So let's take a look. Because this shows the inside baseball that goes into instituting things like this. And remember, the consent decree is not even like a fucking silver bullet solution to the police brutality. It's a way to fucking open up the door into investigation. And there are plenty of hurdles that you could actually fucking... there are plenty of hurdles that are going to be thrown into a consent decree as well. So... It's not like this. It's not like the consent decree is going to, solve anything. But even then, it's not enough. Okay? Even then, it's not enough.
This consent decree. Now, I read it, of course, but I want to confer with my people about the details.
We do understand and we appreciate your attention to this. But in light of the outcome of the presidential election and Trump's impending installation of Jeff Sessions as Attorney General...
Simply put, Sessions is not going to support any consent decree anywhere. We need to get this done before Trump is inaugurated on January 20th.
I agree. Due to the unforeseen circumstances of the national election, time is of the essence.
This is not something to rush.
Of course not. But with my team, Jason and Ganesha, I can iron out the finer points of the decree with Nicole, Vanita Gupta, and the DOJ. We do have concerns, but let me be clear, Madam Mayor. I support this initiative. It's not a cure-all, but it is a tool for reform.
Mayor Pugh, may I jump in?
Please.
I've looked at what this has cost in
9
other
months,
cities.
still no brain
You're going to
rockets.
have to hire monitoring teams. You're going to have to purchase new equipment, new technologies, body cameras for all officers on the street. Are you aware of the expenditure on those items? The money has to come from somewhere, or rather it will be taken from somewhere else. I'm all for police reform, but not at the expense
Are you though?
of social programs. I'm especially concerned that this decree could siphon off funds earmarked for young black boys who have been historically marginalized here.
That's right. We can't forget about my baby.
We can't cover cops killing young black boys. Like, we can't investigate cops killing young black boys because, you know, we're just gonna put money into the
5 months God
you
is
know,
dead and we
we're gonna
killed
put
him.
money into schooling young black boys. Except we're not gonna do that. Just kidding. We're gonna give the money to the cops anyway.
No one's suggesting this is an either-or proposition. The consent decree is designed to protect citizens, including...
By the way, if you were to look at like how much a consent decree or like police reform would cost, okay? If you were to look at that and how much you'd have to earmark for that situation, and then maybe run a
Chat,
fucking cost
please drink
analysis
some water.
on how much the state has to pay out of fucking pocket for all of the civil litigation that cops undergo, and how much the city has to pay out whenever a fucking cop beats on someone, okay, unjustifiably, pretty sure they would pay the fucking consent decree 10 times over, and the reforms and the body cameras. So there's that too.
Those young men you're talking about.
But we can't ignore the expense of it. And frankly, a report is not going to be a cure for bad leadership within the department, present company accepted, Chief Davis. I mean, how many police commissioners have we had in the last 10 years? 3, 4?
Hey,
You
Hasan,
can't keep
thanks so
throwing
much for
money
what
at
you
a
do.
management
I really
problem.
appreciate all the content
These are
and
dollars.
commentary
Yeah, this is a management problem.
Will be better spent enticing business interest and development in Baltimore.
We have to do something.
Well, I would not in good conscience recommend to our mayor that we increase the police budget to accommodate this decree. In my opinion, Chief Davis, you're going to have to find the money within your existing budget. And that means making significant cuts to the department in advance of the decree being implemented.
Yeah, he's like, you're going to have to cut overtime. And cops fucking hate overtime being cut.
They warned me about this.
Warned you about what, Ms. Mayor?
The money. This is millions more.
You
And
are
we're
awesome.
already bleeding
I
out
love
from
all
all the
that you do.
departmental overtime.
You are amazing, bro.
Where does it end?
Well, you read the same consent decree that I did. What they're asking for isn't going to be possible without additional budget.
I'm part of the monitoring team for the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and Kern County, and it's so fucking expensive for the counties. Wait, what? I'm part of the monitoring team for LASD in Kern County. It's so fucking expensive for the counties. Wait, for real? What are you monitoring? Gang activity?
The cost of upgrading the...
She's not a cop, chatters. What the fuck? Calm the fuck down, dude. There really is a chatter for every profession here. Yeah, it's so surprising that you know, one of the most unique fucking broadcasts for you know, all manner of different kinds of corruption that you experience that goes unnoticed in American society ends up being a fucking magnet for all the people that end up working in those positions. It's so crazy. It's not weird, dude. What do you mean? Of course there's going to be people like that in here. This is what we talk about on a daily basis.
Video technology alone is... John's run the numbers.
I was conservative, but looking at only what we've agreed to here.
If you look at the
They
overall
keep getting
fiscal
clapped by
budget, this can only
Fawcett.
come from schools.
Yeah, how about you
rec-
monitor? How about you monitor how you post in the chat, chatter? You keep getting fucking owned by Fawcett.
centers and after-school programs.
Those are my babies. It can't come from my babies.
Cut off the overtime pay.
We're 400 positions down right now and only one academy class in the pipeline. You cut overtime, patrol cars go empty.
Then find somewhere else to cut.
Your Honor, we're going to hit 340 murders again this year. Crime is up in every category, and I have officers who won't go out on the street to police because of the Freddie Gray case.
So this is like the blue flu thing that was also simultaneously happening. So another thing that these fucking piece of shit hogs do, which they love to do, is not do their fucking jobs, right? So it's literally like Uvalde every day, all the time, okay, for cops. It's like the things that they're supposed to do, actually solving crimes, actually stopping criminals, all that sort of stuff, they don't want to do because that's too much fucking police work. And even if they're going to do it, they're going to do it in a very violent and very brutal way. But when people like yell at them for doing it in a very violent and brutal way, then they're like, oh, well, then I'll show you by not doing my fucking job. So there was a real issue with like cops not getting out of their fucking cars, okay? That's why the judges were looking the other way. That's why the prosecutors were looking the other way at all the cops that were getting out of their fucking cars to do the job that they're supposed to do. But except those guys weren't just doing the job that they were supposed to do. They were copping a little too fucking hard, okay? This guy says, talk about black on black crime, Hasan, question mark. Bro, you get like racist agitprop everywhere, okay? You get it every fucking, in every facet, in every orifice, okay? Why is it that you have to come in here and be like, dude, can you do like a little bit more racist agitprop for me, please? Like this, you're talking a little too much about cops. You know, the people that those black on black criminals are fucking paying the salaries of, you dipshit. You know, so they can turn around and kill them. A joke. Good joke.
That is the reality I'm dealing with here.
It's hard to listen to the police commissioner plead poverty when we just paid out a $6.5 million settlement to the Gray family. How many new body cameras would that money have paid for?
Look, Mosby's decision to go beyond the manslaughter case and charge counts relating to Gray's arrest has left me with dozens of officers resigning and others unwilling to get out of their cars for fear they'll be charged criminally if they even make an honest fourth.
Dude, it's like there's no other fucking job where these fucking limp dick shitheads can get away with fucking crying all the time, bro. I swear to God. It is insane, dude. It is so fucking insane, dude.
Fourth Amendment mistake. Now you're telling me to cut pay from the guys who
even if they make an honest Fourth Amendment mistake. An honest Fourth Amendment mistake.
Working.
Your job is to keep crime down with the resources that are available. And with the money we're spending and the crime rate out of control in Baltimore, it will no longer be available.
No money for my babies. Fine cuts.
Crime is spilling out all over the city.
Anyway, so it goes to show, like, you know, cops come back and they're like, well, fuck the consent decree, but also, like, we need to, you know, we need more money. Only unions are in fucking police stations? Yeah, I know. The only, like, powerful fucking unions that exist in this country, unfortunately, are police unions, which is, of course, not even a fucking real union because the entire job and purpose of the police, it's like a fucking manager's union, you know what I mean? If you had a union of exclusively managers, it's just like, it's like billionaires unions, the Billionaire Protection Squad. Anyway. Part of why they resign is non-criminal internal investigations stop when they retire in most states. Yeah. You mean the U.S. government? What do you mean? What? How do you respond to this when people bring up the Supreme Court case that said police didn't have to do their job? It was at their discretion. I mean, the entire system is designed in this way. Of course. Hello. Welcome to the HasanAbi broadcast, where I talk to you about like individual acts of negligence, criminal negligence, violence, and then draw out a much larger, more comprehensive systemic narrative that revolves around our relations to the means of production and how commodities are produced and how society is designed around said attitude and said rules and expectations, and the two different classes that are constantly and in conflict with one another, with one class, of course, the capital owning one, winning out in that never-ending antagonism. The inherent contradictions within a capitalist system. That's what it ties back to. Specifically, that's what it ties back to, and how the capital-owning class has designed society in a way to churn out these sorts of results. Okay? Oh. Agitprop refers to intentional, vigorous promulgation of ideas. Yes, agitative propaganda. It is for you to recognize, it's to instill class consciousness and recognize systemic inequalities and the underlying reasons for the existence of said systemic inequalities. Because liberals stop at a certain point. They talk about police brutality, they say police are racist, and then they stop. They don't actually go deeper than that. They don't actually fucking try to explain to you why cops are doing this job, why this is a structural problem, and how it ties back to capital owners and how black people are treated historically. They only stop. They don't want to dive a little bit further into it, because when you dive a little bit further into it, you then start breaking the boundaries that society has carefully constructed around your fucking brain, the horse blinders that you exist under, the dogma of capitalism. Everything is about material conditions with you. Feels dank, man. Yes, because everything is about material conditions. You live in the real world, man. Of course everything is about material conditions. That's how that's the starting point for everything. So yes, you have arrived at the correct point. Amplify the anti-capitalist message with Hassan Piker on Agitprop, a new special series on TYT. Okay, dude. Anyway, don't make fun of the guy. I mean, he's not wrong. The show stops there too, even if it has a code. Yeah. Okay. Everything is material conditions take is harder to defend than you give it credit for. Wait, what? I'm a little confused. Anyway. So, yeah, really good show overall. Big fan of the show. Really like it a lot. And highly recommend it for everybody. Oh, here. If you want to see, like, you know, how this works in the fucking real world. Hold on. Let me just, like, do a quick scroll through this. There might be some fucking TOS shit in here because they're going to show real footage and stuff. No, there isn't. Okay, great. How a corrupt Baltimore police task force tainted thousands of cases. HBO. The Jump Out Boys.
2 Baltimore police officers are on trial this week in federal court for some of the worst misconduct imaginable. They're part of a group of 8 officers accused of robbery and extortion, faking evidence, and planting drugs.
If you think the problem is exclusively these 8 officers, by the way, you're fucking wrong. You might be a liberal. You might be a libtard. This is not exclusive to Baltimore. This is not exclusive to the fucking gun trace task force. This is police corruption that has gotten so fucking out of hand that, like, the government had to step in, okay? Like, but what they are doing is no different, and that's why the show is great, because it shows you, like, how shocked they are to be even investigated. They know they're being investigated. The 8 cops that they're talking about here, and We Own the City, literally know that they're being investigated by the fucking feds and continue stealing. They literally are like, they're like, yeah, you're being investigated, like, by the feds. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like, they know. And they still keep doing it because they're like, what are they going to do? We're doing police work, dude. We're doing fucking police work, dude. This is how you're supposed to do it. The people that we're fucking beating on are criminals, dude.
Among other crimes, the officers were part of an elite group called the Gun Trace Task Force, set up by the mayor in 2007 to help fight rising crime and murder rates. The task force was supposed to check the flow of guns and get the worst guys off the street. And for a while, city leaders and reporters saw the task force as a huge success. But it was also completely corrupt, acting as what prosecutors have called a gang-style crime ring. 6 of the officers have already pleaded guilty.
As in just cops. You know, gang style, crime ring, as in the police force and how the police force operates. Not to sound like too much of a fucking crusty libertarian, but that is the fucking truth. This is how they fucking operate.
But there's a bigger problem. The task force's misconduct has tainted hundreds, if not thousands, of criminal cases. And in a city already infamous for horrible policing, it's shattered any remaining trust between cops and the community.
Yeah, it's these 8 guys that shattered the trust, and not the entirety of the Baltimore police force, or rather the entirety of the police force in the United States of America. It's just these 8 cops, dude.
Antonia Hilton met some of the people trying to figure out how to clean up the mess.
It's like so frustrating. This is like, oh yeah, this cop was charged for false information. This cop is alleged to have planted evidence.
One of the worst fucking parts is how, like, this merges, by the way, with the criminal justice system, where they know there's a list of fucking cops that they show in the show. We Own the City, where they are. Remember how I always talk to you about fucking Testa lying? Cops are so used to fucking lying on the stand and perjuring themselves that they have a term for it. It's called Testa lying, okay? Not only just planting evidence, but just like regularly lying in their testimony in an effort to make it seem like the unjustifiable acts of fucking violence they engage in on a regular basis is actually justifiable, right? So there's a list of fucking cops whose cases can't go to court because they have routinely and consistently have been caught perjuring themselves. They're still active duty cops, but they've fucking perjured themselves, so they can't even, they're just making arrests, but they can't even go to fucking court because the courts know they're just gonna lie. They've lied already, so it's over. You know what I mean? If you ever go to court, you're fucked. And it's not like 1 or 2 cops, there's like fucking hundreds, dude. It's fucking nuts.
All right.
Deborah Levy is a Maryland public defender whose full-time job is now investigating the Gun Trace Task Force and trying to clear the names of its victims.
I have a spreadsheet of about 2,000 cases in general that we're trying to undo.
2,000 cases.
Yeah, 2,000 cases, and that's what we think would be a conservative number. I can't sleep at night because there's so many that I haven't undone. It's very stressful. It's really stressful.
Her job is not simple. Cops' internal affairs complaints are shielded from reporters, lawyers, and the public by state laws that protect officers' privacy. Levy has to fight in court to unseal them. And she thinks the task force misconduct is just the tip of the iceberg.
We're convinced that the web doesn't stop with the 8 indicted officers. So we'll take each indictment. And on each indictment, it'll say, on this date, this officer is alleged to have engaged in conduct with this particular officer with these initials. We've then now started filing for the internal affairs documents for the other officers who were present on the scene that day to see if they were involved.
In your opinion, do you think the Gun Trace Task Force ultimately made Baltimore more or less safe?
Less safe. I think that absolutely 100%. The city is pretty much fallen apart, right? The relationships between the police and the citizens of Baltimore. And that, at the end of the day, everything is based on trust.
Oh, boy,
worry, man. Golly. This guy ran into was incarcerated with me. Man, glad to see you home. I know you didn't even say I was home, man.
That's why I pulled over just to holler at you.
You know how I say what I say.
The police did some extra shit, some shit they weren't supposed to do.
That fucking accent, dude. That is like, God, I think the main reason why I love the show so much, other than the fact that like it straight up covered, it's like weird to see something look fictionalized when it's like something that I've personally covered numerous fucking times, right? But also the accents, man. God damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baltimore
January
accent is
2014,
so ass, dude.
a group of officers, including 2 members of the gun trace task force, stormed Sean Whiting's home. The officers suspected he was a drug dealer.
It's my favorite
and,
now.
he says, got a warrant to search his home under false pretenses. Once inside, Whiting says they tossed his house and stole $20,000 in cash, some of it drug money, and even took his children's video games.
Certain things come to the light, you know what I mean? When you lie about certain things.
Whiting filed a police misconduct complaint with Internal Affairs.
Another thing that I want to mention, the available evidence does not meet the burden of proof. One of the other things is like, they're doing these fucking kettle corral shit. Well, not kettle and corralling. That's just riot police stuff. But they're mass arresting motherfuckers to clear out corners, right? They're like, oh, there's gun violence happening. Or, oh, there's drug dealings happening here. So they would just come in with a paddy wagon, brutalize the fuck out of like black people sitting on fucking corners and shit, right? Toss them in the fucking paddy wagon. And it's completely unjustifiable. There's no reason for them to be able to do this sort of thing. So it became such a systemic issue that they basically sent down a fucking prosecutor for every single person that was arrested to sign a fucking, is it an affidavit? To sign basically, to waive their rights away to sue the city to have it never go into a court. So they would just like throw you in jail for like a couple days, or maybe you could just like stay overnight, or maybe you would get released immediately in one of these fucking sweeps. As long as if you wanted to go home that night, you have to sign. You have to waive your fucking. You have to waive your right to sue the city. Another really good, if you can find a video of that, another really good example of that is when the dude is like talking about. There's one guy who's like talking about how he got arrested for no fucking, for no reason whatsoever. And like he lost his job because he was in jail for he was in jail for 2 days and he lost his job and the cop like stole $600. Like his, you know, he's already living paycheck to paycheck. He has kids and they fucking stop him. They act like he, they act like he assaulted the cop, beat on him, put him in fucking jail. He's in jail for 2 days, loses his fucking job because they lost customers because he was in jail, and he can't even like sue the state because he waived his right away. It's so sad. I mean. I wonder if we could show that. That wouldn't be legal, but yeah, it would dissuade people from pursuing legal actions against them.
I got an order.
Cops let to take any cash you have, saying it's drug money. Yeah, it is so deeply fucked up. There was that one that got killed because they took the money he had to pay his dealer and got gunned down. Yeah, there's another dude who they stole $10,000 from, and then the dealer that he owed that $10,000 to came over and fucking murked him outside of his house, leaving behind 2 children and his wife. You know what I mean? Like, they do shit like that all the time. They end up getting people killed all the time. Can he argue he signed under duress? Bro, are you guys fucking insane? We have slavery in our prison system. We have slavery legalized in our prison system. That's under duress too. This is a good scene that shows how Jenkins was idolized by the rookie. Oh, yeah. I mean, of course, Jenkins was like, the main guy was straight up fucking seen as like, he was like a top cop, basically, celebrated, venerated. The rookie's pretty funny, though. K-Stop. the Chris Kyle of the Baltimore Police Department, basically. Yeah. Can you imagine, dude? I just told you that this guy got his $600 stolen from him. They only put $50 in the fucking evidence, okay? They took the rest of the $650 and pocketed it. And, like, he has no way of, like, asking for any of that back. He has no way of even suing because he waived his rights away so he could get back. He would get out of fucking prison. He wouldn't have to go to prison. Okay? And basically, you're saying, like, what? He's gonna fucking find an attorney, pay for that attorney to fucking sue the state, sue the city? That's not happening. The dude lost his fucking job. It's not happening. Anyway, here's another instance of Wayne Jenkins lying in court. Test the lying.
Him in any way. He was completely free to refuse. And Sergeant Jenkins, your claim is that in undertaking this car stop involving Mr. Stevenson here, you only wanted to speak with him, correct?
Yes, sir.
So what did you do when you approached the vehicle, Sergeant?
We follow the rules of probable cause. That's what we did, and we do that because we want our case to hold up in court. See, I've learned from my past mistakes, Your Honor. Now, look, we knew initially we had no cause to detain the suspect. We had no cause to ask him to exit his vehicle. So we talked to him purely on a voluntary basis.
So where were the other 3 officers?
They were positioned on all sides of the vehicle.
You surrounded the vehicle?
Yes, sir. Look, it's a car stop. You know, they can go bad. If they go bad, they go bad quick. So we need to maintain tactical advantage at all times, purely as a precaution. It's just, yeah, that's what we do.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Please.
Did you hear what he said?
I did indeed, Mr. Bates. Officers surrounding a car. That's pretty compelling. In fact, I don't see what I can do here other than consider detention without cause.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, amen. Thank you.
I'll catch you later. Bates after Bates. Beat me again, huh?
Well, you know you lost when you said you guys surrounded the car. That amounts to an unlawful detention.
Shit. What about the kilos I seized, huh? I done bother you?
Nah, man. Friends of a poisonous tree.
Something, man. Easy come, easy go. Fuck you.
Wait, look, Wayne. Look, hold on a second. I don't know what you're doing out there, okay? But everybody tells me the same thing.
Huh?
You rob, you steal, and you're taking everybody's money.
Who told you that? But your client told you that?
Look, he told me you didn't turn in all those drugs, okay? Look, never mind the cash, but he's not the only one.
They're lying.
Wayne, come on, man.
He was also stealing their drugs and selling them through the bail bondsman guy. Yeah.
This was a multi-kilo seizure, and my guy had priors. Stevenson's a big dog. You ever wonder why this case didn't go federal?
I thought you said this wasn't dramatized or the scripts taken from official statements. No, the scripts are taken from interviews that this Baltimore Sun journalist made with every single person involved. As he was, it's like real news reports, real court testimony, like real court fucking stenographer fucking shit. And also on top of that, interviews that he made, interviews that he conducted with the actual fucking, with the actual cop, like Jenkins and shit.
Yeah, think
like
about
there is a dramatized facet to it, but the like because there's no, not David Simon. David Simon is the person who like helped write the script and like turn it into a TV show, a miniseries. But like the original author is where is the guy? I mean, I think I don't know where it is, but it's a real life event. It's not word for word via like a transcript or whatever, but in some instances it is actually word for word. Justin Denton is the journalist. Thank you. Yeah, this is based on a very meticulous multi-year investigation that uncovered all this police corruption. and also subsequent reports written about the actions and even interviews conducted after arrest, like prison interviews that were conducted. This doesn't feel like the real footage of events the show claims to be portraying. I could swear some of these guys are actors. So much for true crime. Shaking my head. Yeah. Sorry, I don't understand it. Why is John Bernthal in this? Was John Bernthal a real cop in Baltimore? What the fuck?
The U.S. Attorney's Office doesn't want to touch you anymore. They want nothing to do with you. Why would that be? So we'll continue those motion hearings next week sometime. Take a look. Sounds good.
Hey, Avi, I gotta talk to you for a sec.
Hey, I'll catch you downstairs in a minute.
Appreciate you, man.
Wayne?
Yeah, nothing. I respect you, man. I just want to let you know that I'm done. Yeah, I'm never gonna make another arrest again.
Wait, what?
Yeah, fuck this place, man. And fuck all the shit that people are saying about me. I don't care about all that, man. It's just I got these fucking bosses. They don't appreciate it. They don't appreciate the fucking thing. I get them all these guns. I'm taking all these risks, and I don't know, man. I'm done. I'm gonna go on inside, be lieutenant. So, yeah, man, I want to let you know. Fuck it. I'm done. See you around.
Fucking crybaby, dude. Oh, man. Yo, dude, I can't lie about the shit that I did, dude. It's fucked up, bro. Here, this is behind the true story, by the way, of the...
And we are the Gun Trace Task Force. And no matter what you're doing out there in those streets. Jackpot, motherfuckers!
Dude, I've done more promo for this fucking show than HBO has at this point. I've been covering this for the past 2 hours almost, and like literally have done more fucking promo than HBO has. This is promo that they cut for 23,000 views, dude. I swear to God.
Your word prevails.
The only way I get paid is at the top of the hour when I serve a 60-second ad break, and I tell you, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, baby. That's right. Yeet, yeet. Okay? No HBO hashtag ad on this one, bitch. Dude, this is great content though. I never heard of the show, but I'm really ready to binge. It's six episodes. But I mean, I don't really give a shit about like, doing unpaid promo for this, because I think it's a great fucking show that covers. I think it's a great show that covers like literally every single issue that exists in policing. So of course I'm gonna fucking hype it. Yes, I'm working on getting David Simon on as well. They should technically give all the fucking money to Will Menaker, because he's the one who put me on, because he was talking to Stavi Baby on a Chapo episode. And as soon as I heard that, like, John Bernthal was doing like a funny Dundalk accent, I literally was like, I gotta watch this. And I started not realizing that this was like such a sick show. I just started watching it because I thought there was gonna be funny accents, and I was like, holy fuck, this show's incredible. What blew my mind was that this all happened in 2015. I thought it happened back in like 1980. Brother, you've been a 1.5 year subscriber. I covered some of this. Like, maybe not in the last year and a half, but I covered some of the shit like back in 2015, 2016, like. Anyway, but yeah. Also, another way to avoid the ads is if you get lucky by getting gifted a sub, but not everyone is lucky, so you make your own luck by stealing someone's Amazon Prime account and connecting it into your Twitch account. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. You were streaming 7 years ago? No. I was on TYT. I covered a lot of I covered some of the stuff at TYT in like 2016 and 2017. Like Baltimore cops in 2017 literally fucking planting a bag of. I remember the story vividly of like planting drugs and then accidentally fucking showcasing. I was 15 then. Jesus Christ.
The story of We Own the City is about one of the most corrupt squads in policing history.
This is not just make-believe. Every single story in this series was based on some real-life true event.
We Own the City is a book by Justin Fenton.
Yeah, I've been a crime reporter in Baltimore since 2008, so I had a front row seat to all of these stories.
Back when I was coming up, police officers used to pull up on a crowd of people, jumped out of the car, and they made all of us lie down face first on the concrete.
They all go.
Then when I became a journalist, I felt compelled to tell their stories, to tell my story, to talk about what we've been going through.
There's something really gratifying about working off the reel, but then it carries this concomitant responsibility. In the writer's room, we had to argue out what is it fair to say, what is it not fair to say.
The pandemic put us all in a position where we actually could take a year and a half to write this thing.
George Pelicanos and David Simon, their research is second to none.
In the writer's room, there was court documents and all types of things stacked up to the ceiling, right?
We tried to film mostly in the locations where the incidents occurred.
Driver, show me
You know where the shellings were placed, exactly the cross streets, the type of car, the make, the vehicle, who was on the streets.
There's no better way to fucking visualize this shit than... oh, you found it?
Hey guys, especially all you Blue Lives Matter guys, should these 3 police officers in Baltimore lose their jobs for literally planting drugs to frame a suspect?
Okay, we're not gonna watch this. My fit is abysmal. It's too embarrassing.
It feels authentic because it is.
I'm Nicole Steele with the Department of Justice.
Nicole Steele is one of the few people in the show who's not based on somebody who's real.
Nicole Steele is a composite, really, of a number of investigators with the Civil Rights Division.
We hold hands, we twist arms. Ray and David and George, we all talked about how Nicole's character...
Oh my God, she's British! Stop. Okay, I can't deal with this. I can't. I'm sick and tired of British actors so convincingly playing Americans. It fucks me up, dude. Every time. Every fucking time, dude. What? What? It's cultural appropriation, love. Look it up, yeah? Look it the fuck up, yeah?
Almost feels like the audience. She's watching this melee of madness and asking why.
There was a lot of discussion in the writer's room about the limits of the federal government's consent decrees, given the continuing war against drugs. And through Nicole Steele's character, we get to see her struggling with that.
What happens if the police don't want to change?
We really wanted to pay attention, not only to what was happening in the Gun Trace Task Force, but what was happening in the world around them.
Don't start the ADOS crowd might come catch wind and come for you. Wait, what? Why would the African descendants of slaves crowd get mad at me for saying British black people are taking jobs away from American black people, African descendants of slaves in America? If anything, they would literally be like, yeah, no, I'm actually on board with that, which we're not going to cover because that's black people business. You know, we're not. Anyway.
Conversation is bigger than a few bad apples.
They would agree with me, though.
The conversation should be about a system that rewards officers for being the bad apples.
I think Baltimore is a microcosm for what's happening all over the country.
Yeah. And they did a really good job of showcasing that it's like, it's not just these homies, okay? It's all of it. It's raw to the fucking core.
It's yours. You earned it.
Oh, here's how they do overtime fraud, by the way.
With Jenkins, it was like we had permission to rob that fund. The faucet was on, full force.
I don't know Jenkins, not like you.
Let me tell you how this boy be. He'll come in late
every day, so we don't come until 10 or 11. And I don't know how he feel. We might roll out on regular time. That's how he gets down, man. We got that green light. Some supervisor told Jenks the overtime budget is wide open. Work as much as you want.
Bet.
Ain't no thing, man. You gonna like it. You gonna like Jenks. Matter of fact, last night, Jenkins tells us to put in slips for 6 OT hours. We ain't even work a full shift. We like this, bang
Hey,
OT.
yeah, hit me with that.
You know what I'm saying? He cool.
I'm with that.
It's crazy, but he cool.
Hey, G, what up?
Jamel, I know Jenkins do some crazy shit.
You don't gotta tell me. Oh, Jinx is cold motherfucking red.
All right, but look. This last paycheck I just got from the city. $8,000. When I looked at it, I was like, oh my God, who did this?
A lie.
It's so funny because they're like literally tapped. They're wiretapped at this point, and they're just straight flexing how much they're fucking stealing. And by the way, this is a big point of contention in the defund the police movement, okay? These motherfuckers are horny for overtime, okay? Straight up. They are stealing taxpayer money, cutting fat overtime checks, okay? Major bag alert. Part of the reason why police budgets are so goddamn inflated, okay? And then also on top of that, then they fucking kill people or they beat the shit out of people that they're not supposed to fucking even arrest, right? Under like no real like probable cause whatsoever. Then they hold up the court system because then there has to be like a criminal trial, right? Then there's civil litigation that follows the criminal investigation or the criminal court case. And then in that civil litigation, they end up losing. So then the city has to also then turn around and pay $1 million to the fucking victim. All paid for by the everyday salarymen, the average Joes and Janes. People like you, people like me, okay? We're paying for these motherfuckers to beat the shit out of people, charge overtime, turn around and fucking go to court, hold up the courts, cry about it literally throughout the entire process. Like, what? I can't beat the shit out of people? Like, what the fuck? Like you? Motherfucker, I pay literally for cruisers on a daily basis. The fuck are you talking about? At least, like, I have paid more cop salaries than your fucking dad, okay? Shut the fuck up. I live in Los Angeles, dude. What do you mean? I'm an incredible amount of taxes that I'm paying go directly into fucking police funds. The budget is $8 million a day. The Los Angeles Police Department spends $8 million a fucking day. I'm paying for that shit. Shut the fuck up.
Telling you, there's a method to Jenkins' madness.
It always comes back to Hasan making more money than my dad. I mean, but what do you want me to do? People fucking literally, when I say like, oh, we're all paying for it, motherfuckers are like, what do you mean we, bro? Rich, bro. Oh, you're rich, bro. It's like, okay, well, yeah, sure. Okay. I admit it. Yeah, you got me. Literally because of all the top of the hour ad breaks that I fucking run. Okay. Which, by the way, I ran one already, right? Didn't I? At the top of the hour. So I'm a creature of habit. Yeah, we did. We did run one. Okay. We're good. Not even rich because of the ad breaks, obviously, but because you subscribe.
Yeah, that motherfucker off the chain, G. But look, like I said, let's go at this shit hard. Let's enjoy the shit while we can, because all good things come to an end. For real.
The Jinx. Man, he out the fucking
I love you, man, and you do pay, but you're not among everyday people, Law. Dude, don't worry, man. Don't worry. Okay? Soon. Once I finally fucking lose my mind entirely from all the haters, and even including people like your fucking, people like yourself, the lovers, I will finally fucking quit, okay, and go away in the way that, like, all of you wish for me to, and then the money will run out, okay, and then I can be an everyday guy again, and be a true socialist again, okay? Yeah, who needs haters with fans like this? Yeah, no, literally. One day, man. Don't worry, 9-month subscriber. Like, dude, the fucking seeping envious position that like you have, even in that fucking take, is so stupid. Like, what do you want me to do, man? What do you want me to do? You want me to fucking not like cover shit? You want me to never use the term everyday people like you and me? Holy fuck. That's totally what they mean. No, literally, like, I hate it. I hate it. Like, it's just so fucking annoying. Like, why did you have to chime in with that? Why? You had to chime in with that because you're fucking brain broken.
Chain, yo. He off the motherfucking chain, B. He off the fucking chain, B. I swear that nigga off the chain, G.
All this bogus overtime they're banking, we'll get every one of them on wire fraud. Bring in the IRS, we got tax evasion too.
The old-fashioned way.
You're about to love me some Wayne Jenkins.
He off the chain, yo.
Anyway. No, they chimed in because they know you'll respond. Stop responding to them. Well, I want someone who's like, I want someone who's a 9-month subscriber to not have that kind of fucking perspective. You know what I mean? I'm literally fucking 2 years removed from like having a normal salary. You know what I mean? Like 2 years removed from that shit. And motherfuckers act like I've been a fucking billionaire my whole life or some shit. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. I know it's like difficult for you to comprehend this shit outside of like what is immediately in front of your fucking eyes. But like, goddamn, brother, calm down, okay? And even now, like the amount of money I make is a lot for sure. But it's nothing in comparison to like 99% of the fucking top 1% of wealth. And the way they make their money. It's just unfathomable, dude. It's so fucking frustrating. Like, Twitch streamers literally scrape the bottom of the goddamn gutter. Like, as far as content creation goes, we are literally such rats. We're such rat fucks across the board. We're living in the fucking trash. Other content creators are living in fucking, you know, ivory towers, in fucking palaces, completely far removed from having conversations with anyone in their audiences. They get admiration and a fuckload more money, okay? And like, no one dares like hold them accountable. And you're not even fucking holding them. You're not even holding anyone accountable regardless, okay? We are on the content creation spectrum, like, or as far as like e-celeb or celebrity spectrum, the reality is like there are people who are doing incredibly shitty things, unfathomably shitty things on a daily fucking basis, and motherfuckers still find their way to. Are you mad that you have to converse with those low-life scums? No, of course not. If I didn't want to do that, I wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? I'm a low-life scum. I'm mad at motherfuckers who take advantage of the opportunity to be able to fucking have a room with like 30,000 people, like-minded individuals, and turn it around on themselves to center the conversation on them fucking selves. And I'm mad at the other idiots who don't recognize that some people are fucking narcissistic in that situation. You feel me? Do you understand? There's a reason why I don't fucking paywall a conversation with me, okay? I don't paywall it because I believe that every single person in this chat is unique, have individual experiences, and can bring something to the fucking table. That's why the chat is open in front of me all day, every day. But I fucking hate it. Hate it when people take advantage of that opportunity in a bout of either misdirected anger or just purposeful negligence. Like they want to fucking maliciously center the conversation around themselves. It is frustrating. What is this? You're fucking over when you do stuff like that. You're fucking over 30,000 other people who are watching. I'm sure that the 652nd time that you've had this exact convo will go through. Yeah, I know. It won't. And the frustrating thing is, like, chatters see themselves as like the fucking annoying person and not the person who should be annoyed at the annoying person. But because I have, in your eyes, because I have like a fraction of power, and like I am in a position of authority, you think like, oh, well, my anti-authority streak can be justified here. Like, I can do this. Like, I can hit a power center here. You're not hitting a power center. You're hitting a fucking loser just like you, who spends all his fucking loser ass time on the internet just like you, okay? And in the broader fucking sea of in the broader structure of power, you're not hitting a power center at all. You're just being fucking annoying and centering the conversation narcissistically around yourself by targeting a part of my personality, or targeting a part of like what I am comprised of as a brand, I guess, that is really appealing to all the fucking haters. You know? I'm trying my best. Rarely do sponsors, least amount of ads. You speak at the rallies and donate to causes. You invite people on the show who share your views like Adam, yet people think you're a champagne socialist. Yeah. AOC personally shouting you out for all the work you do, and chatters here are being purposely stupid. Yeah, but they think AOC's fake too, so. You know? All right. Are you afraid you will slowly lose touch with what is actually the common man and woman? As long as I do this, I don't know how you don't get more respect for letting the clip channels rake in money. Dude, don't even get me fucking started. Dude, listen. I talked about this before. I talked about this on my alt earlier today. I saw a really funny HasanAbi fucking okay buddy meme that was on TikTok. Okay? And I was looking at the fucking TikTok, and I did the ultimate mistake. And there's a really fire TikTok account, by the way, HasanAbi Witness, that I really like. They put out like incredible fucking TikToks from this this stream in general. So shouts out to HasanAbi's Witness, or HasanAbi's Witnesses. They're doing a great job. But I looked at a TikTok, and you know, it's like a funny TikTok about me constantly fucking pausing videos and talking over them for like hours and hours and hours, right? It's a funny TikTok meme. But I made the mistake of looking at the comments afterwards. Here, this is the meme.
My granny called, she said, Travi, you work too hard. Don't worry, you forget about me.
Archie 21, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. So I looked at the comments, and it's like, legit, I saw a 5-minute mogul mail Hasan reaction was 15 minutes long. It's unbearable to watch him for more than an hour. You watch him at all, a whole hour, a minute. It's like he'll play the video for 4 seconds, single out one person in the chat, berate them. Pretty entertaining, to be honest. Grifter moment. And like, the reason why I'm showing this to you is because like, oh man, fucking comments get to you or whatever. No, it doesn't matter. Comments are whatever. It's wild that like a fan account can attract almost exclusively fucking hater comments. But what I find really funny about this is because there was an interaction that I nabbed on here that I thought was really funny. Okay, there was an interaction that I saw on here that I thought was really funny. Remember the ReactGate shit? Remember the ReactGate saga where the internet or YouTube essays basically turned into like, they turned in, and because I stream for 8 hours to 10 hours a day, you can find clips of me doing anything or saying anything pretty much. They turned this, the live Hasan reaction to 821 meme into this, right? And even Austinox made a joke about it and people took it seriously. That was another one. And now they're upset that I'm reacting too hard. Like originally they were mad because I wasn't reacting hard enough. And I was like, you know, leaving videos, playing videos and like walking away. That's what they thought I was doing. But of course, for people who have been in this community, they were like, dude, that's crazy. What the fuck? Of course you're not doing that. I used to be known as HasanAbi. I used to be known as the guy who fucking reacts too hard. But then it turned into Hasan just fucking plays a video and walks away. There's no winning. But the funniest consequence of this, okay? Lantier, thank you for the 10 gift subs. The funniest consequence of all of this is that you arrive at people like this who say, bro, ever since he caught heat for not reacting at all, he 100% overreacts to every piece of every piece of information. And of course, people that have been long-term like fans who goes, lol, he's always been like this. That's why people that actually watch him were confused as to why people were saying he didn't react to stuff. How long ago did that happen? Like a month. I don't watch him anymore, but I remember his prolonged reactions years ago. I don't even want to know how long they are now if he drags them out more. Like, this dude has not checked himself at all. The original person is like, no. He's just like doing this as a consequence of like the accountability. No, dude. It's just how it was. It's not the fucking elephant spray that you sprayed everywhere that made sure that there was no elephant stampede in fucking Portland, Oregon. There's just no elephants in Portland, Oregon. But you thought that there was, someone told you that there were hella elephants in Portland, Oregon and sold you elephant spray and you sprayed it everywhere. And now you're like, oh man, it's so great. I fucking sprayed the elephant spray. So there's no elephant stampedes in Portland, fucking Oregon. Dumbass. Anyway. So that's just what I wanted to show you because it's such a great example of like how manufactured outrage. This is the right-wing tactics on the internet. They create an extremely noisy environment to come ahead all the time. Not surprised they follow you in your fan accounts. Noise is winning for them. Yeah. You are in a no-win situation with your critics. You will never be able to please your haters, and you won't be pure enough for the chatters that still see you as some champagne socialist. Yeah, it's fine. Guys, stop saying these are losers. Stop focusing on comments with 4 likes. I'm not. This is simply a minor microcosm of a much larger thing that happens on the internet all the time. I'm making an argument about the way that right-wingers especially, reactionaries especially, manufacture outrage and very successfully are able to target people that they consider to be ideologically their fucking foes. They can't hit me on the fucking arguments that I'm making, okay? So they have to be like, well, he sucks. And how can you make someone look like they suck? Well, by fucking cutting footage and making it seem like they're whiny little fucking crybabies or emotional or always upset. Look, he got so mad about the fucking tier list. He got so mad about this. He got so mad about that. And that's how you fucking cultivate an audience of people that are always going to be looking for new, I hate you, from almost a year ago before the React controversies. Reacted to the criminal psychology video with Hasan the Hun. I apologize in advance for all the pausing, lol. See you soon. Yeah. But ReactGate was so good. There's certain subreddit popping off 1,000 comments at the mere mention of you is insane. Yeah, I know. It's just like there are memes. There were like very successful memes around like fucking how much I pause videos, like internet. Anyway. We're done with that, though. I just wanted to give a fucking... Hasan's haters live in a world of contradictions based on solely hating him. To them, he is simultaneously passing himself off as a layman while also flexing his wealth. Exactly. And it doesn't matter. But unfortunately, while it doesn't matter, it does have staying power. Because it's just bad fucking marketing, right? It's like, if I am a brand, this is a successful hate campaign that ends up having staying power. It sucks, but it is the unfortunate reality for Normans because they don't have fucking time to like figure out the truth. So the only thing I can do is personally is push back against it every now and then and have you, if you're out there, correct fucking people if they fucking are just making shit up. That's the only thing I can do. Anyway, let's finish this video, and then afterwards we are going to continue with this. I know you're not focused on the hate, but I wanted to send a positive comment. I started watching you early 2020 when I was in an abusive relationship, was getting pretty distressed, missing family. You distracted me and educated me through crazy USA times. I appreciate you and watch you as much as possible. Thanks, man. No parasocial, but full homo. Okay. One of my first interactions with your chat was being annoyed by your mods egging on chat drama. This was inevitable when your own chat often trolls you to the point where it's indistinguishable from actual trolls. This was inevitable, especially with how much you've grown. It doesn't help that you have a compulsion to react to the worst takes you can find. Yeah, sure. But just remember that, like, everyone fucking trying to hit the optics angle are doing it because they have no other fucking avenue. They don't have anything legitimate, but illegitimate things also end up having staying power. Legitimate criticisms don't have, they can't find fucking legitimate criticisms. Yeah, I made this on OKBuddy a long time ago before ReactGate. How Hasan reacts to JCS versus how Valkyrie reacts. HasanAbi reacts to Jennifer's solution, criminal psychology. Valkyrie reacts to Jennifer's solution, JCS, criminal psychology. Yeah. The only way to fucking fight that shit is basically the way that those fucking haters operate, which is, you know, constantly spreading misinformation. So all you can do and all I can do is constantly spread information and correct the record. What sucks is that so-called fans get caught up with bad faith actors trying to tarnish your image. That's what I mean. Yeah. And then everything falls apart. Things especially fall apart because, like, a big part of, like, my strategy of change and my strategy of changing people's attitudes is by showing you that, like, these kinds of values are normal. They're commonplace. They're common sense values and they're commonplace. And you can be a leftist who is like, you can be a leftist who is fun, who likes to have fun. You can have some problematic takes every now and then. That people can, and more importantly, people have the capacity to change, right? And the unfortunate problem here is that that falls apart if people can, like, very successfully be like, you suck, you're a bad person. And if enough people say, you suck, you're a bad person, people that are not going to fucking do their own research to figure out if that's true or not, I'm an honest chief. If I see someone making shit up about you on the internet, I'm not going to go there and correct that. I don't fancy a dox or internet debates with deranged weirdos. Sorry, I've been touching grass before. More, I'm finally happy. I don't want to change that. Okay, do it. Touch grass. Be happy. Anyway.
No one bought the story until 2017, when the cases piling up in federal indictments sounded very familiar.
Do you think people listened to your voice, listened to what you were trying to tell them was going on?
Nah, they wouldn't listen to me at all. They wouldn't listen to me at all.
Whiting's lawyer, Ivan Bates, helped him get his conviction overturned last year. Bates has reopened 19 cases involving the task force. In 17 of those cases, he's been able to get the charges dropped.
I'm not that good. No one's that good.
unfortunately, the task force was just that bad. And when you sit
What
down...
did you think when you read the indictments?
I knew it was coming. I mean, I've been living it. I've been seeing it. You know, there were individuals in the indictment that I knew their cases simply...
I'm masochistic. I've been hanging out on Discords that hate you just to see what they talk about. They're extremely whack, to put it mildly. God damn, brother. What's wrong with... I mean, I didn't say go into the fucking lion's den. You know what I mean? I just said, okay, we gotta fucking get back to this video. We're done with this fucking crazy shit. Holy fuck, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, after a certain while, you're gonna probably start believing what they're fucking saying. Like, I jump on poll threads about you, it gets wild. Yeah. That's some shit you would do. No, I don't do that. I stopped taking your haters seriously when they said you ran 5-minute ads, came to the stream for myself to see, and you run 1 minute ads for one ad for every hour, a minute. Now I'm stuck here. Yeah.
when I just read the indictment.
In this moment where we're post Freddie Gray, consent decree, all these efforts to rehabilitate, and then this happens, what does this sort of represent for the city?
Sometimes you have to hit rock bottom so you can get back up.
An obvious question that will inevitably be asked of me and the mayor and many others is, are we surprised by the findings of this report?
Kevin Davis was appointed police commissioner in 2015, leading the department while the task force committed many of their crimes. There are neighborhoods that say you didn't listen, and you know what, we doubt that it's even, that brazen misconduct is confined to those 8 guys.
I can't argue someone out of their experiences or their emotions. And the trust thing, I don't have an easy answer for that.
Oh my God, this is so perfect. Dude, they casted these motherfuckers so perfectly. It's awesome. They casted this person perfectly.
I know that it's our Goodwill bank account was significantly drawn upon by this incident.
Should you have found out earlier?
I have 3 full-time internal affair detectives that are assigned to the FBI Baltimore Field Office Anti-Corruption Unit. The question, rather, for law enforcement is when bad things happen, and this is certainly a bad thing, what are you willing to learn from it, and what are you willing to acknowledge and do better to improve to decrease the likelihood that it'll ever happen again?
No, this is not We Own the City anymore, chat. This is a real news cover. This is a real news piece on... This is a real news piece on fucking Baltimore on what the fucking show covered, dude. Oh, no.
A few days after our interview, Davis was fired by Mayor Catherine Pugh.
Bro, they fucking casted this so well. It's crazy, dude.
We need violence reduction. We need the numbers to go down faster than they are.
Do you think there's going to have to be some kind of public apology, public reckoning?
I don't think we'll get that. I am not so interested in the public apology as much as I'm interested in getting to the bottom of it. Because until you do that, right, until we can be assured...
Your apology doesn't mean very much.
No, because I just still think there's still misconduct going on. I mean, there just has to be.
In the meantime, she's stuck...
I disagree with your reaction takes. Oh, I'm doing a reaction right now. Why are you in here, brother? You're consuming the unjustifiable things that you're supposed to be not consuming. You know what I mean? Right? Come on, bro. You're a fucking hypocrite, homie. You're literally watching me react to other people's content. I'm stealing their fucking labor, dude.
Stuck undoing the damage one person at a time.
So you know how you called me about your conviction?
Right.
They're willing to undo not just your conviction, but your 2 co-defendants' convictions.
Wow, that's absolutely great.
You don't have to ban this guy. You can time him
At
out.
this point, you can be very, very hopeful that everything's going to be expunged and it'll vanish off your record altogether.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it.
You're welcome. Take care. Bye. Yay.
For Sean Whiting, who was released in November 2017, it's 3.5 years behind bars, 3.5 years without his 6 kids.
Have you had a hard time getting back on your feet since November?
Hell
Oh yeah, hell yeah. You come from having a vehicle, you having a house, you having money. They take your money. It ain't like nobody giving me no free money. It's hard.
He lives with his aunt now, having lost his house while incarcerated. Apologies and reform won't get any of that back.
And we put him in the van, they go to Alvite and die. It's past tense now. Yeah, but... Ain't nobody thinking about that. It's nobody thinking about it now. What's done is done. It's done.
Does it make you angry?
It don't make it, not no more. Nah, not no more. Because it's not going to change. It's not going to change. The only thing it's going to do is slow down. And before you know it, it's back at it again.
All right, let's look at one of our chatters fucking popping off. Woman, 22, sparks debate about medical freedom after a doctor refused to sterilize her. I just don't want kids. One of our HasanAbi head chatters in the community fucking went viral apparently, and sparked a debate on TikTok when she claimed that her gynecologist refused to consider her for a tubal ligation, a medical sterilization commonly known as getting your tubes tied. Okay, for the Brits, for the oi brovs. We're talking about tubal ligation, aka getting your fucking tubes tied. Okay. After asserting that she doesn't want children. Now, the viral video is women calling out the sexist double standards they face after deciding to be child-free. Earlier this week, a TikToker user named Olivia reenacted the conversation she claimed she had with a gynecologist in a video that has since then gained more than 1.7 million views.
Hi, Mrs. Gynecologist.
Wait, hold on. This is a HasanAbi head on TikTok. Doesn't even fucking follow me. This is what's wrong with America, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. You come in here like a 9-month subscriber. You're like, hey, check out my TikTok. You don't even fucking follow me on TikTok. What is this? What the fuck is this? Huh? What is this? Answer for your crimes right now.
My name is Olivia. I never want children. I've had this made up in my mind since I was, old enough to think of the concept. Can I please have my tubes tied? No. It's permanent. Yeah, I know. That's why I asked. I like that option. Well, no, you might meet Mr. Right and change your mind. No, it's not my plan. It's not my 5-year plan. It's not my 10-year plan. My 50-year plan. I don't want that. Yeah, but you might change your mind, and it's permanent. So here's a brochure for an IUD. No, thank you. It has the same efficacy rate. And we put it in your uterus, and you bleed and cramp for 3 months. No. No, thank you.
Multiple doctors have refused the operation on my girlfriend and she's 31. That's crazy, dude. But of course, women have no control over their own bodies. They are baby incubators, clearly. So we've gone over this many, many times. Okay, that happened to me. IUDs still aren't bad. Have like no period at all now. Hi, Mrs. Gynecologist. My name is Olivia. I never want children. I've had this made up in my mind since I was old enough to think of the concept. Can you please have my tubes tied? No, she responded, as a gynecologist is permanent. Yeah, I know. That's why I asked. I'd like that option. The gynecologist replied, well, no, you might meet Mr. Right and change your mind. Olivia assured the gynecologist that she still doesn't want children, regardless of who she finds as a partner. No, it's not in my plan. It's not in my 5-year plan. It's not in my 10-year plan. We already watched the video. Olivia then held up a brochure for the IUD hormonal contraception. Voluntary childlessness, also known as living a child-free life, has grown in popularity among U.S. adults in recent years. In November, a survey from the Pew Research Center found that 44% of adults said it's not too or not at all likely that they will have children someday, a 7% increase from 2018. 44% of adults are saying it's not too or not at all likely they will find children someday. I mean, listen, there are so many reasons for why Olivia, I interview with another outlet. At the end of the article, it has some more important shit. Yeah, Olivia. Does the article explain why you don't follow me on TikTok? What the fuck? I have a TikTok. Is that what that says in the article? At the end of the article, you explain your decision not to do so? You guys should follow me on TikTok, by the way. For the record. Yes, I'm bent. This is how we lose the war on misinformation happening on TikTok. This is why I was gonna fucking post more on TikTok, specifically because like there's so much. It's an incredible avenue for fucking virality and spreading information. She says she does follow you. That is literally not true. Fundamentally false statement. We just saw. Okay. Post more melon and less cringe. Okay. I do. I don't believe you. Looking at my TikTok right now and I follow you. I don't know. You're not logged in. Okay. Maybe this was an accident. I am logged in. But it doesn't say follow back. Does it? Isn't it supposed to say that? Whatever. This is irrelevant. Sorry. Okay. Let's move on to serious shit. Okay. I've learned that a significant amount of women have been in the same position, being denied tubal ligation and similar procedures. She tells Daily Dot, I'm only 22, unmarried with no children, so I wasn't surprised by my doctor's response. However, a lot of women with several children already are being denied the procedure on a basis that they might want more, or perhaps they might remarry and their next husband may want a child of his own. Again, this shit is fucking stupid. Like, this is an incredibly fucking stupid way to make medical decisions for someone with the underlying assumption that like their primary function is you know, being a baby carrier and a baby incubator. But of course, this is not the way that we fucking operate at all. It's like, oh, well, what if your husband wants one? Who gives a fuck what the husband wants, dude? What do you mean? It's her body. The fuck is wrong with you? Anyway, in case of a hypothetical divorce, I find that reasoning so ridiculous. A woman shouldn't be denied care based on her own decision about her own body in the case of a hypothetical divorce. Slash a hypothetical man. I'm frustrated with my own case, but I can't imagine these women's frustration and pain. She also says she received a lot of support from other women. A lot of women were commenting they're relieved to see someone else with the same child-free mindset. She continued, I guess in the past it's been pretty taboo for a woman to not want children, never mind be vocal about it. So I'm glad to be a voice for all the women who feel isolated in that belief. I think now that social norms are changing, it's easier to talk about things like this, although there's still a lot of pushback. You know, there's always... Here's the thing. There's always going to be fucking people that don't want children. It's just normal. You lost chat when you called her out wrong. It's over, man. It's over. It is... First of all, IUDs, as far as I understand, can still lead to medical complications, and it's not for everybody. Obviously, birth control varies, and the birth control reaction varies from people to people, okay? So there is that issue. And from what I understand, like, pain management is a big problem for this too. Like, you still get cramps. The reactions you don't know. It's like any other kind of medicine. Like, if you have some kind of mental health complications, for example, if you're depressed, for example, you probably have cycled through a fuckload of medication before arriving at the right one that perfectly fits your fucking chemical imbalance in your brain. Okay? That process is arduous. That process is painful in a lot of instances. You know what I mean? And birth control is no different. The right one, Pepela? What do you mean? Did I say something wrong? I don't know. I might have. So it's just like, it's fucking ridiculous to like subject people to this. If you want more people to fucking, you know, fuck and have kids and come inside of one another, okay, then make it easier to do so. Make it cheaper to do so. You're not gonna, you're fighting a losing battle here. There's a reason why 44% of adults are like, I don't want to have kids. Among many different reasons, one of which is like climate change and the inevitable fucking apocalypse that most young people foresee. But one of the other really, one of the other reasons is because it's expensive as fuck. It's a fucking real, you need to have fat fucking stacks, brother. Everyone's broke. Everyone's working. What's she supposed to do? Pop a fucking baby out on lunch break and then go back to fucking crunching numbers? You know what I mean? We are the only fucking OECD nation that does not have federally mandated maternity leave, dude. No paternity leave, no parental leave in general. Like, no mandatory restrictions or no mandatory regulations surrounding this process. And then motherfuckers are like, why can't you have a children? Like, you should want to have a children. It's like, dude, it's not going to happen. There are plenty of people who want to fuck and nut inside of one another, okay? But, like, you can't do it because, one, you don't want to fucking lose, you don't want to lose time from work, because if you do lose time from work, you're not going to be able to survive, okay? And you don't have money to fucking pay for a child. You don't have money to pay for a child. You don't have money for childcare. You don't have money to fucking even give birth. You don't have money for the ambulance. You don't have money to fucking give birth. You don't even have the extra $300 that they tack on to like hide your to hold your baby immediately after birth, because every part of that process is fucking monetized. Having IED commonly makes it more painful to have sexy time, mostly for the women, but sometimes men too, because they feel the tip of the IED poking out of the cervix. Yes, this is true. Can confirm. And it's such a weird situation because it's like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You're trapped, okay? You're locked into this like never-ending struggle. They don't want you to get an abortion. They're making it harder to fucking find like reproductive health services, okay, that offer contraceptives and shit. They don't even, in some states, they don't even want you to get fucking contraceptives, so that's another problem. They want to criminalize fucking, they want to criminalize abortions in general, okay? Which is just, criminalizing the bodily autonomy that women have over their own bodies, right? And then also, if you're fucking baby trapped, if you're locked into a situation where you have to have a child, it's like insanely expensive. Childcare is insanely expensive. And then that is before we even get to the top of the hour where there's a 60-second ad break. You got childcare that you have to pay for, and then you got to pay for your fucking daycare fees in the form of a $5 a month subscription in order to avoid the fucking top of the hour ads, you know? Because you're like, fuck, this is a paywall. I'm going to have fun with that one. I'm sorry. Okay? At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, even though it is the lowest ad density on the fucking platform, okay, then all you need to do is subscribe. If you're like, damn, I like this commentary. I like the fucking debates. Or you can also get gifted a sub by those like Lantier, who gifted 10, or Bill Vog, who gifted 20, if you're lucky, of course. If you're not lucky, you make your own luck. But fear not, if you don't have $5, Twitch Prime is free, as long as you connect someone else's or your own Amazon Prime account that you might have to a Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month that you should use on your favorite streamer, i.e. me. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Boom. Blammo. Okay. A Prime sub is like getting your tubes tied for ads. Yeah, exactly. It's like getting an ad vasectomy. There's a whole host of issues that come with birth control pills. Like if you forget to take pill 1 day or 2 days, you fuck for the month. IEDs aren't perfect or without complications, but no form of birth control is perfect or without complications. That's precisely the fucking problem, lol. Exactly. Bolmaz, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Aisha Esquire, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. So, like, this person, Olivia, like, I can't speak for them, but I am a misogynist, so of course I will speak for another woman, as always, as I'm known to do, and say that she seems like she would probably not have a kid regardless of what her financial conditions are. You know what I mean? And that's perfectly fucking fine. You should have the freedom to make that decision. What a ridiculous situation. You should be able to make that decision for your own self. So stop trying to fucking, stop trying to tackle the issue at like one of the least salvageable positions and actually tackle the underlying problems that make it so hard for people who might want to have children that refuse to have it. Okay? Thank you, Swole Mass, for another 5 get the subs. Anyway, in my country, it's actually illegal to get your tubes tied. The doctor can go to prison for 10 years. It's so fucked up. And 2 years ago, the government even banned eugenic abortion. Wait, what? Anyway, most of the negative comments have been from men. They think it's a woman's purpose to procreate and are angry that so many women are going against that outdated narrative. Thank you, Felonious and Insider J Money 96 for the 5 get the subs. Olivia details it. I think if men had to go through pregnancy, the qualms that come with it, their minds would definitely change. I don't mind the hate comments though, because it just opens up more room for discussion and educating people on the issues. Plus, the discourse keeps the algorithm pushing the video out to more people. Olivia says she urges doctors to listen to women and what they want for their own bodies, as some women often feel dismissed by their healthcare providers. Overall, it's been made clear that most doctors don't leave room for a discussion. And even when they do, most women are met with a negative response straight off the bat, she added. I think we need to listen to women and their wishes more and realize that each case is a bit of nuance rather than just denying everyone care across the board. The creator also considered the current state of reproductive rights, arguing that doctors limiting the options to prevent unwanted pregnancy contributes to the issue. It's also hypocritical because our Supreme Court is working to undermine abortion rights while simultaneously our doctors are creating more obstacles when it comes to unwanted pregnancies, Olivia concluded. Olivia is fucking spitting. Good job. Shouts out to Olivia. HasanAbi heads rise up. Okay, they're everywhere. Straight up fucking spitting, dude. Nice. I'm proud of you. You did a fucking incredible job here. Good job. I saw so many comments about people getting pregnant with IUDs and other forms of birth control after they had asked for sterilization procedures and had been denied. I think it's important to look at the large number of children up for adoption and in foster care in this country, and then look at all the issues when it comes to reproductive rights in our country. This issue goes deeper than just women wanting a child-free lifestyle. It relates directly into systemic issues in our healthcare system and legislature. Goddamn. When can I proudly wear Hasan merch? You can always proudly wear Hasan merch. That's why I get fucking annoyed when people are like, "Oh, your haters are deranged. They'll dox us." Like, bro, why are you doing that? Like, don't fucking go into the conversation thinking that you're gonna get like attacked unjustifiably. Fuck those people. Okay, you should be proud of what you stand for. And even if it's not for me or you appreciating my content or whatever the fuck, it should be for the values that I believe in this community and the values that you share as well. Because they want to actually attack the values that you fucking claim to care about. You know what I mean? That's the main. That's the main thing. Yes, husband stitch. We've talked about, yes, an example of a completely medieval medical practice against women. Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. There will be new Hasan merch drop. Don't worry. My widowed mother My widowed mother wanted to get an IED. An IED? No, you mean an IUD a couple years ago, and they kept asking for mail signature. I ended up signing it off for her. When she got the procedure, they purposely fucked it up, making everything worse ever since she's been back and forth in legal battles. I don't think she wanted to IED, brother. But yeah, as far as medical practices goes, I don't think that that would be a good medical practice. I am not in support of... putting an improvised explosive device inside of a woman's body. Okay? I am not in favor of that. I'm going to say that not once, but multiple times. I don't think you should booby trap your vagina. That is not cool. Okay? What happened to my body, my choice? I am not a doctor, but I'm pretty sure that's not good. Pretty sure that seems bad. And a medical practice that should be outlawed if it is a medical practice. Okay. Got that bomb, pussy, bro? Your mom? Yes, I know. Okay. Swole Mass, thank you for the 5 get the subs, and Lantern, thank you for the 10 give the subs. Please release merch in 7XL for people like me and your true fans / Reddit army. Yeah. Okay. I am not going to be covering the Quebec provincial election. And also, let's get into it. We're sick and tired, and the Republicans in name only surrendering Joe Brandon and the radical left. Order your rhino hunting permit today. Eric Greitens, running for U.S. Senate, got hit with a fucking Twitter rule violation for abusive behavior. However, Twitter has determined that it may be in the public interest to see the tweet, to remain, to have it be accessible. They're like, this dude is a threat, not only to himself, but others around him with the insane shit that he's saying. But also, honestly, we should probably let this ride because people should know about how much of a threat this guy is.
I'm Eric Greitens, Navy SEAL, and today we're going rhino hunting. The rhino feeds on corruption and is marked by the stripes of cowardice.
Like, he's saying he's gonna kill Republicans, dude. This is awesome. He's saying, like, you're a rhino, a Republican in name only, because you fucking concede to Joe Brandon. So I'm gonna go in with a fucking squad and tactically kill you. Okay?
Join the MAGA crew. Get a rhino hunting permit. There's no bagging limit, no tagging limit, and it doesn't expire until we save our country.
What the fuck? This guy's awesome, dude. Yo, that's literally a death threat. That's sick. Okay, that's fire. I mean, it's fascism, but also kind of cool. Now, why am I saying that? Because, like, at this point, I'm done. I'm done. We've already hit, like, you know, the peak brain rot. At least it's entertaining. You know what I mean? Homie's out here straight up being like, let's go kill some Republicans. That's cool, man. Good job. I mean, obviously, if he wants to kill rhinos, I'm definitely dead. You know what I mean? But Eric Greitens, Missouri governor, rape, sexual assault, non-consensual force, revenge porn, blackmail. What the fuck is this title, bro? The horrifying sexual misconduct allegations against Missouri governor Eric Greitens explained. He resigned after incredibly disturbing accusations of intimidation and sexual assault. God, Missouri. Holy fuck. But the most horrifying scandal began earlier this year when a woman accused Greitens of coercing her to perform oral sex, undressing, kissing, and touching her without her consent, and threatening to release a nude photo of her if she told anyone about their encounter, which took place in 2015. The sexual misconduct accusation, disturbing detail, and backed up testimony from witnesses the woman spoke to at the time was the centerpiece of a report on an independent panel of state legislatures released in April. Fuck yeah. Missouri. Missouri, rise up, Missouri. The report also indicated accusations that Greitens had physically abused the woman, including non-consensual spanking and slapping. When the local CBS affiliate broke the story in January, it did not include the accusation that the encounter was not consensual, instead describing it as an extramarital affair. Oh! Thank you, KMOV. Thank you, local news media. How wonderful to cover this kind of sexual misconduct as though it's just a consensual affair. Sick. That the encounter was not consensual, instead describing it as an extramarital affair. The framing Greitens then used in public statements, but which states legislature's report suggests is inaccurate. Philip Klein rightly notes that Eric Greitens isn't a Navy SEAL. The Navy SEALs wouldn't let him back in after he was resigned in disgrace. In fact, the Navy wouldn't let him back into active duty service at all. Not clear whether Greitens is still even in the Navy. There were rumors he had been discharged. If he hasn't been, I'm guessing the Navy will be looking at him because of this ad. We'll see. Okay, well, man, he's stealing valor, too. Oh, yeah, the sexual misconduct I can look in the other direction for. But stealing valor? Sir, you've gone too far. Let me tell you something. Now that's inappropriate. Fucking Christ. Ay. People do kind of fucking operate like that, okay? The report followed Greitens' February indictment of a felony charge investigation and privacy carrying up to 4 years prison time, which saw him led away by the St. Louis Sheriff's Office. Prosecutor in that case, a demon rat, dropped the charges in May, saying that the judge in the case left her in an impossible position by allowing the defense to call her as a witness in a case she was prosecuting. They allege the prosecution is politically motivated, but a new special prosecutor could refile the charges and perhaps add more. In addition, the Missouri legislature is currently in a special session considering impeachment, and on the day of his resignation, a court ruled that Greitens' nonprofit had to turn over documents to the state legislatures investigating him. Greitens also faces felony data tampering charges related to the use of a donors list from his veterans nonprofit to raise money for his 2016 gubernatorial campaign, of course. Dude, if you're violating campaign finance laws, you are like either the dumbest person alive or just like doing corruption for the sake of corruption. In America, it's legal to bribe politicians, okay? It's not only legal, but it's like it's actually, you know, it's actually so commonplace. They're pushing for it, okay? They're like, "Oh, please bribe politicians." Like, how are you going to still end up finding a way to fucking violate campaign finance laws, man? That's crazy to me. I really don't understand. It's like legal and encouraged, if not required, and you're literally still failing that fucking incredibly low bar. How? Dinesh D'Souza, I'm talking about you, dumbass. Doing fucking straw donations, dude. What a fucking idiot he was, huh? Anyway. Yeah, that's like getting caught doing insider trading. Exactly. What Greitens allegedly did. Okay, I want to know what Greitens allegedly did. But before I look further into what Greitens allegedly did, we're going to fucking run this ad one more time, and I'm going to go pee while this ad runs.
I'm Eric Greitens, Navy SEAL, and today we're going rhino hunting. The rhino feeds on corruption and is marked by the stripes of cowardice. Join the MAGA crew. Get a rhino hunting permit. There's no bagging limit, no tagging limit, and it doesn't expire until we save our country. I'm Eric Greitens, Navy SEAL, and today we're going rhino hunting. The rhino feeds on corruption and is marked by the stripes of cowardice. Join the MAGA crew. Get a rhino hunting permit. There's no bagging limit, no tagging limit, and it doesn't expire until we save our country.
Fuck yeah, baby. That's right.
I'm Eric Greitens, Navy
That's
SEAL.
right. Yee, baby. Wait, what a pussy, though. He, like, didn't actually shoot, like, a replica. You know what I mean? like even Marjorie Taylor Greene would like at least add a little bit more add a little bit more flair to her fucking psychotic, like bloodthirsty fucking commercials by I don't know, like blowing up a fucking Prius or something. You know what I mean? This guy, pussy. Watch his minigun ad? Shut the fuck up. This dude does not have a... Eric Greitens accused by ex-wife of physically abusing his family, unstable and coercive behavior. Bro, this guy should... Why is this motherfucker actually still, like, able to run for office rather than be lobotomized? Like, I don't understand how this is legal. Some things were better back then, okay? He has a minigun ad?
Eric Greitens is under attack from Obama's Democrat machine. They're trying to steal another Missouri election. But Eric Greitens is a conservative warrior, and when he fights back, he brings out the big guns. Eric Greitens, a governor who will set his sights on politics as usual, reduce spending, create jobs, protect life, defend the Second Amendment, and fight Obama's Democrat machine and their corrupt attacks. Good news for us, bad news for them.
I'm Eric Greitens. Join our mission. Let's take back Missouri.
Wait, this is awesome. The outgoing governor, Eric Greitens, who resigned in disgrace, accused of revenge porn, that's why he fucking resigned in disgrace, actually signed a law criminalizing it. That's cool. That's funny. I like when stuff like that happens. I'm a fan.
Good afternoon.
I'm a fan of stuff like that. That's very cool. Criminalizing what? Accusing someone of revenge porn? No, like criminalizing sharing or threatening to share revenge porn, which is unironically what he did. Can you explain what revenge porn is? Yes. When a man and a woman, okay, or an NB love one another, okay, they engage sometimes in sexual acts, okay? And in the process of engaging in such sexual acts, sometimes they might want to film it, okay? Might want to film the sexual acts, hopefully consensually. Now, after this man, woman, or NB no longer... Not only like men and women. I'm saying like everybody against everybody, okay? Dicks, vaginas, whatever the fuck. Everyone against everyone, okay? Just chill. It's not just heteronormative in here. Shut the fuck up. Battle Royale, exactly, for peepees and vaginas. Okay. Basically, when they engage in sexual acts, they can sometimes maybe want to film it, or maybe you like have a long distance relationship and you send like a photo of your cock or something, okay? Holding up like a can of Coke to size it up next to the can of Coke, you know what I mean? But maybe you got like one of those mini Cokes to make it look even larger, you know what I mean? Like, and you're like, look at my penis, like towering over this like mini Coke. That's actually not a mini Coke. You covered it up to make sure that it's like actually like a normal size can of Coke, but actually it's like a mini Coke. Anyway, so you just like do that. Okay, look at it. Look at my penis towering over this, right? Obviously not from personal experience. Maybe you send stuff like that, okay, to one another, and. But then after your relationship falls apart, okay, and well, now they have these incriminating photos of you, and they say, hey, fuck you, you're a fucking piece of shit. Now I'm going to show the world that you're a piece of shit with a very nice penis, okay? That would be revenge porn. Was that good? Was that a good descriptor? I don't send sexy photos of myself. A little graphic, but yeah, sure. Okay. Grimes was accused in January of sexual misconduct. We already talked about that. What else has he done? Oh, apparently he's accused by his ex-wife of physical violence against her and their children and threatening her if she did anything that might damage his political career. Brother, your entire political career is one damage after the after another. It seems like you have damaged your own political career harder than anyone else could. Okay. The ex-wife of the former Missouri Governor Eric Greitens, contender for the Republican nomination for the U.S. Senate, alleged in a court filing that Greitens committed acts of physical violence against her and the couple's children, threatened to kill himself, and made threats against her. Seems like a really fucking, cool dude from Missouri. Sheena Greitens made the allegations in a sworn statement on Monday that was filed by the couple's divorce case in Missouri. She's attempted to have child custody proceedings moved to Texas, where she now lives, because of her concerns about her former husband's political influence in Missouri as he seeks the public office once again. A woman had accused of Greitens of sexual misconduct during an affair. We already talked about that. Other scandals emerged during Greitens' time as governor, including accusations that he stole a donor list from a charity he founded. St. Louis Circuit Attorney Kim Gardner charged Greitens in 2018 with invasion of privacy for the alleged blackmail photograph, but later dropped the charge. Prosecutor Jean Peters Baker considers charges against Greitens when the case was transferred to her office. She ultimately did not bring a case against him, although Baker said she believed the victim's statement about being photographed. This guy was just breaking every fucking law so he could get a better understanding. I think he's a white hat rapist, okay? Sir, you don't understand. Oh, no, I didn't skip over the worst part. We already covered it. During the affair that started in 2015, saying he brought her to his basement, tied her up, took her clothes off, and took a photograph without her consent. The woman said the photograph was used as blackmail if she ever disclosed what happened. Okay, we didn't talk about that. You're right. I didn't know that there was a tying up and that level. White hat rapist? The hell is that? I'm saying like he's Chad, it's like when I say fucking white hat pedophile. Like do you not understand? I'm making a joke about a very dark situation, okay? Like a very fucked up situation to at least like be educational while also simultaneously be a little bit more fucking, White hat, black hat is a hacker terminology. Oh my fucking God, I hate literally being a political commentator in a leftist space. It's just the fucking most cancerous, incredibly stupid fucking thing that I literally have to regularly fucking describe every joke personally, step by step, and hold every chatter's hand before they fucking lose their minds. Oh my God. Okay. Art majors are the cause of your issues, brothers. STEM lords already know. Okay. So I just choose not to understand. Yeah, exactly. Wow, you complain about so many things. Kucaklamak. Siktir lan. Yarrağımın anteni. Amına götten sikerim ben senin. Pezevenk. St. Louis Circuit Attorney, we already talked about that. Course of behavior. Sheena Greitens wrote in a sworn testimony, said that about a month before Eric resigned, he knocked her down during an argument and confiscated her cell phone, wallets, and keys. Sheena Greitens said that when her mother confronted Eric about the incident, he said it was to prevent his wife from doing anything that might damage his political career. Oh, okay, then it's legal and cool. Great. Around that time, Sheena said she became afraid for her safety and that of her two young sons because of Eric Greitens' unstable and coercive behavior. This behavior included physical violence towards our children, such as cuffing our then 3-year-old son across the face. What? At the dinner table in front of me and yanking him around by his hair. What the fuck? 3 years old? Bro, why is this guy still, how is he allowed to walk around? This is what I don't understand. Like, how... What's happening? Is Missouri just like a fucking lawless place or something? What the fuck? Hasan, what does I'm gonna go Thanksgiving mean? Seriously, what you're describing is physically impossible. It means I will fuck your pussy from your ass, okay? Yes, it is physically impossible. It's just a Turkish... That chatter is Turkish and he knows. Anyway, but it's irrelevant to the conversation that we're having currently. Anyway, as I became afraid of his escalation of physical violence, I begged Eric to tell me where his firearm was, one that he had purchased in January 2018 and subsequently concealed from me. He refused, saying that I was not being sufficiently cooperative. I started sleeping in my children's room simply to try and keep them safe. I mean, this is like the #1 guy that should not have any guns, let alone a minigun or any other gun that he's shooting in the ads that he's putting out there. This is why there's like domestic violence statutes that are supposed to stop psychos like this from murdering their wives with efficiency. What, is this another one?
I'm Eric Greitens. For too long, Missouri's been run by career politicians, owned by corrupt consultants, high-paid lobbyists, and special interests. While they get rich, Missourians are hurting. Well, I'm no career politician. I'm a Navy
He's like, I'm no career politician. I'm a career rapist. Very different. But not so different when you think about it.
I'll take dead aim at politics as usual.
Oh, he did that. He did the explosion shit.
I'm Eric Greitens. If you're ready for a conservative outsider, I'm ready to fire away.
They put conservative Navy SEAL in there like it's a badge of honor. I'm no career politician. I'm way worse. Oh, Jesus Christ. This dude should not have a gun. Like, legally speaking, this dude should be hit with the red flag law. And on top of that, fucking straight up have his guns confiscated, okay? Have his guns taken away from him, specifically because he's a domestic abuser. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Why do they keep doing the I'm an outsider bullshit when he's the literal governor? Yeah, no, of course. He's just the outsider, dude. That just means he's not a pussy-ass libtard. That's what that is, okay? That's it. There's nothing more insider than doing, like, sexual assault, by the way. As far as, like, we're talking about politicians, it's, like, kind of the thing. It's like a badge of fucking honor for politics. You know what I mean? Especially in the Republican Party, too. Like, oh, you beat your wife and you've done sexual assaults in a fucking affair that you had outside of your fucking marriage where you, like, literally forced someone to do sexual acts and then blackmailed them. That's the most Republican thing you can do. It is a rite of passage. It's kind of like being from Florida. If you're from the state of Florida and you want to fucking get a term in Congress, or you want to become a fucking Florida state, if you want to become a part of the Florida state legislature, what you have to do is get a DUI. The more DUIs, the better. Okay? You have to get multiple DUIs. It is what it is. Anyway, RINO hunting. Let's talk about Krystal Ball. Krystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske were in Los Angeles. I did not see Kyle's text messages until it was too late, unfortunately. He texted me asking me for food recommendations, food spots to go to. But they were here, or kill someone like Joe Scarborough or Matt Gaetz. That's true. I'm in the Philly D Thumbo. Uh-oh. About what? What is... Uh-oh. What the fuck? Oh, no. Uh-oh. What did I do now? Where is it? I'm not in it. I can't see the latest Philly D Thumbo. A +1 for Azam, but at what cost? That's what I ask myself every time, dude. Where is it? Wow, disgusting ban video exposes the worst is yet to come. Julian Assange's extradition and more. Oh, this is the video? This is the video? I can't see the thumbo for some reason, boys. It's not showing up here yet. It's like too soon. It's on his main page. Yeah, no thumbo yet. I don't know why you think that that's like a... Wait, hold on. I can do this. Boom. History. Wow, disgusting banned video exposes the worst is yet to come. Let's go! Suck one, Ethan. Let's go! And he put me next to Mr. Beast, which makes it even cooler. Let's go! We got another one. +1, boys! +1! Shorts don't have a thumbnail. It's so dumb on YouTube. Yeah, I know. Shorts still have a lot of issues. What does your hairline look photoshopped? I don't fucking know. Anyway, we'll take a look at that later. What else was I going to look at? Violence erupts Juneteenth. Okay, we're done with Eric. Oh, Krystal Ball. Krystal Ball was on the Bill Maher show.
Too much government spending, and that's why we have the economy. There's way too much government spending, and that's why we have inflation. So that's a large part of that.
Who the fuck's clapping for that? Who is clapping for that, dude? Lobotomy.
Economics, and then secondly,
Lobotomy. 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 Who's clapping for that? Too much government spending is leading to inflation. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Hold on. Hold on. Let's debunk. I'm debunking. I'm gonna debunk. According to the Economic Policy Institute, the rise in inflation has not been driven by anything that looks like an overheating labor market. Instead, it has been driven by higher corporate profit margins and supply chain bottlenecks. Policy efforts meant to cool off labor markets, like very rapid and sharp interest rate increases, are likely not necessary to restrain inflationary pressures in the medium term. Oh, and that actually, this report, or one of the other reports from the Economic Policy Institute, actually showed that the what was it like? What is the level that our stimulus checks, the level that our stimulus checks did contribute to inflation, was specifically what 0.3%, which is not negligible. Okay, it's still significant, but again, 8-point increase is not necessarily caused by what actually is like demonstrably rising corporate profits as a consequence of corporate consolidation, where regardless of what the demand and supply looks like, corporations can maintain their incredibly high prices and people will still pay for it. Nice. Okay, debunking.
Basic economics. We had this thing called a pandemic. We had a supply chain crisis, and oh, by the way, there's a war in Ukraine.
It played a role. It's played a role.
So to act like the only reason we have problems now is because people got a little bit of money in their bank account is just not honest.
And a little bit of money, they got more than we spent in World War II.
Shut the fuck up! Fuck you! Fuck you, rich man! I hate you! I hate you, you fucking dumb boomer! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Oh!
So you don't act like
hold on.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Don't act like you said. Don't act.
Rip his fucking throat out.
To react to the pandemic exactly the way we did. We had to spend $6 trillion.
Okay, but how about the trillions that the Federal Reserve?
Medical science has gone too far. It allows Bill Maher to continue living even though his liver is turned into fucking Swiss cheese. Just let him die of alcohol poisoning, medical scientists. What is wrong with you?
Shot at Wall Street. For some reason, people
Stop treating him
about that.
How much? What'd you say? We had to spend $6 trillion.
Okay, but how about
on
the
forever flu.
trillions that the Federal Reserve shot at Wall Street? For some reason, people don't
What?
get upset about that.
How much?
And
What'd
that
you say?
fueled the trillions of dollars the Federal Reserve shot at Wall Street to backstop the stock market and the bond market.
He smokes weed and is kind of healthy. You think Bill Maher isn't a fucking lush? Are you insane? Brother. Let me tell you something. He drinks. Also, this isn't the thumbnail. I'm only showing you this so Hasan knows he was this close to his first double thumb. Wait, what? What does this mean? I'm in the thumbo. Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Oh, no! I could have had two? God damn it. But yeah, no, going back to Bill, he is a lush.
No one gets upset about that, even though that was a massive
I don't know what
factor in
you're talking
inflation.
about. What do you mean shot at Wall Street?
Well,
when are we talking about?
We're talking about buying assets, buying stocks, buying bonds, buying treasury bills
When?
so that they expand the
When did
balance
this-
sheet. This is during the crisis, the coronavirus crisis. When the stock market crashed, that is what the Fed did. They went into action. They shot
But the
trillions
stock
of
market
dollars
didn't
into
crash during COVID.
Now it's
It
crashing.
did
It's crashing
crash.
now.
It crashed, and the Fed came in and backstopped it. That's what happened.
What, it crashed and we
that's
never
what
heard
I'm
about
saying.
it?
No, it crashed. Go back and look at it.
I think-
it fell off a cliff.
When?
The Treasury bond market stopped functioning, and the Fed took extraordinary action it's never taken in history.
I don't
Somehow
remember
no one
that.
gets
What do you mean the
upset.
first week of
Wait, what is he doing? Is he like acting? Is he acting as though like these things did not happen? What the fuck? Is he doing the thing where it's like, well, I don't know what you're explaining, so it must not be true? How are you any different than fucking every like Republican hog you're making fun of, dog? What the fuck? I don't understand. Like, why is it like this? On 20th February 2020, stock markets across the world suddenly crashed after growing instability due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It ended on the 7th of April 2020. Beginning on 13th of March 2019, the yield curve on U.S. Treasury. Oh, shit. On. Okay. Beginning on 13th of May 2019, the yield curve in the U.S. Treasury securities inverted and remained until 11th of October 2019 when it reverted to normal. This makes no fucking sense. This makes absolutely zero sense that he's just like doing that thing where he's just like, well, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, so it must not have happened. What the fuck kind of dumb shit is this?
now.
It crashed, and the Fed came in and backstopped it. That's what happened.
What, it crashed
So
and we
that's
never
what
heard
I'm
about
saying.
it?
No, it crashed. Go back and look at it.
I think-
it
When-
fell off a cliff.
When?
The Treasury bond market stopped functioning, and the Fed took extraordinary action it's never taken in history.
I don't
Somehow
remember
no one
that.
gets
What do you mean
upset.
the first week of the
Somehow nobody gets upset about the rich people who got tons of money and tons of support,
Oh, yeah.
way more than working class people did.
Sure
but
they
oh
do.
my God, people were able to feed their kids and they had a little bit of money in their bank accounts. It was the worst thing in the world.
No.
That is one small part.
Yeah, it eliminated, in the middle of a fucking rising pandemic, for the first time ever, we were able to tackle extreme poverty, okay? It straight up had a demonstrable benefit on the working poor, okay? On the lives of the working poor. You might think that it wasn't enough. You might think that we could have done more, and you are certainly correct. But it was life-changing for so many fucking people, unless you're fucking Bill Maher, or even someone like myself. Let me tell you, in order to understand like where I was financially before the pandemic, you should also understand that I got a stimulus check because of my 2019 tax returns. Okay? I got, I think, the full fucking stimmy check. The full stimmy. That's because I was a part of the fucking cap off, basically. Okay? I got a full stimmy. For me, at that point, however, it didn't fucking matter because I had already reached a level of financial success that I didn't need it. Okay? I literally did not need it. So of course, from my perspective, it's like, why is the government? If I was a fucking dickhead like Bill Maher, I would say, why is the government giving people money? Like, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's so fucking stupid. But because I'm not an asshole who is completely surrounded by other sycophants in the lap of luxury in fucking Hollywood, I understand the necessity for it, and I thought it was an overall good thing. It's important to note that the eviction moratorium was really important. Oh, absolutely. That was another one that was like huge too. By the way, for the record, I just want you to understand, yeah, the STEMI requirements fucked over college students for sure. But like, I also want you to fucking understand that, like, you know, people are always like, Hasan, you've been a multi-billionaire your entire fucking life. Like, dog, I got the full STEMI. Like, what are you talking about? Okay. Now, that's 3 years ago now, and things are very different, but like, just understand that. Motherfuckers think I had like 30,000 people watching me in like 2019. Okay. Yes, we are going to watch John Oliver in a little bit. So, yeah, it did. I got nothing. Sorry. No, 2019 is the last, like 2019 was my was the reason. Like the amount of money I made in 2019 was the reason I qualified for a fucking full STEMI in 2020 is what I'm saying. Okay? But ultimately, it's not about me. It's about fucking how helpful the STEMIs were.
Part of the inflation story, and is, by the way, not the only thing that we can deal with to get out of this mess.
Well, oh, the economy.
Is there more to this? I want to watch the rest. I want to watch the full video, actually. STEMIs quite literally saved me and my entire house of roommates. My STEMIs alone saved them too. Yeah. When was the America Deserved 9/11 video from? Whenever that was, is when you became rich. No, dude, I went fucking full-time as a Twitch streamer in 2020 of January, okay? That's when I really fucking popped off. That's it. I was working at TYT, and I was straight up fucking, like, hurting my chances for no fucking reason, all right?
Okay.
Like, ruining my prospects for no fucking reason. That's it. That's when I popped off.
We're back on overtime. Okay, here are the questions. Jamie, in your new book, you write that Ronald Reagan's administration proved to be the gayest of any presidential administration yet. Why is that?
Just the sheer number of gay people working in it.
Did he know?
Well, actually, one of the big scoops in the book was that in 1980, 3 weeks before the Republican National Convention, it was brought to the attention of Ben Bradley, who was at the time the editor of the Washington Post, the allegation that Ronald Reagan was being controlled, and I'm not lying here, that he was being controlled by a homosexual network of right-wing anti-communist gays.
It could be.
That they were controlling him as a Manchurian candidate. And the Washington Post investigated this. They sent out Bob Woodward was one of the reporters, several other reporters. They investigated it. And they did find that there were some gay men working for Reagan, but the notion that this was some sort of conspiratorial plot.
When the log cabin Republicans started?
It sort of started 2 years earlier, actually, in California, when there was a ballot initiative to ban gay school teachers. And Reagan actually came out against it, and Reagan was really decisive in defeating it, actually, in 1978.
And log cabin Republicans, of course, refers to Lincoln, who was gender fluid? I mean, there's rumors.
He shared a bed with a man for several years on the American frontier, which was not that unusual in the 19th century. Although if you read the letters that he exchanged with this guy, they're pretty hot and heavy. So
right. But he also went to the Tonys every year.
Yeah, log cabin Republicans.
Just saying.
Wasn't that
Oh, fuck, I was muted. God damn it. Fuck! God damn it! Absolute fucking banger of a take. Gone, dude. Lost. Ethered. Best take. Best take yet, dude. Best take yet today. My greatest take today. Fuck. And you'll never hear it. It was so fire, and you will never hear it, dude. I'm not saying it again. It's lost forever. No, I was just making fun of log cabin Republicans. I basically said, log cabin Republicans, you know, the Dave Rubin's, before Dave Rubin's time, before the Republican Party was like, all right, maybe we shouldn't murder homosexuals. You know, which a position they're going back on, by the way. But log cabin Republicans are my favorite because they were like, even at a time when Republicans were straight up like, yeah, gay people are morally degenerate and should be shot. They were like, we hate black people more than we fucking want civil liberties, okay? They literally were just like, no. Like, my hatred for other marginalized groups is so fucking strong that I will still ride with the Republican Party regardless of how much they say we should be shot and killed, okay?
All right. Krystal, CNN's new boss wants the network to steer away from sensational, hyper-partisan coverage. Yes, I saw that. CNN, you can't say, you can't refer to the election as the big lie or Trump's big lie as the big lie. Which, again, see, I mean, I'm totally on the page of it was the big lie, but I think that's the right thing.
Yes.
I mean, now you're MSNBC, even though it's sort of like Jack Del Rio. He's totally wrong, but I defend his right to be wrong. Okay. Do you think CNN will actually stick with this new plan?
No. I mean, they actually. Listen, my issue isn't actually with opinion journalism. If you're upfront about what your lens is, no problem with that whatsoever. I do have a problem when it blinds you to facts and honesty. And I think both CNN and MSNBC, their maximalist ideas in terms of Russiagate didn't end up working. So that's the issue I have there. Will it work? No.
Fire.
Because ultimately, what's going to happen? Trump's going to come back. Guess what's going to rate? The people who go, you know, the further.
So a lot of people criticize Krystal Ball in this community and on the internet and on leftist spaces in general. And even I have had criticisms of Krystal's takes, but she's nailing it. But this is the reason why she's able to maintain a fucking sizable audience and maintain interest. She's right. She's completely right on these takes. She's right. When you're right, you're right. She's right.
The stand on Trump, that's what's going to get the best ratings. This is a business. It's a business model. I think it's an abhorrent one that leads to a disaster for America. I think it's a cancer on society, all of the cable networks. But ultimately, those are the incentives they respond to. So, no, I don't think it's
So what do you
really
mean
change.
by maximalist ideas about Russia?
Like the P-tape stuff, you know, MSNBC.
Steele dossier.
MSNBC floating that he's been a Russian asset since 1985, all that sort of stuff.
I mean, the Senate Intelligence Committee, which is controlled by Republicans, said that Trump's involvement with Russia was a grave national security threat.
Okay, but that's not the same as saying Putin has a P-tape and servers are bouncing.
True. Yes, Donald Trump's campaign abso-fucking-lutely did insane shit. Like, straight up insane shit, okay? And in broad daylight. Donald Trump literally fucking said, hey, Russia, you know, do something about Hillary Clinton. Like, hack the fucking servers. And they did. Or they had. That is real. It's also, in my opinion, justifiable to investigate such matters. And understandable. It is, however, completely ridiculous to avoid talking about how much of a fucking hack Hillary Clinton was and how deeply despised and unlikable she was and how she lost on her own volition among a sea of other influences And if I were to rank some of those things outside of like Hillary's negligence, incompetence, and the fact that she was just like seen as like the corrupt elite, the personification of like elite corruption. Okay. Probably Jim Comey would come up as a second, not even a close second, but it would be like number 1, Hillary Clinton, number 2, Hillary Clinton, number 3, Hillary Clinton, number 487, Jim Comey, way before we get to fucking Russia's involvement. Okay.
Back and forth.
P-tape was always lurid, and who knows? I mean,
Right.
that he
If you don't like that one, then let's talk about the lab leak and the idea of where the coronavirus came from and the fact that these outlets said that not only could it, no way could it come out of the lab, but that's racist to say.
Yeah,
So
I've been all over
that's
that.
what I'm saying is I have an issue when your ideology.
Oh my God, the lab leak theory. Depending on what theory we're talking about, is quite literally the exact same level of fucking theory crafting as zoonotic spread. The idea that one is preferable over the other is just anti-Chinese sentiment. That's it. And you end up actually fucking defending, the Trump State Department. Like, the Trump State Department came up originally with the lab leak theory as well.
G blinds you.
This is where I disagree, by the way, with Krystal.
Facts.
I
That's
have
my
that
problem.
issue every week on this show.
Yes. Yes, I don't have an issue with opinion journalism, is what
But
I'm
the
saying.
idea that Russia and Trump were inappropriately intertwined. I mean, his campaign manager, Manafort, was sharing polling information with this guy Kalimnik, who was
the Mueller report.
God, he's such a fucking
found that
pussy
there was no
dude.
collusion, and we were promised this. We were promised this for 3 years.
They overpromised.
And it was really in cable news.
But there wasn't
cable
nothing.
news every day.
There wasn't
It was
nothing.
something else.
There was
something.
It wasn't nothing.
But you know what? The truth was bad enough with Trump and Russia.
Correct.
Why did they have to embellish it?
You're right.
Why did they have to embellish it?
What he did in public
was bad enough.
Right.
We disqualified him for the presidency.
Right.
And he said that maybe maybe Russia can keep Crimea. That to me.
Well, how about
What about the lab leak theory, but it leaked from a Ukrainian lab? Yeah, dude, totally. I love that. I love this. Like, no, I'm the only one with the fucking right opinion. Okay, I'm the only one with the right opinion. Straight up. Yeah, totally, dude. It leaked from a Ukrainian lab, actually. It's like, I love that, like, everybody fucking rides with the lab leak shit, but puts their own seasoning on it. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, I fucking hate China, so I think lab leak, but from China. And then someone's like, well, I fucking hate Ukraine, so, maybe it's actually a Ukrainian lab that America was involved with. That's where it came from. Okay, got it, guys. All right, cool. And it's like varying degrees of like different fucking stupid takes from idiotic Americans with their own. It was a joke, man. I was mocking those people. Oh, I'm sorry. There are people who literally believe that, though. Like, not the COVID lab leak, but like the bio labs in Ukraine, which I think Krystal Ball talks about that too, right? Isn't she like a COVID bio lab, or not COVID bio lab, but like a Ukrainian bioweapons lab? Anyway.
Was disqualified.
How about siding with Putin?
That too.
At Helsinki.
Right.
Like, my 17 intelligence agencies tell me one thing. I got to go with you, Vlad.
It was a disgrace. But they couldn't.
He's such a Bill is such a
libtard pussy. The problem with so many people in the media, they couldn't take that alone. It had to be this Baroque conspiracy going back to 1987. He was recruited by the KGB. Right. I mean, it was such a scandal, actually, when you look back on it, how we were deluded by this.
Well, we were so.
The only thing you need to know, about how fucking insane liberals got about Russiagate was that they uplifted the likes of Seth Abramson and like Louise Mensch. Do you guys remember Louise Mensch? Oh my God. One of my favorite fucking individuals on the planet. Louise Mensch is like a fucking psycho UK woman. Okay? Who is literally a conspiracy theorist, like an insane conspiracy theorist. Who would pop off with like insane tweets regularly, like including, but not limited to, my favorite Twitter post of all time. My sources, wait, come on. Someone's got the Steve Bannon. Please tell me there's the Steve Bannon Louise Mensch tweet somewhere. Hold on. I have to find it. Hold on. My sources say the death penalty for espionage being considered for Stephen K. Bannon. I am pro-life and take no pleasure in reporting this. Why is it that the United Kingdom purges some of the fucking freak psychos in their ranks, and then those freak psychos come to America to revitalize their careers? Andrew Wakefield, disgraced former doctor, was disdoctored, okay, by the Oibrov medical community, comes to America, becomes even a bigger name in anti-vaxxer shit. Louise Mensch, literally a fucking MP, comes to America, becomes this like fucking psycho conspiracy theorist. What the fuck? My favorite Mensch moment was her getting mad at the Wendy's Nuggets teen. The chicken nuggets teen is a Russian operation clearly meant to distract us from Putin's ties to Wendy's. You'll see. Smile. I just report the truth to the best of my ability. Russia has penetrated the West through viral tweets. Example, chicken nuggets teen. Trump warns Russia before launching missiles into Syria. Meanwhile, the internet is collectively distracted by Putin bots retweeting a teen begging for chicken nuggets. I love that. I love that. I fucking love, I love how psychotic she is. And I also love how brain broken we are collectively, that we actually look at, she just attacked the Pope for calling an end to the war in Ukraine. You're a disgrace, Pontifex, a quisling traitor. Stick to matters of faith and morals, the latter of which you need to acquire. You should go and see your confessor immediately for causing scandal. Outside of doctrine, you have as little authority as my dog. Because the Pope said, as a tanky, dude, man, just so many of these fucking figures are such tankies, dude. The Pope, the State Department, Zelensky, any number of different people that have repeated exactly the things I've said over and over again. Noam Chomsky, famous tanky. Hasan Piker, famous tanky. It's just so weird. Maybe we have a point. I don't know. Maybe we have a point. Maybe. Or maybe we're collectively on the fucking Putin dollar, okay? It's just so, oh man. It takes too much fucking time. It takes too much time for me to unfortunately fucking be proven right. And it's so much, it's so horrifying in the process. So much violence and bloodshed occurs that it doesn't even fucking matter if I'm right or wrong. Radlibs and Eric is calling every correct take a tanky take doesn't make the point they think it does. It's just so fucking, it's so whack. Oh my God. Because the Pope agrees with you means you're right? No, because I'm right, it means I'm right. And the people that were fucking yelling at me, saying that I was a fucking Putin puppet and a tanky, are going to come across really fucking idiotic if they have that same exact take on the fucking Pope or Noam Chomsky. Like, you can say that about me because I'm just some fucking random Twitch dickhead, right? I'm some random Twitch dickhead who serves you the top of the hour ad breaks at the top of every hour. Okay? And tells you that you can avoid those fucking ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay, and then tells you you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. But if you're not lucky, you can make your own luck by subscribing with a Twitch Prime, which is free, by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. B-tier streamer fan, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. B-tier streamer fan, dude. Oh, I love that. Yes, subscribe to your favorite B-tier streamer. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. What is awesome? Pepele can't say his name. What do you mean? Why do you laugh? You're so mad. I know you're so hurt. Yeah, I know. People were saying that when I did the tier list. Apparently, people were like, bro, I can't believe you did a tier list like 3 days after. What a hypocrite. Or maybe because like I don't have an issue with the fucking tier list all that much. And it's more so, you know, other things. But hey, no, they're right. I don't even know what my feelings are personally. I'm actually hurt. I'm totally hurt. Copied X and totally not Ludwig. Yeah. No, you are mad. You are mad. I know you're mad. I want you to be mad. It makes drama. It makes really good drama. Stop laughing at this. Stop laughing. Why are you laughing at this? I wonder if the Pope knows what a tier list is. Yeah, I rank this as a fucking B tier Pope. At risk, they give the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Okay. Let's get back to Krystal Ball for a second, and then we'll get to the Pope and Ukraine and all this shit.
Sold, and what the reality was, we're not the same.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone
but
can say
since
that
he doesn't care about, he's a clinical narcissist.
But our standards
who
should
doesn't-
not fall
I know,
because of him.
but the idea that he
Our
would do that
standards.
is completely believable. And he would.
By the way, these guys are all fucking preaching that same shit. And that's why Trump is so fucking successful. That's how Trump was so fucking successful. Because that guy on the show, the Republican, and Bill Maher, and like all these fucking conservative liberals, they're all such narcissistic, out-of-touch elitists, and every fucking like hog in the wild looks at them and goes, you're gay, I don't like you, fuck yourself. Okay? It doesn't matter if you fucking agree with them or not. Okay? Literally just does not fucking matter. The full Maher segment on the economy, yeah, this is not what I was looking for, by the way. Oh, this is 7 minutes long. Let's fucking go. Anyway. Like, these guys talking about, like, Trump violated the norms. Like, no one cares, bro. No one cares. The American people have lost all confidence in their government. Why the fuck should they care about our infallible institutions, dude? Okay? Why? They've lost faith in the government. They don't give a fuck if the norms are being violated by Donald Trump. They don't care. They want a champion. They want a fucking champion like Donald Trump to be a vector for their anger. And even if it means burning down the fucking system, good. They don't care. That's why they went into the fucking halls of Congress. They don't give a shit. They hate you. And many people on the left too as well, by the way. Like many people on the liberal side, many people who would otherwise consider themselves to be like Democrats who don't even fucking vote, they also hate you. Because you suck. You fucking suck. No one cares about the institutions. If the institutions are not there to defend our rights, if the institutions are not there to defend people over profit, then no one is going to fucking give a shit after a while. Only the rich are going to give a shit. It's a system that serves the wealthy, okay? That's it. This guy here, why is Hasan telling me someone hates me? Not you, Icarus Twitch. I'm talking about fucking politicians.
Politics, because I see Joe Biden. Oh boy, I mean, every midterm.
This is my favorite. Like, he's gonna fucking be like, oh, Biden is doing too much gay shit. That's why fucking everybody hates him. And not because, like, he's, again, another feckless institutionalist with no fucking meaningful solutions for all of the material problems that people are fucking facing. That's the reason, right? That's what it is. It must be that. And then blame inflation on fucking, I don't know, the $2,000 that, like, every American got, dude.
Party out of power usually gets creamed I mean, the party in power. But this year, I mean, Biden's approval rating with 18 to 34 is 22%. Among Hispanics, this is part of the base, 24%. 49% among African Americans. That's the base, and that's what got him the job. So, you know, he's calling himself Hunter's dad now. No, I'm joking. But there's whispers now that are getting louder and louder that he needs to say, I'm not running again. Okay, I did my job. I removed the queen from the board, or however chess works, but...
So Trump is kind of a drag queen type figure. He's a very camp.
I wanted you to
He's a real, You're right on that.
Well,
he's totally camp. He's totally camp.
Very camp.
He's right. Gotta hand it to him. He is right. He is. Trump is 100% a queen. He is. I mean, that's is literally true. That's why I love him. He is the sassiest bitch. He is so petty. He's so sassy. He would be an incredible fucking drag queen, dude. Holy fuck, he's such a diva. Oh my god. And he's got a fucking dumpy too.
With the hair.
Oh my
and
God.
Spitting all that ridiculous, outrageous comments all the time.
A platinum bouffant like a diner waitress?
He's basically the first gay president. We should be honest about it.
Okay.
I mean,
So glad you said it, because I've been thinking it.
We've all been thinking it.
So here's my question about Joe Biden for you two. Has he pandered to the far left? A, too much. B, too little. Not at all. Because AOC would say not at all.
Well, if you look
Other people would say he panders way too much to the far.
If you look at the trajectory of his presidency, at the beginning of his presidency, he did some of the things that myself as a person on the left would like him to see. He passes the COVID relief bill, and lo and behold, he had very high approval ratings.
You're not always on the left.
Then, I am on the left. I'm a Bernie Sanders leftist.
There's the populist economic left, and then there's the woke left. These are two separate...
In any case, let's talk about what he's actually done.
I just want to shake these people like fucking... I want to like grab people and like shake some sense into them whenever they're like, what about the woke left? Like, shut the fuck up! No one cares! Like, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. You're not part of the woke left. Like, fuck you! That stuff is fucking secondary, dude. It's secondary. Even when you talk about civil liberties for marginalized people, you're still advocating for better material conditions. Shut the fuck up. I hate it. I hate it so much. When you talk about like improving people's lives, like improving trans people's lives as a part of the woke left, you're still like talking about allowing trans people to get medical help, okay? Allowing women, when you talk about abortion, you're allowing women to get medical procedures done, okay? It still revolves around a class dynamic, okay? Because violence enacted against marginalized people oftentimes, maybe not all the time, but oftentimes is still done through the lens of class. Oprah's not going to have a hard time getting an abortion if she was, you know, not her age. It's poor people. It's poor black people. It's working class black people, working class trans people, working class marginalized people that get fucked over.
Done. So in the beginning of the administration, he passes that. Very high approval rating, doing extraordinarily well. When he puts out the left agenda and the Build Back Better, and then it fails, and he stops delivering for the American people, that's when he falls off.
What do you mean by the left agenda in the Build Back Better?
Well, there's universal pre-K.
Put meat on that.
It's not everything that I would want.
Right.
No Medicare for all. There's no Green New Deal. But you had universal pre-K. You had affordable child care. You had elder care. You had an expansion of Medicare. You had things that would have delivered for the American people. That falls apart, partly because of Manchin, Sinema, parliamentary, all of that. That falls apart. And since now the American people are feeling incredible pain with inflation and gas prices and unable to put food on the table and put gas in the car, and he's basically ceded the ground and said, there's not much I can do. I just hope the Fed gets this under control. Yeah, the approval ratings have fallen off a cliff. That has nothing to do with the left. I wish the left had more power. In fact, I think the left is the only part of the political spectrum that has offered anything to deal with inflation, gas prices, and the current economic situation that doesn't just involve, hey, let's trigger a recession and kill people's wages.
Well, I mean, part of this inflationary problem is because we put too much money into the economy. There's way too much government spending, and that's why we have inflation. So that's a large part of that.
That is
Don't clap for that!
That is not basic economics. We had this thing called a pandemic. We had a supply chain crisis, and by the way, there's a war in Ukraine.
It played a role. It's played a role.
So to act like the only reason we have problems now is because people got a little bit of money in their bank account is just not honest.
And a little bit of money, they got more than we spent in World War II. So you don't act like
hold on.
Don't act like, you said don't act. Don't act like we had to react to the pandemic exactly the way we did. We had to spend $6 trillion
but how about the trillions that the Federal Reserve shot at Wall Street? For some reason, people don't get upset about that. And that fueled the trillions of dollars the Federal Reserve shot at Wall Street to backstop the stock market and the bond market. No one gets upset about that, even though that was a massive
I don't know what
factor in
you're
inflation.
talking about. What do you mean shot at Wall Street? When are we talking about?
We're talking about buying assets, buying stocks, buying bonds, buying treasury bills so that they expand the balance sheet. This is during the crisis, the coronavirus crisis. When the stock market crashed, that is what the Fed did. They went into action. They shot trillions of dollars.
But the stock market didn't crash during COVID.
Now it's crashing. It's crashing now.
It crashed, and the Fed came in and backstopped it. That's what happened.
What, it crashed and we never heard about it?
No, it crashed. Go back and...
It did. We watched this part of the fucking conversation earlier. It quite literally did. But Bill is doing that thing where he's like, well, I don't remember it, so it must not be true. It's so fucking crazy. It honestly, not to be too much of like a fucking radlib, but like, this is like fucking cishet white male behavior, bro. Like, have some fear, you know? Have some anxiety. What's happening here? Actually, no, fuck that. It's not exclusive to cishet white males or whatever. It's just like, I hate him so much. He's such a fucking relentless, annoying boomer who thinks he's so fucking smart. Like, I live with fucking crippling doubts every goddamn day, okay, of my fucking existence. And this motherfucker can go up there and be like, what's up? What do you mean? I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, so it must not have been real. It's like, okay, thanks, man.
Look at it. It fell off a cliff. The Treasury bond market stopped functioning, and the Fed took extraordinary action it's never taken in history.
Oh, chatter. This is Bill's stock market. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. The fucking what? What? We've always been in a fucking... He's so rich it didn't affect him. Exactly! It doesn't matter because he's not fucking looking at his 401k every goddamn day of his fucking existence. Because he's rich as fuck. That's it. That's the real reason. Here it is. Fed announces massive cash injection to relieve the U.S. debt market. The stock market, which had been plunging all day, cut its losses after the Fed announcement. Okay? Now, I still have an issue with this fucking narrative. I think that what she's doing, what Krystal Ball is doing here is smart. She's actually saying, like, well, the Fed infusion is never actually considered as a reason for the $1.5 trillion pumped in the banking system is never considered as a reason for inflation. That money supply is not considered as a reason for inflation. But, like, the fucking cash that people got directly that gave them purchasing power is. But it's not the entire story. As I already showed, according to the Economic Policy Institute, the inflation caused by the actual stimmies that people got during the pandemic that eviscerated extreme poverty in this country, by the way, which was fucking awesome. Like, that only caused a 0.3% increase, okay, in prices. So that is not moving the needle up to fucking 8 points. You understand that, right? Now, is there something else that is responsible for it? Of course there is. And she actually did address it in the beginning. And that is corporate consolidation and price controls. Like, corporations are functionally running oligopolies in almost every fucking vector in this country. So when they all have, when they've vertically and horizontally expanded to an unmanageable degree, they're going to engage in price gouging. It's not considered price gouging. It's when it's price leadership, however. You know what I mean? It's like, well, it's fine. They're not actually doing price gouging. Well, they are. They are literally doing it, okay? When corporations collectively decide to keep prices high and not actually boost supply, when demand goes up, as a way to make up for all the lost profits from prior years when the economy wasn't doing so well, even though they were still making profits, that's not considered price gouging. It's just considered capitalism. But price gouging is a normal part of capitalism. By fact checking a man who's on HBO is pretty insane.
I don't
Somehow
remember
no one
that.
gets upset.
First week of
Somehow nobody gets upset about the rich people who got tons of money and tons of support, way more than working class people did.
Sure
but
they
oh
do.
my God, people were able to feed their kids and they had a little bit of money in their bank accounts. It was the worst thing in the world.
No.
That is one small part of the inflation story, and is, by the way, not the only thing that we can deal with to get out of this mess.
Well, gas
so
prices.
Biden has
Is it a small
advocated-
part, Jamie?
Gas prices we can largely attribute to an administration that's been waging war on the fossil fuel industry.
That's ridiculous.
And
They
now
drilled
demand,
more than everybody. I mean,
that's the talking
U.S.
point.
I hate him. I hate him. I hate him so much. I'm going to say things that are terms of service violations, and I'm trying not to. The Biden administration waged war on the fossil fuel industry? If there was a volcano that we could throw every fucking corporate executive in the fossil fuel industry into, legally speaking, of course, if there was a legislation to pass for this, for their inaction in this time of need for the American people, that would be legislation that passed with like 99% approval if there was like a referendum for it. And they probably tossed this little fucking shithead in there too, okay? Biden has not been critical of the fossil fuel industry. He has not waged war on the fossil fuel industry. You are an American citizen. Do you live in fucking Mars, or do you live somewhere else where you're like, actually, I am going to literally look at the situation and say it's still Biden's fault, so it's okay? Let's say Biden has waged war on the fucking oil and gas industry, okay? Let's say that's the case. So it's okay in your fucking mind for them to wage war on the American population? Is that really what is that your argument? Like, oh, well, they can hold the economy hostage, dude? That's sick, man. That's sick. That's really cool. Love to be a fucking populist right-winger, by the way. Hey, for the record, largest oil and gas producers made close to $100 billion in the first quarter of 2022, okay? They fucking tripled their profits, brother. They tripled their profits. Waging war my fucking ass, dude. We, the taxpayers, fucking kept this goddamn industry afloat with nothing in return. And these cocksucking motherfuckers turned around and literally were like, yeah, no, we're still going to make up for the fucking loss of profits in the last fucking pandemic period. Now, of course, OPEC, as the stock man is pointing out to, the stocksman is pointing out to, is correct. OPEC plays a significant role in this, okay? Here's a way to alleviate that. Go and fucking lift the sanctions on Venezuela. That's one way to do it. OPEC is the primary responsible party in this circumstance, certainly. Okay? I understand that. It's a fucking cartel. What are you going to do? But there are plenty of middlemen that you could punish in this process that are not engaging in, that are not currently doing what they could do. They're not eating into their profit margins. As a matter of fact, they're boosting profits in almost like a vengeful way. You know what I mean? How dare you not buy enough fucking oil reserves at our time of need, even though you gave us like billions in fucking corporate bailouts. Venezuela is a part of OPEC, yes. And most importantly, for future, at the very least, for our future as a collective, move away from our over-reliance on the fossil fuel industry. Okay? And the way to do that is through green energy initiatives. Obviously, that's not a short-term solution. That's not going to happen for tomorrow. But that's the only way to fucking never have this problem. Make it harder to fucking monopolize. Iran. Yeah. Normalize relations with Iran. Normalize relations with Venezuela. Immediately push for peace negotiations in Ukraine with Russia. Force Russia's hand to go for peace negotiations rather than undermine pre-existing peace negotiations that were happening in Ukraine. The 15-point plan that Putin and Zelensky's people put together, that Boris Johnson personally put his fucking cock into, because that man can't stop fucking everything. Boris Johnson has like 700 children from like every woman in the UK. Also fucked the Ukrainian peace negotiations. Ridiculous. Don't forget he fucked Ghislaine. That's true. He did fuck Ghislaine. Yeah, here's the Biden administration fucking attacking. Here is the Biden administration's war that it's waging on the fossil fuel industry, outpacing Donald Trump in issuing drilling permits on public lands, man. That's crazy. How crazy is that? Why are you dabbing my guy? What? Dude, I fucking did the right thing. Shut the fuck up, dummies. That's a talking point? What? I think that's a talking point. Increasing drilling does not equal increasing gasoline. No, dude, that's their talking point. They're saying Biden is attacking the fucking fossil fuel industry. They're literally allowing more drilling permits to be given. We don't even need to give them more drilling permits. They could currently refine more oil. They're not even doing that. Oh, that's what the dude said, the Krystal Ball. Yeah.
U.S. production,
No.
okay, U.S. production is up.
Well,
it will be at record levels next year.
Okay, well,
the fossil fuel companies themselves are flush with cash, but will not invest in new drilling because they would rather give it to their shareholders.
Okay, all right,
That's the truth of what's happening.
Well, here's the truth. I mean, I just read it today. In 2020, Biden said no more drilling on federal lands. No more.
No Keystone Pipeline.
Yeah, no. Okay.
Yeah, the Keystone Pipeline is completely relevant to fucking our gas prices, dude. Yeah. The American gas prices from the Keystone Pipeline.
And I'm not
and also antagonizing Saudi Arabia. Now he's going back to Saudi Arabia hat in hand.
Wait. Let us finish just what we're saying.
All right.
And then you can shut up.
Well, antagonizing the Saudis with his Iran deal policy, and now he's going back to them hat in hand to get them to increase their production.
But I bet you're in favor of the Russian oil ban. Because
yeah,
the Saudis are great humanitarians.
Russia is raping a country right now.
Yeah, and the
Saudi
Saudis
Arabia
are amazing humanitarians.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. There are allies.
Here,
there are.
Is Saudi not currently doing genocide in Yemen? Fucking imbecile. God, I hate conservatives so much. Oh my God, Krystal Ball is fucking popping off, dude.
Okay,
so listen,
well, instead of, let's just talk about why these things really happen. It's because people think that they can. Look, I wish we were all off fossil fuels forever. Sure. But the truth is that when people get off fossil fuels before they have a replacement, they wind up going back to even worse fossil fuels. Germany said, we don't want nuclear power anymore, which is the cleanest.
That's true.
And what did they have to go back to? Coal.
And Russian gas.
And basically the same thing happened here. We said, Saudi Arabia, go fuck yourself, you killed a journalist. And now Biden is going over there, hat in hand, begging them for oil because people want their gas.
Which is pathetic. And by the way, the only issue with oil is not just supply and demand, because as I was just saying, we actually have a fairly...
So what's the point Bill's making? Like, we should have never spoken out about Saudi Arabia at all? Like, is that what he's saying? Like, he was just like, ignore Saudi Arabia murdering a fucking American journalist? That's awesome. Can't say he's pathetic. And then you can't say he's being pathetic by fucking groveling to Saudi Arabia now, while simultaneously being like, you know, you shouldn't have even had to grovel by just sucking his cock from the jump.
Significant amount of supply. It isn't at, you know, extraordinarily low levels if you look at the recent past. We don't have an extraordinary amount of demand. We're not even back to pre-pandemic levels. You do have a massive amount of Wall Street speculation that is also causing an increase in gas prices.
Yeah.
So again, this is what I'm saying, that the only people who are talking about that, and there's a lot of price gouging.
There's a lot of gouging.
So you asked
and always
whether...
depend on them to gouge.
You asked whether Biden is not pandering to the left enough or too much or whatever. The left are the only ones talking about those issues, about the fact that you have monopolies that have jacked up prices far above what they need to because they can use the excuse of inflation. And CEOs are bragging on earnings calls about how they've lifted prices and gouged consumers, and we're not doing anything about it.
I think she did a really good job. Like, to all of her... I hate Jamie. He has led the effort at his think tank to smear and discredit Abby Martin, who does extraordinary work. Oh, God. What a fucking shit. Here's one more short clip about Biden 2024.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah. Krystal Ball popped the fuck off. She did a great job. And she's right. As far as what the Biden admin could do, utilize the Defense Production Act. Also, like, throw oil executives in jail just for fun. I don't know, as a treat. Like, you could do that. It's gonna stop you, dude. You know what I mean? You're the fucking commander-in-chief. Be a little bit authoritarian. Treat them like Republicans treat, I don't know, trans people or something. Like, just imagine it like that. At him. I'm just saying, like, do the Mac attack. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. You're the Mac. Return to the Mac, Jack. Do the fucking Mac attack on, you know, the oil industry.
Yes. So I saw Andrew Solomon this week was talking about if Biden does step down, or say he's going to step down, then the Democrats have, I mean, we've all noticed this, a problem, like, but who?
Right.
And he mentioned, who is there, Bill Clinton, who's going to come along? And I thought, okay, well, Clinton and Obama, obviously the last two successful Democrats. Is Is there a Bill Clinton or Barack Obama out there, or is such a broadly centrist Democrat no longer even really possible in that?
I don't think it's what we need.
I think it's absolutely possible, and I think part of the problem is that there's a divide on the left in the Democratic Party between the people who want to win political power and the echo chamber in the media, in the academy, in the NGO sector, and the people on Twitter. And their interests are not the same.
Right.
So there's the Democratic Party, which wants to win power, and then there are people who want to get clicks, and they want to sell subscriptions, and they want to,
I just don't know why we have to listen to this guy. Like, I will never understand that. Like, who cares? Like, you're like a fucking Atlantic Council shill. You know what I mean? You're... Like, I don't care, man. I don't... Like, what do you... Do you think anything that the Atlantic Council does is, like, broadly favorable to, the American population? Or do you think you get away with it because no one gives a fuck about, like, America's dominance at the global scale and, like, all the shit that we do and all the money that we spend there? Like, oh, I'm not trying to win over people on Twitter, I say, with my Ukrainian flag and bio. Like, okay, sick, dude. Like, how is Brandon not a centrist? Like, what more do you want? What more do you fucking want from Brandon? Like, why are you talking? This is why I hate the Brookings Institute, okay? Because of people like this.
Very loudly.
Likes.
Like
me.
And I'll give you a small example of this. I'll give you a small example of this. We know, statistically, that the vast majority of Latinos and Latinas do not like the term Latinx. It's been statistically...
I want to fucking find the highest point in Minecraft and make sure that there is no body of water as I jump off of the mountaintop in Minecraft directly into a fucking volcano when I hear motherfuckers talk about this point. It's true, but that is irrelevant to the fucking subject matter. Okay? Brandon is not losing the fucking Latino vote because he's doing like Latinx, Jack, why? No one cares. It is a made-up fucking issue on both sides of the fucking spectrum. The real reason why Brandon and the Democrats are fucking losing out on the Latino vote is because a lot of Latino older voters, okay, are socially conservative. They're also very fiscally progressive. Not speaking about, there is no monolithic Latino voting bloc. Not speaking about the Cubans, not speaking of the Venezuelans. I'm speaking about like Mexicans, people from Guatemala, like people coming in from South America, okay? A lot of which are economic migrants themselves. These Latino voters are incredibly positive on big government spending, even in the worst possible way to describe what the government is supposed to do. Not saying like, not using the terms like social safety nets or whatever. Latinos are consistently, no matter what age group they're in favor of bigger and larger government initiatives and social safety nets. But the pussy-ass fucking Democrats will never push for that. Okay? They will never push for that. So they lose everything. They're losing the Latino vote. On the other hand, Latinos are also pro-immigration unless we're talking about like, again, depending on how many generations you've been in the country, if you're Latino as a voter, you're going to have some really fucking positive approach. Mexico is not South America. I am Mexican. Okay, suck my dick, dude. I said Mexicans and South Americans. Okay? Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Shut your stupid fucking mouth up, okay? You know exactly what I fucking mean. Oh my God, dude. Anyway, if you consider the reality that Title 42 is still in place, and like there are still children and Latin American fucking families getting apprehended at the fucking borders in an identical capacity to the Trump administration, then yeah, you're not even doing anything on that front. You ran on this. Okay? You ran on fixing this shit and you didn't do anything. You still got fucking Latino concentration camps. Okay? So you haven't done anything for this community. And you expect them to vote for you again. They're not going to.
Proven.
Vast
and
majority.
yet they persist. They persist.
Well,
I can't open up the newspaper without seeing it, or there's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez demanding that they continue using this term, which now we're seeing. Hispanics are now voting Republican. Look at this woman who just won in Texas. The first Mexican-American woman is a Republican from a border district,
and that's
who's married to a border agent.
When you're losing,
so they're actively alienating the country, and they don't care.
Because the Republicans accuse the Democrats of being soft on immigration, so you can get more of those Latino people here,
Right.
and then they're voting for the other party.
Well, I think it's really instructive what that woman ran on. She had great commercials. They were all about the economy and inflation. So
I'm Hispanic. I live in Ohio. Trust me, there are a lot of conservative-minded Hispanics out here. Bro, I know, dude. I know. But you can be a fucking conservative and still vote for the Democratic Party if you find the Democratic Party is suiting some is you know, appealing to your fucking needs. Democratic Party's not going to be fucking socially conservative, right? Even though they are, when you think about it. But yeah, they're not going to be like pro-Catholic. The Democratic Party's not going to be like, yeah, we're actually super Catholic. We're going to kill you if you get an abortion. Okay? That way they would be virtually indistinguishable from the Republican Party, and you can't have that. Republicans are way better at being reactionary than Democrats are. Okay? So push for the things that actually fucking appeal to the motherfucking Latino voter bloc. Texas GOP knows exactly what appeals to the Latino voter bloc. That's why they fucking pipe up and hype up the Catholicism aspect. Okay? That's why they spread hella fucking misinformation in Facebook and in WhatsApp circles. And try to capture as many fucking anti-vaxxers as possible. Ultimately, though, like I said, the Latino voting population is not a monolith.
So I don't see a lot of evidence that Democrats actually are all that committed to winning, because if they were, they would be doing something to address people's economic...
Bro, the fucking current pope is like literally the human personification and the example of what I mean. Think about it. The current pope is like a figure that describes my position entirely. Okay? And he's also more socially conservative. I mean, more socially progressive than like prior popes, obviously. Okay? But think about that. Why? Because he's South American. The current pope is barely a Latino dog. Wait, what? What do you mean? Why? Because he's Argentinian? Is that why? Are you making a... No, he's doing a fucking anti-Argentina joke. That's why. I think. Which is, you know, in a lot of instances is valid. No, he's very Italian. Motherfucker, he's literally Argentinian. Like, what do you mean? Of course he's very Italian. Like 90% of the Argentinian population is Italian, and the remaining 10% are fucking Nazi holdovers. What are you talking about? I mean, I'm exaggerating, but like, yeah. Oh my God, an Argentinian is Italian? What? That's crazy. What else, dude?
Economic situation, which people overwhelmingly say is what they care about going into this election. So that's why I said at the beginning about January 6th, good, let's have accountability, let's do that. But where's that energy for the Wall Street criminals? Where's that energy for the monopolists who are price gouging people? Where is that energy for delivering for people in the here and now? We need
It's right here. All right, thank
you. All Latinos conservative are not a community focus. If some policy from the Dem Party will benefit the community, of course they will vote Dem. Yes, exactly. And the Democrats aren't doing enough. I'm an Argentinian of Italian descent, and I felt that. Lamau. I mean, yeah, of course. The most classic Latin American joke is saying Argentinians are bad and white and actually Italian. Bro, we've done this already. I know. The most Argentina is so incredibly diverse, you know? After all, some people are coming from Northern Europe, some people are coming from Southern Europe, and some people are even coming from Western Europe. So obviously, it is it's an incredibly diverse group of white people, okay? So many different kinds of white is represented. Joke is funny, but it does erase indigenous people. Yeah. No, I know. Yeah, no, that's kind of what colonizers did. Yeah. That's the joke, actually. That was what I was doing. But thank you for describing exactly the joke I was making. Chatter be like, your joke erased them, actually. God, it just like... Breaking. Multiple officers inside Robb Elementary School with rifles and at least one ballistic shield on the day of the shooting. New video and other evidence. They didn't enter the classroom for another 58 minutes. Isn't that wonderful, dude? Look at these fucking dickheads, you know? Kid it out the fucking wazoo, but can't do shit when you need to. Okay. Krystal Ball, congratulations. Did a really good job. I kind of don't want to talk about the fucking Dave Weigel conversation, partially because I fear that like I will agree with Bill, but he's going to find a way to like mathematically find the worst position possible on the Dave Weigel thing. I'm a Weigel head. Hashtag Dark Weigel. Okay. Hashtag Return of the Weigel. Friend of the show, Dave. You know. Fucked up that they would attack him like that. Joe is jarring to see a hero like Representative Crenshaw being what?
So at that Texas GOP convention where Senator Cornyn was booed.
Wait, hold up. I gotta fucking show this. There's like, God, Mondays are so crazy because there's so much going on. There's so much fucking going on. When people talk about adaptation to climate change, this is what this means. Painful and expensive changes to our way of life. As a water crisis worsens the Colorado River, an urgent call for Western states to act now. Dude, don't even start on this, okay? Ay. I don't even want to think about this. It's pretty funny to hear some Americans pretend Latinos are a monolith when over here we have countries electing politicians from all over the political spectrum. Do they think we leave that shit home when we go to the States? Well, Latinos are looking slightly like a monolith in recent years. If you factor in all of the electoral victories for the left. So in a monolithic in a good way, not in a bad way. You know what I'm saying? So been an interesting couple of years. It's just shit's kind of popping off in Latinx countries. Okay? That's all I'm gonna say. Shouts out to Colombia. An election took place in Colombia. Wait, is this one of the videos in here? Nope, it's not one of the videos in here. Here, let's talk about that really quickly before we get into the Representative Dan Crenshaw shit. Folks, Colombia has picked its first leftist president who used to be a fucking guerrilla fighter in a tight runoff contest. Colombia will be governed by a leftist president for the first time after former rebel Gustavo Petro narrowly defeated a real estate tycoon in a runoff election that underscored people's disgust with the country's traditional politicians. Petro's third attempt to win the presidency, earning him 50.48% of the votes Sunday, while political outsider Rodolfo Hernandez got 47.26%, according to results released by election authorities. Where is the Office of Americas, dude? We need the OAS involved in this immediately, okay? Sir, seems like there's some undemocratic elections happening. Okay? We need to do a coup d'etat immediately, okay? We need to do a coup d'etat immediately in Colombia. Say guerrilla properly. I know I saw you play Far Cry 6, Sweaty. What is this? My favorite celebration of the night. In a matter of seconds, you can see hope and excitement for Colombia through her eyes. You know what's really funny about this, by the way? I hope he's not going to be a cuck to America like Boric. I was disappointed that Boric started shitting on Venezuela and Cuba instead of boycotting the Summit of the Americas. Yeah, but then AMLO was a cuck, but he fucking boycotted it. So how does that work? You know what I mean? I feel like it's a little bit more complicated than that when you think about the relationship. Like AMLO, what, you think AMLO's not a cuck? Come on, throw some fucking, yeah, tell me AMLO is a fucking leftist, boys. Come on, go ahead. Tell me fucking Donald Trump's favorite Mexican president, who absolutely went along with the fucking first country policy that Donald Trump was implementing, and like literally held fucking immigrants in detention centers by force inside of fucking Mexican borders is not cucked to America. He's done some good things and he's done some bad things. He actually saved Evo Morales, so that was good. Respect. He also boycotted the Summit of the Americas out of respect for and solidarity with was not invited. I didn't even fucking care about it because it was such a fucking bullshit CIA thing. Yeah, nationalizing lithium and offering asylum to Assange is good. These are good things. It was Cuba and who else? Oh, Vuvuzela. Cuba, Vuvuzela, and Nicaragua. Yeah. Only leftist I know who loves AMLO is a huge tanky. Wait, really? My family in Mexico dislike AMLO hard. They call him El Gallo Perdido, the lost rooster, because one, his hair, and also he doesn't seem to know what he's doing. leftist, but an early leftist still fighting liberal bullshit everywhere. I hate all stats though. That's why I said it's more complicated than you would. Yeah, let's just tank the whole economy through sanctions in the camp and on your side. Trump threatened sanctions. Yeah, I mean, I know he did. Anyway, regardless, as I was saying, there's some good and then there's some bad. Mexico loves AMLO, though. He's a net positive approval rating. I think Mexico is never going to have a non-cucked president. It's just how it is. That's what happens when you're like, you know, clenched right inside of America's ass cheeks. And your country is run by a collection of different fucking cartels that operate different regions. Except for Chiapas. Shouts out to the EZLN. It's just too close. It's too close to America to have like a normal functioning country. So I do love Latin American politics because it's like it's still close to third world status, or is in third world status, so it still has plenty of revolutionary potential. And you see that in the way that politics plays out in Latin American countries. So you know, all I can do is sit back and try to understand and analyze it. Canada? No, Canada is exactly, you know, it's just, what do you mean? Canada is also way too close to America's ass cheeks. Fuck do you mean? What about Canada? Canada tries so desperately to maintain like some fucking European style social democratic principles, and it's just hanging on by a fucking thread half the time, dude. That's what happens when you're Snow Mexico, also known as America's hat. And no, Canada does not have revolutionary potential. Why do you give back less to your fans and the Republican Steve will do it, Lamau? This guy, what a switch up. What does Hasan think about Turkey blocking Sweden and Finland from joining NATO? You think Republican Steve will do it, gives back to his fans? Like what? The money that he fucking steals from them by, you know, getting them addicted to the most suicidal addiction of all? A lifetime of fucking gambling debt? Is that what he's doing? Is that what he's doing? And then he takes some of that crypto that the casino, the shady online casinos are giving him, and then gives it back to like, gives the crumbs back to a couple lucky fans. That's so sick. I love that. Thanks, man. You really fucking own me on that one. As a Brazilian, it triggers me when you call USA America. Deal with it, dude. Yeah, the giveaways are not even his own money. Like, it's just a stake-sponsored giveaway, too. But yeah, I don't know enough about Colombian politics. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what the fuck's going on in Colombia, so I have to read up more on it. I read a little bit on it, but it's not enough for me to give you the actual takes. I just don't. I need to learn more. Other than this dude was apparently, like, I just know the way that they were covering it in like American news media was like, why is Colombia going after the extreme left or the extreme right? And then they say like a fucking real estate mogul is an outsider. It's like, bro, you're not a fucking outsider, dude. Leftist. If you are a fucking real estate billionaire. You're not an outsider. You cannot be. Your cock is inside of the ass of every politician. How can you be an outsider when you're literally fucking the system? How? How is that? Like, how is that an outsider, dude? It makes no sense. They're like, well, Trump is such an outsider. Really? That's crazy. He sells buildings. Yeah.
His presidential candidate, Gustavo Petro, wins Colombia's election by a narrow margin. The former guerrilla and current senator will be Colombia's first leftist leader. He's edged out his opponent, former mayor and millionaire Rodolfo Hernandez. Petro's win marks a drastic change in presidential politics.
Didn't like the billionaire or the millionaire fucking real estate tycoon guy actually say something like he looks up to Hitler or some shit? What was it? Like, what the fuck was it? I remember like looking into it a little bit, but it was like, oh yeah. Rodolfo Hernandez, one of the two nominees in the runoff election, has won an unlikely following with a self-funded social media campaign despite a history of off-color remarks, where he famously said in a radio interview that he was a follower of a great German thinker named Adolf Hitler. He later said he meant Einstein and was not a fan of Hitler, but the former mayor has a history of other offensive comments. He has no ties to established parties and no obvious political leaning. Is a firebrand outsider real estate mogul. You know what's really funny about these situations? Like, they always fucking, yeah, I'm always mixing up the two, you know? Adolf Hitler, Einstein, you know? Well, technically one's a national socialist, the other one is a socialist, sweaty, you know? Happens to anybody, dude. I mean, I'm always slipping up like this, okay? It's just normal stuff. Okay, so where I'm from, we have a guy that's a former terrorist general as the president of Congress. Here's a bit about Gustavo Petro. Okay. The self-proclaimed king of TikTok, dude, that's the worst part. Like, in the Philippines and, like, everywhere else, these motherfuckers are blasting on social media. They are weaponizing social media so hard. It's crazy. Anyway, where he has almost 600,000 followers in Facebook broadcasts, his diatribes are sometimes offensive and foul-mouthed. Besides the Hitler comment, he made disparaging remarks about women, once calling Venezuelan women a factory for making poor children. He was also known for slapping an opposition councilman during a disagreement on camera. That's funny. He came in surprise second place in the first election round on May 19th, denying frontrunner Petro an outright win and beating out the right-wing candidate until then considered the leftist main competition. So the thing I gotta say, we gotta watch this. Bro, he smacked the Reddit out of this fucking dude. Well, I guess they're in. Look, if you're Latin American, you can wear this hat without being a Redditor. This is like the only time where you can wear this hat is if you're like a detective in the 60s, or if you're in Latin America. That's the only time you can wear it, and not come across like a, excuse me, miss, milady, I would like to take you out on a date if you would like, and then flip on a dime and just become the most like biggest woman hater. Look at that. All right, we gotta watch it. Oh, man. So, dude, politicians should punch each other more frequently. It's always good. It's always fun to watch. Anyway, Hernandez focuses his campaign largely on combating poverty, which is 39% of Colombia's 50 million people. He has vowed not to raise taxes, to cut VAT from 19 to 10%, and boost social spending by shrinking bureaucracy. Hernandez blames government corruption for much of Colombia's deep-seated economic inequality, but is himself under investigation for undue benefits given to third parties when he was mayor. Undue benefits that you can get, like the avoiding top-of-the-hour ad breaks if you are a subscriber. What did you say? Why are you so fake? L, ha, 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 ha. Okay. That's right. Oh, the thing I was going to say about outsiders, by the way. It's kind of interesting, and I think a bit of a self-report on how capitalism operates when you say like a fucking real estate tycoon is considered a political outsider. Oh, that's what the guy was saying in the video? Okay. It's really interesting. It's really interesting that, like, you know, if you are like a mega capitalist reactionary, as long as you don't like tick off some of the fucking, you know, Republican boxes or conservative boxes, you can fancy yourself to be a political outsider who's like impossible to really comprehend. It's like, bro, you can't be a fucking outsider if you're a real estate developer. You're the insider. You're the biggest insider, okay? There's no other way to understand it. It's just so stupid. Anyway, here's Petro. Leftist economist and Senator Gustavo Petro is declared president of Colombia. This is a short guide to who Petro is and the elections in Colombia. A thread. In Colombia, leftist and right-wing populists moved on to June runoff. First round of presidential elections in May saw the loss of the traditional conservative and liberal parties, resulting in two candidates in the runoff, the leftist economist Gustavo Petro and the right-wing businessman Rodolfo Hernandez. Both developed populist campaigns. Gustavo Petro is a leftist economist, senator, ex-guerrilla turned politician. Guerrilla turned politician. He heads the historic PACT Party, a coalition of Colombia's 20 socialist, indigenous, and ecological parties. With his black VP, Francia Marquez, Petro has already won a plurality in Congress. Petro's platform focuses on making Colombia a leader in combating climate change, democratization of housing, credit, high corporate taxes, land reform for farmers, and a specific land reform for Native and Black communities, women's equality in public office, and Buen Vivir. Rodolfo Hernandez is a far-right conservative and construction business CEO, labeled a Trump-style populist. He's seen as an outsider who reached second place by chance. His main policy was a zero impunity end to corruption, investment schemes in housing science, and tech dev. Rodolfo Hernandez faced much controversy for vocally supporting Adolf Hitler. We said that. With his anti-establishment rhetoric, Hernandez ran as an independent but had no party to help him govern in Congress. And due to his right-wing business politics, Hernandez would have turned to the right-wing nationalist establishment known as Uribitas to govern. That's wild that this dude with no fucking political backing was able to reach this level of success, though. So if you had someone who was not a complete fucking psycho like this, who knows if they were as charismatic. Or if they had like the legitimate support of right-wing parties, I feel like it would be really scary. Anyway, who are the Uribistas? They're followers of the ex-president Alvaro Uribe, who had an iron fist war policy against the FARC guerrillas. Alongside using right-wing paramilitaries, Uribe's government, am I saying that right? I don't know. But government allowed the disappearance of human rights defenders. Uribe failed to end the war with the FARC. Colombian security forces murdered at least 6,402 civilians between 2002 and 2008 during the government Alvaro Uribe, according to findings with the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, the Transitional Justice Tribunal created in 2016. You know what's really crazy about this, by the way? So Colombian security forces murdered at least 6,402 civilians between 2002 and 2008, right? Let's see. I want to see something here. I mean, dude. What is that? That's 2002 to 2008. That's 6 years. 6,402 civilians. I mean, this isn't I don't know what the exact number is for the American police. But just think about this for a second. The American police killed 1,052 people this past year. During the government of Alvaro Uribe, according to the findings of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, the Transitional Justice Tribunal created in 2016 peace agreement to investigate and prosecute major human rights violations of the armed conflict. The killings were committed while Colombia was receiving extensive military aid from the United States as a part of the plan Colombia agreement between the two countries. Wow, that's crazy. That's so weird that happened. The presidential elections are happening in the context of peace process with the FARC, Colombia's wealth inequality, geopolitical struggles with Venezuela, Latin America's second pink tide, rampant murders of human rights defenders, native and black demands for land, etc. Colombia is Latin America's most conservative country. Colombia now has the first leftist president of its history with Gustavo Petro, who will join the many other leftist leaders in Mexico, Bolivia, Chile, etc. Petro's victory shows the power of the Latin American left. Same is going to happen in Brazil. I'm also teaching a decolonial Colombian Venezuelan philosophy class starting June 29th. Okay. Just the fucking least educated HasanAbi head in the chat. Actually, I don't know if this person is in the chat right now. But we'll look at topics like the ideology of Petro's Pacto Histórico and native and black spirituality, Simón Bolívar's politics, plurinationalism, etc. I know some of us are kind of dumb. Yeah, I mean, I'm a fucking dumbass too. Shout out to my Costa Rican aviation instructor that tells us stories about how he worked with some CIA agents in the 80s to deliver guns to Los Sandinistas, same rebel group that completely destroyed Nicaragua and is now a regime with Daniel Ortega that hates the U.S. World police job works. You should roll your R's more often. Girls love hearing that shit. Okay. Yes, Lula will become president unless Bolsonaro overturns the election, which he has been threatening to do for a while now. Who knows what the fuck Bolsonaro will do. So, that's pretty chill. More on Francia Marquez. Francia Marquez could be our first ever black female Colombian vice president, and the incredible story behind this is amazing, inspiring. Francia Elena Marquez Mina, born in Yolombo, Colombia, is an Afro-Colombian human rights and environmental activist. She became an activist at only 13 years age when a construction of a dam threatened her community. From a young activist fighting for her community to a single mother of two, she continued to work hard by going to law school so she'd be able to understand and help her community better. From 2010 to 2013, she was the president of the Association of Afro-Descendant Women of Yolombo. During her years in law school, she had to suspend her studies due to the fact that her community in La Toma, as thousands of illegal miners started operating 14 backhoes on the backs of the Ovejas River. She mobilized the women of La Toma to march 350 miles to Bogota to protest. Because of her movement she led in 2014, the government created a national task force on illegal mining for the first time in 2015. And due to her incredible work, she was awarded the National Award for Defense of Human Rights in Colombia. Surprised she didn't get fucking murdered. In 2018, she was awarded the Goldman Environmental Prize in San Francisco, California, for her work to stop illegal gold mining on her community of La Toma. In 2020, she earned her degree in law in Santiago de Cali. And in 2022, she accepted the nomination to become a vice president along with Gustavo Petro for the 2022 presidential elections. Now, let's look at what the Deutsche Welle folks are saying about this election.
For a country that has long marginalized the left for its perceived association with decades of insurgency.
Wait, what? Someone said Hasan, they threw a grenade at her? What the fuck kind of... Dude, that is metal as hell, dude. This is what I mean. Latin American politics is fucking crazy, bro. No shot. They threw a fucking grenade at her?
Victory.
I was just kidding when I
A historic moment for Colombia as it votes in its first ever leftist leader. Former rebel Gustavo Petro has vowed to launch profound social and economic change.
We are writing history at this moment. A new history for Colombia, for Latin America, and for the world. A new history because undoubtedly what has happened today with those 11 million voters is a change. What is coming is a real change, a fundamental change.
Un cambio de verdad, un cambio real.
Petro defeated another maverick candidate, former mayor and millionaire Rodolfo Hernandez. Hernandez had garnered a lot of support for his candidacy on TikTok, promising to reduce wasteful government spending and to go after corrupt officials. His concession speech implored Petro to do the same.
I hope that Gustavo Petro will know how to lead the country, that he will be loyal to his words against corruption, and that he will not disappoint those who trusted him.
Petro has a tough task ahead of him. He faces a divided Congress, likely to complicate his implementation of the fiscal and social reforms his supporters are counting on.
Let's cross over now to Bogota and speak to DW's Johan Ramirez. So Gustavo Petro has come out on top in the vote. What helps him get the leg up on Hernandez?
He had a very successful electoral campaign, a very successful communication campaign, because actually he presented himself as a renovation, as a change, as a break with continuity. But the truth is that Gustavo Petro has been doing politics in Colombia for the last 30 years. He was in the Congress first, then he was diplomat, then he was mayor of Bogota, one of the main jobs in politics in Colombia. Now he's again in the Congress, now he becomes president. But he has been very successful in presenting himself as a renovation in politics. On the other hand, he was also a former guerrilla.
CIA's already intercepting the lines, dude.
So he was very also successful in rewriting his past. His opponent, Rodolfo Hernandez, is a very rich man, and it was easy for Petro to attack him of being part of the political, economic elite of the country.
So how likely is Petro's election likely to change Colombia's political landscape?
It's a major change. Let's remember that his victory represents the first time that left wing takes power in the country. Colombia has been ruled for decades for mainly two political parties, and this is a major change. He has promises left-wing policies, social policies, and there are lots of expectations on his government that will start on August 7th, so in a little bit more than a month.
All right, so it appears Colombia is going through a shift to the left, but at the same time, both candidates ran on platforms rejecting the political establishment. So why are Colombians so dissatisfied with their government?
Because, as I said, Colombia was ruled for mainly two political parties for decades, and during decades they weren't able to tackle the main problems of the country. Colombia went into a civil war for more than 50 years. Colombia had been fighting against drug trafficking. I mean, the golden age of drug trafficking, and the governments in this country weren't able to tackle this problem, insecurity. And just to give you one recent example, last year, amid the huge crisis provoked by the pandemic, amid the huge economic crisis, the government of now outgoing President Iván Duque proposed a tax reform to increase taxes for the middle class. It provoked a huge political crisis, and thousands of people took to the streets to protest, and that moment was a turning point for Gustavo Petro to come out as a possibility, and also Rodolfo Hernandez as an outsider. Let's remember that in this presidential race, all traditional political parties were out of the race, and that's why, because people were dissatisfied with the elite, the political elite of the country.
All right, that was DW's Johan Ramirez bringing us the latest from Bogota. Thank you very much.
Dude, everything we've done in Latin American countries is a fucking crime against humanity. And, like, there is no God, there is no justice. And if there was karmic justice, every single American leader would be fucking burning right now. Like, think about that. Even as far as, like, what we were just talking about with respect to, like, supporting the prior government and its fucking incredibly violent campaign against humanitarians, killing up to like what 6,400 fucking civilians, straight up, with American guns. Like that is just a copy paste of like literally everything we've done. I mean, even under like the Batista administration, even under the Batista regime in Cuba, we did the exact same fucking shit. We've done it time and time and time again, dude. 6,402. It's so wild. It's true, and if you say that, people get so mad. Like, why are you mad at me? I don't know. Oh, holy fuck, dude. Okay, the opening scene of Cameron Kasky's HasanAbi Head says, the opening scene of Stranger Things 4 where they have the school shooting trigger warning is one of the better scenes on the show. I'm glad they have the trigger warning, and it's 1,000% warranted and good on them, but thank God there's still a show out there that'll kill kids. I agree. I also agree. So, good news coming out of Colombia. Pope Francis says the Ukraine war was perhaps somehow provoked. Pontiff condemns cruelty of Russian troops while warning against perception of conflict as good versus evil. Pocket of Putin, dude. Another Pooty Poo supporter. See that? Fucked up. Tanky Pope alert. Tanky Pope alert. What the fuck is HasanAbi? I have this question on my mind for like a week, man. Did you ever get a bidet in your mansion, or do you eat with stinky poop hands? Cochino Guay? Dude, one bidet? Try 5, motherfucker. 5. Hell yeah, bitch. You think I don't have a fucking bidet in every single goddamn toilet in this house, with the exception of one? Wait. No, that's not true. 2 bathrooms don't have bidets. And 4 bathrooms have bidets. Yeah. You rotate between the toilets, or do you have a favorite? Yes. I do have a favorite. My own toilet. More than 2 bathrooms? Damn. Brother, I own a house. Like, I own a single family home. Okay? Yes. Once you're no longer renting, yes, you will have more than 2 toilets. A house does not have more than 2 to 3 bathrooms? My parents' house has 2 toilets? Damn, bro. Bro, what family? The Minions? Bro, I have 2 toilets and a 5 and a 5.5. I grew up in a 5-bed, 1-bathroom house. Wait, what? Really? Out of touch rich kid? Yeah, dude, I am out of touch. I've never seen a house with more than 2 bathrooms. Wait, you guys are fucking around, right? Bro, literally, like, every fucking middle-class home in, like, Jersey, Connecticut. Rich take? No, 3 is normal. Like, more than 2 is normal, dude. What the fuck? Do you ever even have 6 people living there? Yes, I've had more than 6 people in here. For your information, many houses don't have multiple toilets. That's surprising. About to be Twitter drama. 5 toilets. I'm just speaking for the common man. I mean, we already know what my house. It's technically 5.5 bathrooms. Jersey is all 4-bedroom, 1-bathroom houses? That's crazy to me. I mean, apartments that I've lived in have all had, like, even the shittiest apartment, I guess I'm lucky, but even the shittiest apartments that I lived in still had, at least if it was a 2-bedroom, it was usually a 2-bathroom. There were opportunities to get into a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment, but I was not fucking taking that. You know what I mean? It's like death. Doubling down on the ignorant toilet take, 100%. Half means it doesn't have a shower spot. Chatter, Jesus, a bunch of kids. Yeah. How many bathrooms full are half? To be fair, actually, it is overboard. I think, like, don't get me started. I don't want to talk about it, but I do think that the bathrooms are overboard for sure. They should have been half baths, like half the fucking rooms. The bathrooms are too big, but that's a me problem. I think they did go overboard on like fucking putting a bathroom in every room. But like I always thought that like 3 bathrooms was the norm for you know, at least like a 4-bedroom house, you know what I mean? Or a 3-bedroom house. My sister bought a house with 2 bathrooms and she earns 6 figures. My 2-bedroom apartment has 2 bathrooms in Baltimore. Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, I've lived in fucking 2 bedrooms, 2 baths regularly. Bed, 1 bath for an apartment is average. It sucks. I know, it sucks. Dude, sharing a bathroom is so fucking bad. It's the worst thing ever. Holy fuck. Because, like, sharing a bathroom is the worst fucking experience because you know some motherfuckers don't know how to clean that shit, okay? They don't know how to, like, they're not fucking flushing appropriately. Oh, God. Ugh. Ay, ay, ay. Even if, like, you say non-partner roommates are shit, even partner roommates are fucking shit sometimes. And literally, not just figuratively, but, like, literally. It's awful. Dude, are you serious? Bro, come on, dude. Come on, come on, come on. Delete this, dude. Come on. What the fuck's wrong with you, dude? Like, are you joking? I should have not even looked at this tweet. Now it's going to get fucking traction. Come on, Austin. Delete the tweet, Austin Ox. The fuck's wrong with you? God damn it, dude. Like, every single time I've been fucking canceled, it's like you get more hater followers. You know that, right? It's not even funny at this point. You're like ruining my fucking life, dude. Like we covered it. Motherfuckers love saying like, dude, you're looking at negative comments. You're looking at negative comments. Like, don't make inside jokes like that, please. Okay? We make too many fucking inside jokes outside, and motherfuckers use it knowing full well that it's inside jokes. They literally turn around and use it against me and this community.
Watch an episode from the new season of one of my coolest shows, Debunked. What you see. Click.
It's time for corporate America, and the wealthiest one.
Debunked. The rich don't pay their fair share. Dude, I love when Republicans do stuff like this, by the way. What? Now he took away the bucket? What the fuck? Bro, I can't tell. Bro, you already have haters that follow you from the last 11 times that you got me canceled, motherfucker. It doesn't matter if you private your account.
Just begin to pay their fair share.
Pay a fair share.
You're going to start paying your fair share.
I love when Republicans do this shit, by the way, when they like go out to bat for rich people. It's fucking awesome because like, I think people are angry. And what Donald Trump at least does very well, even though it's like super threatening, okay, is make it seem like he's on the side of the working poor.
But this requires us to answer a few questions. First, what does the rich even mean?
So when he does like the...
When we ask what it means to be rich, it's easy to roll your eyes. You know, it's the dude with the mansion, the guy with the yacht. The truth is that the word rich is somewhat vague. A man who owned 1 million shares of Pets.com in February 2000 was rich. At that time, Pets.com stock was worth over $10 a share.
This is the happiest day of my life.
By January 2001, he would have been broke. There's a difference between realized wealth and unrealized wealth.
Oh my God, dude. I'm debunking. Yeah. People with assets that it does not directly fucking liquid cash are technically not rich. Yeah, like for example, this logic extended to its like final conclusion would make it so that Jeff Bezos is not even fucking rich, okay? Elon Musk is not rich. Like, I guess they're not rich then. Thanks, man. Yeah, because, like, if Jeff Bezos technically only makes $60,000 a year. He does. Jeff Bezos gets paid $80,000 a year when he was the CEO of Amazon. Technically, he's not rich. Okay, got it, dude. Thanks.
Perhaps we mean the man who owns huge chunks of land.
Most of America's richest people made their fortune in real estate. Isn't it about time for you to learn how?
But here we run into the same problem. The value of land rises and falls. By the same token, a poor landowner in Texas before the discovery of oil on his property was poor. Next thing you know, Jed Clampett is living in Beverly Hills.
Wait, a poor landowner in Texas? Dog, you're still a landowner. Like, what the fuck? No, you were... What? What are you saying? Like, what the fuck does that mean? Why is he using like a fucking 80s comedy to explain like real life shit? I mean, I do love the argument that he's making, especially because like, or not even the 80s, 60s, I guess. I don't fucking know when this show was from, guys. Shut the fuck up. Okay, I don't know, and I shouldn't know anyway.
Wall Street, corporations.
He said the value of land rises and falls. Yeah, dude. I love when the value of land falls because there's evidently more land. You know, when we expanded the land, Remember when the value of land fell when we found more land? Oh, Jesus. Okay. I guess value of land does actually decrease, when land becomes water. Also as a consequence of but that would that would technically make the remaining land be more expensive because now there's less land,
And the super rich.
A billionaire class.
Folks with helipads.
This country has.
That's true. Okay, owned. There is land expansion. You fucking owned me. I will be experiencing it firsthand, okay? But yes, Netherlands, technically land expansion. You're right. Asia, or not Asia, China, land expansion. Technically they're military bases, so I don't know if that, I don't know if that counts. But yes, there have been instances of land expansion when they just basically fucking made more land. Dubai, like another example there as well. So sure, fair, balanced. I agree. Russian land expansion, okay, that's different. That is just on pre-existing land. They didn't make up new land. They just expanded their borders into land that already existed, was in the hands of someone else. Okay? We're talking about making new land. Technically, your landlord isn't rich until he sells the building, Ben explains to the residents of a 4-bed, 1-bathroom apartment. Yeah.
Worked for the rich for a long time and left everyone else in the dirt.
It's worth noting when we talk about the rich that Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and Joe Biden talk about this as though it was a Marxist class, as though it's just a group of people and they were always the same. The truth,
yeah, Joe Biden constantly talking about dialectical materialism, Jack. There was a time in human history when we had primitive accumulation. Primitive communism, as I like to call it. And then the Mac attack happened in the form of enclosures, which is another kind of structural violence. Why? Many people said they were shot dead. We must return to a time where commodity production is based on need, not greed.
But throughout people's lives, they move in and out of income quintiles.
A quintile is a 1/5 or 20% portion of the whole. Quintiles divide the population, ordered by income from lowest to highest, into 5 groups, each with an equal number of households.
The vast majority of Americans will spend their days in many different income quintiles over the course of their life. People tend to increase their income quintiles over the course of time.
That's fundamentally a flawed assessment. But of course, I am not surprised that Ben would go along with the the anti-Marxist approach to this. But also, even then, capitalism has gotten to such an unmanageable fucking level of wealth accumulation that certainly has not trickled down to the fucking other quintiles, technically, that no, it's not even true anymore. What he's talking about is like the old attitude, like the endless expansion and like, American prosperity, American dream mentality, which doesn't even fucking work anymore. So thank you, Ben, for just lying on behalf of our capitalist overlords.
So put aside race or sex or any of the other complicating factors people like to talk about with regard to income. If you take age is probably the #1 confound in terms of income quintile. Younger people earn less. As you move into middle age, you earn more.
In no quintile of the income
Why doesn't anyone think that this is like an idiotic argument to make, dude? I just like how? Yes, babies. Babies are making $0. They are in the worst quintile. Babies are not earners and therefore should be kicked out of the home so they can learn valuable skills. Whereas The older you get, the more you move up in the ranks of productive workers. For example, when you have a lemonade stand as a baby, as an industrious baby, you're not making a lot of money, maybe $10 max. However, when you take over your father's jet ski dealership, all of a sudden, you've become a much better earner, moving up in quintiles.
Distribution, do the people tend to stay there? People are constantly moving among these brackets.
So what does the rich mean? Typically, we actually mean people who earn a lot of income.
Most of what I've heard you talking about has been about the distribution of income rather than about the distribution of wealth.
The Elizabeth Warrens of the world want to tax wealth.
Yes.
You built a factory and it turned into something terrific or a great idea. God bless. Keep a big hunk of it. You take a hunk of that and pay forward for the next kid who comes along.
But as we've seen,
what a monster. What an absolute monster. What a horrible idea that is. Okay? What a horrible, horrible, terrible idea. Like, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Elizabeth Warren, but like, she's right. You know what I mean? That's a totally reasonable and normal thing to fucking demand.
Wealth on paper is not always wealth in reality. What's more, taxing wealth ends with destroying wealth, because people have to then liquidate their unrealized gains in order to pay taxes. The left says that they're focusing on income tax.
Yeah. Except if only there was a way to, like, I don't know, implement some kind of progressive taxing system into that process. I don't know, like, especially considering that the top 10% of wealth own 90% of the fucking market, so that, like, for 90% of the American population, they wouldn't actually be harmed by this policy in any meaningful capacity, and therefore those who would simply have to liquidate their wealth, like literally every other fucking human being who is incapable of paying their fucking taxes, okay, would do so. But Ben is making it seem like it's not actually the top 10% of wealth. It's actually everyone that would be harmed by a policy such as this. But it's bullshit. It's that simple, by the way. If I, as a self-employed person, okay, don't have enough money to pay big government man at the end of the year, I'm going to have to sell some shit to be able to do so. That's a normal thing, okay? That's why everybody has fucking accountants after a certain level of income, so that they make sure that they have enough money fucking cast aside to pay the government, okay? That's how it works. For the average worker, as I was also until, 2020, that the lion's share of the taxes were already being taken out of my fucking W-2, out of my wages, regardless, before it even reached my fucking pockets, okay? Why is it that we just act like it is so unfathomable to pay taxes if you're rich? Why? And not only that, but if you are also one of the few incredibly fortunate people who was lucky enough to be in the working class and yet still was able to fucking purchase a house, you're already paying property taxes, which is, of course, another fucking wealth tax. And guess what? It might be shocking to you, but there is an assessment made on the value of that thing that you're talking about, and that value can diminish or that value can increase, and you can fucking tax, and you can get taxed accordingly. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Just, fun to think about.
Tax, they don't even focus on that, really. They just sort of say that a person is rich, therefore they don't pay their fair share. The idea is that if they weren't stealing tax money, they wouldn't be rich.
Do you think the people at the top are paying
They quite literally are doing that because they've designed a system to be able to do so. We talk about buy, borrow, die often on this broadcast, which is a way that wealthy people are able to basically never really pay any fucking taxes because they don't have to cash out any of their fucking assets and maintain their net worth while simultaneously not having to pay taxes on the hundreds of billions of dollars that they have if they're like Jeff Bezos, for example. This is, of course, before we talk about regular tax evasion, offshoring shit, or not even offshoring shit. You could just, use American tax loopholes that already exist. So, what the wealthy do in buy, borrow, die, as we talked about before, is they have a fuckload, an nearly infinite amount of assets, right? They have an infinite amount of leverage. What that means is they can always go to a bank and say, hey, I'm worth, billions of fucking dollars. Please give me a fucking loan with an incredibly low interest rate. And banks are like, oh my God, you're working with us. That's wonderful. I will give you literally the lowest interest rate, so low that it'll blow your fucking mind. Therefore, wealthy people sidestep taxes that they would have to pay on their realized gains if they were to actually normally sell their fucking stocks, right? And instead pay a minuscule percentage of that in the form of like 1% to 2% on whatever they're borrowing to the bank. And it's a very fortuitous system for both the bank and the rich person. The rich person gets to use as much money as he wanted to, okay, while simultaneously not selling any of his fucking assets. Then none of that is taxable, obviously. And you don't have to now give the government money, okay? You're just giving the bank a way, way lower percentage. It's like paying a tax to the fucking bank for money that you're getting from the bank. But that tax is not, 37%. That tax is 1% on whatever money you're taking out. That's how it works. And this is why the effective tax rate for so many of the wealthy people is around like 1% or even less than 1%. Whereas the average American is paying, in recent years, the median American household earned about $70,000 annually and paid 14% in federal taxes. The highest income tax rate, 37%, kicked in this year for couples on earnings above $628,000. Okay? Like, someone like myself basically fucking pays because I'm all income and I'm all income and no fucking assets whatsoever, right? Like, everything I make, like a doctor or an athlete, more often than not, is just all coming in the form of income at the end of the year, right? It's not wages, but it's still income. So I'm paying around like 50% of whatever my entire earnings are back to the government because I also live in, I live in California. And I'm in the highest tax bracket. An actual fucking wealthy person, on the other hand, ends up paying around, less than 1%, maybe sometimes, depending on how rich they are, up to 10% of their yearly earnings. You, as an average American, are also paying around 50% of your yearly earnings, whereas the true tax rate for Warren Buffett is 0.10%. The true tax rate for Jeff Bezos is 0.98%. True tax rate for Michael Bloomberg is 1.30%, and Elon Musk is 3.27%. Do you understand? So whenever people like Ben Shabibo and all these other people like fucking, freak out about this and say the rich are paying their fair share, the rich are paying their fair share, like, they're fucking lying. They're lying. The rich people that actually do pay their fair share are not the asset owners, but rather doctors, lawyers, like high-paid professionals, okay? Doctors, lawyers, athletes, Hollywood celebrities, shit like that, musicians, people that are getting paid in high in income and not instead paid in stock options that end up paying around, depending on where they live, 50% of however much money they earned that year. And also, don't forget how rich people play with asset evaluations and literally get millions in tax returns as well. There's also that part as well. Of course. Here, we'll do the buy, borrow, die in a second. I just wanted to see, where is it? The average American, like, what is the percentage of their fucking yearly revenue generated that they pay back? America's billionaires avail themselves of tax avoidance strategies. 25 richest Americans paid each year how much Forbes estimated. We're going to call this a true tax rate. What is the average American's true tax rate, though? That's what I want to know. It is a completely different picture for middle-class Americans. For example, wage earners in their early 30s who have amassed a typical amount of wealth for their age. From 2014 to 2018, such households saw their net worth expand by $65,000 after tax on average, mostly due to the rise in value of their homes. But because the vast bulk of their earnings were salaries, their tax bills were almost as much, nearly $62,000 over that 5-year period. You want median, not average? I mean, regardless, I just want to know what the fucking median annual salary worker is paying in fucking taxes. And I know for a fact this article is supposed to mention that, so I'm surprised it doesn't say anywhere here. American tax conversation has been dominated by debate over incremental changes, such as whether the top tax, that's the top tax rate. So that's fucking stupid, because that's not even tackling the bulk of the fucking... that's not even tackling the bulk of the conversation, because that doesn't tax wealth. That just taxes wages again. Regular tax on income, much less appear in country founding documents. Indirect taxes. Control F. I mean... No, this is many Americans live paycheck to paycheck and the percentage of income. In recent years, the median American household earned about $70,000 annually and paid 40% of federal taxes. That doesn't... No, that's not it. You be possibly wrong, Haas? What do you mean? On what? Do you think the average American, like the average salaried employee, is paying 1% in taxes? Is that what you think? Like, at the very least, you're paying like 30%. You know what I mean? You don't want to pay your bracket on all your income. It's a phase step. No, I know. It comes down to like a little bit lower than your actual fucking... the actual tax bracket that you fall under. But often it's like nearly, it's that's why I said in California, it's like around almost 50%. A wealthy person like Jeff Bezos is making billions of dollars a year, and their ultimate tax on the amount of money that they're making, like they're generating almost $1 billion of fucking... Let's say you're making $1 billion. You made $1 billion last year, okay? In assets, your wealth grew, your net worth grew, okay? Through buy, borrow, die, as long as it's just sitting there and you're not doing anything to it and you're not taking it out, you can get away with paying as little as like 1% of that, or even less than that. Whereas the salaried employee cannot do that. Saxy Panda Bear, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Holy fuck, dude. Christ. That was insane. If Warren Buffett or any of these dumbasses pass away, where does the asset and money go to? The next of kin, or wherever the fuck they've like decided to hide their assets, and whatever form of like whatever form they are choosing to use to pass on their assets to the next generation. I love when chatters are describing to me tax brackets. I'm not talking about tax brackets, brother. I'm talking about what you're... Okay. The calculation that they're engaging in is the true tax rate. What would be the true tax rate under that same exact calculation for the average American, for the median American household? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And I'm almost certain this article actually covered that, but I can't find it. But I think it's around like 45 to it's near 50% for the average American. How do they pay back the loans that they take out? They have enough money to pay back the fucking loans and the interest. Their wealth is all speculative. How do you fairly tax at any specific time? I totally agree with you. I just don't think there's a clear enough way to make these fuckers actually do it. Yes, there is, dude. It's called math, motherfucker. You do it. You literally do it for you literally do it for houses. Yeah, just do it. Just calculate their fucking yearly their yearly increase in and tax on that. What do you mean? They sell off their assets to pay off the loan. They don't have to pay tax on the assets they sold. Yeah, but the assets they have to pay, the assets they have to sell off to pay the loan is marginal. It's tiny. And you can offset that with your fucking pre-existing assets that may have taken a hit, or by reevaluating the assets that you have, usually real estate, that you saw significant losses in. There's always a way to turn around and make it seem like you're actually losing money. Interest on the loans are a write-off too. The average American pays a 17.6 federal tax rate on their lifetime earnings, according to a study by the financial technology company Self. That's 5 times higher than the 3.4% tax rate a recent ProPublica report estimated the wealthiest 25% paying taxes over their lifetime earnings. OECD says a single worker on average gets taxed at 28.4% in the USA. In the United States, the average single worker faced a net average tax of 22.4% in 2020 compared to the OECD average of 24.8%. In other words, in the United States, the take-home pay of an average single worker after tax and benefits was 77% of their gross wage compared to the OECD average of 75.2%. Top 50% of taxpayers paid 97.1% of all federal income taxes in recent years. The OECD reported the U.S. tax wage for the average single worker decreased by 1.2% percentage points. For the tax year, federal income tax brackets range from 10% to 37%. U.S. progressive tax system makes it difficult to pin down an average taxpayer. There are 7 tax brackets ranging from 10 to 37%. So the average tax rate might be expected to be 24.57. Conveniently, there is a 24% tax bracket. So is this what the average American pays in taxes? Not really. Different spans of income are taxed at different rates. For example, a single taxpayer who earns $89,000 would pay the 24% rate on only $1 of income in 2022. The dollar over the 80. Okay, this is just describing what a fucking progressive tax bracket looks like. Like, this is just okay. Median might be a better tax burden. Okay, median tax burden of American taxpayers. The median is a number that falls in the middle of a data set. Theoretically, half of all taxpayers would pay less than the median figure. Half would pay more. Top 50% of top taxpayers paid 97.1% of all federal income taxes. The last tax year for which the comprehensive and vetted statistics are available. The average tax rate of 14.6% for the top 50% of taxpayers, just 3.4% of the bottom 50, and average 13.3% overall. Your effective tax rate is the average of all tax brackets the IRS uses for income tiers. First, you have the IRS tax brackets to understand the effect. Okay. Fuck the tax code, man. Honestly, the only true beneficial tax the average worker induces my sub to avoid the top of the hour ad break. This is true. At the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And it's kind of like a tax that, you either watch the 60-second ad break or subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime to avoid the 60-second ad break. Good one, chatter. Also, before we, aside from how much of your yearly earnings are immediately going back into taxes, what you also obviously have to factor in is the cost of living, which is incredibly expensive if you are, poor. It is very expensive to be poor. But I cannot, for the life of me, fucking figure out what the actual 8.2% from 2010 to 2018, the Forbes 400. Why isn't the fucking middle class? Okay. Many typical middle class families pay higher tax rates than the ultra wealthy. Examples illustrate 6 families considered below include workers from different incomes. Tax code in 2018. She rents her apartment and pays 24 student loan interest. She claims standard deduction. Her personal tax rate is 11.7%, including 5.7% in income taxes and 6% in employee payroll taxes. A couple who both earn around the median wage rent their home, have no children. A couple who both earn around the median wage rent their home and have 1 young child. Second, I gotta fucking fix my AC real quick because it's like automatically shutting off again and it's getting really fucking hot in here. 30.4% of lifetime earnings on taxes. Okay, that's a lower percentage than I thought it was. Okay, I'll admit. I thought it was around like 50%. At least I'll tell you this much. That's what it felt like when I was, you know, not fucking caked. It's because you live in LA. Well, yeah, if you're talking about... No, but that's supposed to factor in like the average fucking, you know, state tax as well, I think. Or maybe it is because I live in Los Angeles. People still believe middle class is paying for European living conditions. I don't think you're an average American. What? I'm gonna fucking video game myself, dude. I'm talking about when I fucking lived as a salaried employee, okay? Which was 3 years ago, okay? 3 years ago. 2020 is when I became self-employed. Holy fuck. You've been subscribed for 21 months, okay? God, I hate how fucking... I hate how, like, my longest-term community members are, like, literally the most fucking brain-dead in this situation. You contributed to this problem, okay? Please, fuck right off and stop giving me money and, like, go somewhere else and be annoying in someone else's community then, okay? Literally, like, motherfuckers have been giving me money for 2 fucking years. Are like, well, brother, like, I haven't stopped, but, you know... It's giving hidden resentment towards you. It's not exactly hidden. We're all trying to find the guy responsible collectively for your wealth. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, okay, let's just get back to fucking Ben Shabibo's argument, which we like totally fucking lost track of here.
No, I do not. It's the working man that's paying taxes.
Poor man.
That's right, poor man.
I mean, they've got marvelous accountants that know how to fix everything up.
The company like the Ford Motor Company didn't pay a cent in income tax last year, yet your paycheck is abused.
That's not true in any way. Let's say that you're a business owner. You are paying taxes 1,000 different ways. You're paying for the Social Security of your employees. You're paying for their unemployment insurance. You're paying taxes before the...
Oh my God, I forgot to run the fucking ad break, by the way, in that endless stunlock. Jesus Christ. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
Income comes down to you via corporate taxation. You're paying capital gains taxes if you ever realize any of the gains in your company in terms of selling your stock. And then once it comes to you in terms of income, you're paying income tax. When you pass it on to your kids when you die, you then have to pay an estate tax unless you come up with some legal workaround. We should not be taxing every dollar a dozen different times.
There's like 15,000 people in the fucking country that are paying that, dude. What the fuck? The estate tax, like, the estate tax starts at like, what, 15 million? What the fuck are you talking about? 15 million, dog. What do you mean? What do you mean? You're paying an estate tax. It's like, dude, 15 million? Who?
I'm not paying estate tax. If I die tomorrow, I'm not paying estate tax. Shut the fuck up. The you is maybe Ben Shapiro. Maybe. Okay? Maybe.
When your company takes in $1, when you pay an employee, when you earn it as income, when you buy stock and the price goes up, when you sell that stock, when you pass it on to your kids, we should be taxing every dollar once and once only. Which means that if you paid taxes on a $5 million income one year, you shouldn't have to keep paying taxes on those same dollars afterward.
Uh-oh. Capital gains tax.
Which brings us to the second question. What does your fair share mean? First, we have to define what it means to pay your fair share. Now, you might think this means we all pay the same percentage of our income to the federal government, a flat tax, or a single rate. Let's say the flat tax is 20%. If I make $2 million, I'd pay $400,000 to the federal government. Or we might say that
there should be a flat percentage tax. That would yield higher fucking revenue, I think. Actually, that's probably not true because we do rely on, there are so many more, middle class people out there than there are wealthy. So I don't know if a flat percentage tax would actually yield better results.
every quintile is responsible for their piece of the pie, so to speak. So if the top 20% earned, say, 50% of all income in the United States, they would pay 50% of all income tax. Neither of these things is true in the United States. According to Statista's research department, the top quintile of income earners in the United States earned approximately 52.2% of all income in the United States. The top 1% pay approximately 40% of all federal income tax. The top 50% of taxpayers pay essentially.
That's really interesting that Ben's saying that, right? The top 1% is paying 40% of all federal income tax, right? Okay, but we're not even talking about those motherfuckers. I'm one of those motherfuckers, okay? We're talking about the motherfuckers who are in the top 1% that are paying that federal income tax and yet still have infinitely more that are hidden in the form of assets in the fucking stock market that are unrealized gains, which you are trying to defend currently, okay? That's the problem.
The top 50%.
He literally fucking immediately starts talking about like income. Yeah, that's crazy. Can you imagine the possibilities if the top 1% of income, if the top 1% of income taxes or taxpayers are paying 40% of the fucking federal income tax? Now imagine the possibilities if there was a fucking wealth tax, dude. That's crazy. Forcing people to liquidate to pay taxes is the worst idea I've ever heard. Yeah, man, you're so right. It's such a bad idea. You would never do that for anything else. Totally. Except you would do that, like you as an average person. If you're in my Twitch chat, you probably don't own a fuckload of assets. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna keep it real with you. You probably would have to do that. You're not a fucking billionaire. Okay, you're just not. And the reality is, you will probably, in any kind of like progressive taxation system that implements some kind of wealth tax or some kind of increase in like capital gains taxes for above a certain level, okay? You're not going to be hit by that. Don't worry, brother. Of course, all those fucking billionaires that would actually be hit by that are getting think tanks, the right think pieces to make you think, you fucking dumbass with your stupid fucking Honda Civic from 1997, okay, are going to get taxed in the same way the fucking billionaires are being taxed. Could cause the market to crash. I own a house and my 401k is fine. Your 401k is fine right now? Interesting.
Percent of taxpayers pay essentially
401k, more like 21k now. Motherfucker said that, the stock market could crash, dude. Think about the economy.
All income taxes. In actuality, the United States has the world's most progressive income tax system, at least according to the Organization for Economic...
Also, it's so funny to be like, I own a house, and then also simultaneously be like, forcing to liquidate someone's assets is ridiculous. Like, bro, you already fucking pay property taxes. Okay? You literally pay property taxes. So you already recognize that like some kind of wealth, some kind of fucking math factors into that, right? The value of your home is how you pay fucking property taxes. that same kind of math could be applied to your fucking unrealized assets.
Cooperation and development.
So after you make $10 million in 1 year, your dollars after that start to get progressively taxed at a much higher rate. At what level are we really just living in excess? And what kind of society do we want to live in?
Underlying all of the leftist complaints about the rich not paying their fair share is a lie. The lie that the rich make all the money in America.
The country is awash in wealth and cash. It's just that it's
The
not.
top 1% of income in America is $600K a year, pretty far from $1 billion. I know that 1% is gigantic. Okay, it goes from 600,000 to like a couple million to 10 million to 100 million to fucking holy fuck! What the fuck just happened?
Not in your hands.
And yes, if you are in the Twitch chat currently, you say $600,000 a year is insane. Anyone who's making $600,000 a year is already paying a pretty fucking whopping sizable percentage of that back to the fucking federal government, and depending on what states they're living in, back to their fucking states. No one is fucking making $1 billion a year, however, in fucking in income, okay? Do you understand? That's the difference, chatters. No motherfuckers making like $50 million a year in income, unless they're like LeBron fucking James, dude. Hello? It's how you fucking, how your net worth increases.
To reach that conclusion, the Census Bureau, for example, ignores money transfers. When we talk about money transfers, we mean anytime you get a check from the government or a rebate from the government. So if you're talking about the Earned Income Tax Credit, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program,
God.
food stamps,
No.
subsidized medical care like Medicaid and CHIP, subsidized housing, heating subsidies, and other social services. Now, when we look at the 2013 income distributions, for example, we see that after transfers, the bottom 20% of income earners saw their average income share rise by nearly 500%. The second lowest, nearly 100%.
Bro, you can't fucking show that number. Wait, it literally, what? That I don't believe that. Where the fuck is this info coming from? First of all, 2013 income distributions, 2013?
That after transfers,
2013 income distributions? 2013 income distributions. Also, why is the income distribution stopping at $250,000? I'm so confused.
Bottom 20% of income earners.
$500% of zero is still zero? Why? Why is it that the Congressional Budget Office's numbers fucking stop here in this graph? Hold on. 150K is the mean of the top quintile? Maybe it's the lowest number of quintile. Oh, because it's 2013. No, that can't be true. Is that true? Oh, we're also looking at fucking income. Jesus Christ. Even then it doesn't. There's no way. Ben is playing fast and loose with definitions here, where he's like talking about wealth taxes and how it can't fucking work, and then simply showing you income. Okay? If you're only looking at income, but even then it doesn't make sense. There has to be more numbers here. What the fuck? Why would it stop at 250K?
Saw their average income share rise by nearly 500%. The second lowest, nearly 100%. The top income group lost 31.9% of their earnings through taxation. Bottom line, according to the American Enterprise Institute, quote,
No, I don't think this graph is made up. I think this is the Congressional Budget Office's graph. So I don't think it's actually made up. This is to justify, but we're talking about income distributions, right? So here's how it's here's how this data is bullshit across the board. Like, the data itself is real, but the thing that I consider to be confusing is that, let me just start off with this. The data that he is trying to fucking make an argument for does not exist on this graph, because we are just simply looking at income. Not only are we looking at 2013 income, which is like a drastically different fucking lifetime, okay? But we're also looking at 2013 income distributions rather than wealth across the board. People that actually make an argument on where we can actually make more money, okay, for the government's coffers, okay, don't say that we have to fucking tax, like, when they say we have to tax the 1% more, they're not saying we got to fucking tax people that are like doctors and lawyers and shit more. They're talking about people that have assets, okay? Because after you reach a certain point of fucking wealth, after you reach a certain point of income, you're talking about taxing like 10 fucking people, okay? Wealth is not the same as income. If you're going to talk about fucking wealth taxes and then you point back to income, you're doing a Mott and Bailey argument. Where people are actually currently fucking advocating for taxing wealth, unrealized assets, unrealized gains. Distribution of household income and federal taxes. Yeah, this is just talking about federal taxes and household income. It's not net worth. It's not wealth. And the missing quintile goes from 250K to 1.6 million, page 33. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Dude. Why did Ben not put that in the fucking graph, dude? The x-axis on Ben's graph is also not displaying percentiles. Well, yeah, of course it's not displaying percentiles, because like if he did, and it's not laziness, it's nefarious, if he did show that, then you would very easily recognize, like, wait a minute, this is missing some fucking percentiles on here. The graph is dog shit, but the data is hard to fuck up. Exactly. That is so fucking... I mean, this is nefarious. Ben only used the first 4 blocks and left out the richest people, which are the fucking 1%! Which is the video about how the 1% are already paying their fucking fair share in taxes. And there's even more to this than that, okay? Wait, this is average market income. No, that's why this is not the data. Hold on. No, he's talking about... No, I think he showed all of it, didn't he? Wait, hold on. Yeah, this includes I think this includes capital gains. Aren't unrealized gains taxed through capital gains tax? Yeah, if you fucking, if you move your stocks around. But if you sit on it, then it doesn't matter. And plenty of people do that. If you don't sell and buy, then there's no taxing. Market income consists of labor income, business income, capital gains. Yeah, exactly. This is the actual picture, and the one that Ben is not using. This includes capital gains, profits realized off of the sales of assets, capital income excluding capital gains, income received in retirement for the past services, and other sources of income. This actually has, that actually shows the change in family wealth since 2013 to, what? Changes in assets and debt of families in the top 10% of wealth distribution. Average wealth of families in the 51st and 90th percentiles in wealth distribution. Capital gain, long-term tax gains on realization of 0%, 50%, and 20% based on income. There are a couple different things that Ben Shapiro is doing in this video. I feel like I need to watch this one more time and then give it a better assessment, because there's a couple different things that he's doing in this video. For example, one of the things that he's doing so regularly is playing fast and loose with the definition of what it means to be rich, which is ironic because he says he's talking about how vague of a concept this is, but then he's like deliberately fucking going between income taxes, which is a thing that we do actually tax, versus capital gains, a thing that is like easier to fucking avoid taxes on. Okay? Showing lowest, second, middle, fourth, and highest.
Income distributions, for example.
Anyway, also, this is before we even have a conversation about like whether this is a bad thing or not. This is a good thing. This is what social safety nets are supposed to do. Social safety nets are supposed to take from the fucking people that have a lot of money, that pay for those social safety nets, and make it so that people have no money have at least like a lifestyle that is similar to someone with at least a little bit of money. Okay, like Medicaid, for example. It's a good example. It's not a waste. It's a necessity for survival.
After transfers, the bottom 20% of income earners saw their average income share rise by nearly 500%. The second lowest, nearly 100%. The top income group lost 31.9% of their earnings through taxation. Bottom line, according to the American Enterprise Institute, quote,
this guy said, moron, hold on. This guy's been fucking donating a lot. He said, moron, explain the math, please. It would be hilarious. How would you tax value if it went down? The government sends you money. Yeah, dude, if only there was like a method to write off losses as a way to lower your tax burden in like, I don't know, additional years. If only there was a fucking way to do that. Also, thank you for giving this moron so many fucking, so much money. Moron who doesn't get the math of margin is full of opinions. Oh, I'm dumb, but it's someone else's fault I'm broke. It's the fault of dumb parents and their shit genetics. Brother, I'm not even broke. What do you mean? What the fuck? If anything, if you have a eugenicist perspective on wealth, then doesn't that mean that like I'm literally better than you? As a consequence of all the hate donos that you've given me as well, I'm specifically what? 3, 6, 11, 14, 17, 20, $23 wealthier now too. Like, who's the fucking dumb idiot now, dude? You giving me $23 as this fucking dumbass. I told you were too dumb to have thoughts about stats and numbers. Hide and LARP more. Oh, I signal virtue, but I'm dumb as fuck. My dude said capital losses tax, but that already exists. It's called tax credits. The government does that already. So he doesn't understand that concept, but like, what the fuck? B-Main guy, thank you for the 23 gifted subs. We literally do pay one loss adjustments to investments and investment management for reporting purposes. These dumbasses are probably finance bros too stupid to understand accounting. That doesn't make any sense. Like, are you not aware of this? You want some shit tonight, bro. Honestly, I support you, but you need to tone it down. You're still privileged. Privileged. That's right. Which is why I, a privileged person, am trying to use my privilege for good here to explain a concept that would end up hurting me more as a consequence of the tax bracket that I sit in. Specifically so that those with less would end up getting more in return. And those with more than even myself would end up paying a fairer share of the yearly fucking, not income, but the yearly net worth moves that they make on their unrealized gains. Now, maybe you don't understand that, but that is the reality. Agreeing with you that it's possible to do unrealized gains taxes because we have similar practices in reporting, stupid finance bros. Yes, you can do that. The guy with a $45 million house, bitch, dance for me, monkey, you're dumb. That would be great then. I do it. Bro, we've talked about this before. If you truly have a $45 million house, drop a fucking 10 stack right now. You won't, pussy. Yeah, exactly. 'Cause you know why you won't drop 10 grand? Because you're a fucking broke bitch, dude. True. Keep donating in fucking $3 increments. Maybe we could get to 10 grand one day. You would own me so fucking hard, dude.
Highest income quintile is financing 96% of the entire system of transfer payments to the bottom 60% and funding the operation of the federal government. And the United States spends a boatload more than all other countries on social spending. We are just bad at it. The reason people like me moved from California is not just because I don't like paying high taxes, but also because they were just taking that money through sheer brute force and spending it on inordinate amounts of garbage. According to the nonpartisan Peterson Institute for Economics, the United States spends 20.8% of its GDP on social services, just 3.2 percentage points below the EU average and higher than Canada and Norway. Where other countries count healthcare spending as a government expenditure, the United States gives people tax breaks on healthcare spending. If you add those tax breaks into the calculation, the United States spends more than any country other than France on social services. So
how are you going to fucking point to this and then not understand that, like, socialized healthcare is the fucking only solution to this problem? Like, motherfucker, you look at this and you go, first of all, I don't even believe this, but like what is the take here? Like,
where other countries count healthcare spending as a government expenditure, the United States gives people tax breaks on healthcare spending. If you add those tax breaks into the calculation, the United States spends more than any country other than France on social services. So when you hear people on the left say that the rich don't pay their fair share, understand they are lying to you. The rich don't just pay their fair share, they pay everybody else's fair share too.
Bro, what the fuck? This is the worst video I've ever watched on this, dude. You saying tax breaks are government spending? I mean, this literally the fucking, I'm willing to bet that's not a per capita number. There's no way. But what makes no sense is, like, this is an argument verbatim that the left uses, right? We as Americans spend more on healthcare than any other fucking country, okay? Even when it is adjusted to, like, the individual American, okay? We spend more per capita on healthcare, and we have worse healthcare outcomes because healthcare is rationed on the basis of who can pay for it rather than need, like other countries with socialized systems have. So using this as a separate example while talking about, like, how the poor are paying already too much in fucking taxes is just fundamentally psychotic. But I also don't know what he, like, I'm confused. Like, he's not showing how he did that calculation at all. So that makes no sense. Social welfare spending as a percentage of the GDP in the United States is what? Yeah, number 21 at 18.7%, right above Estonia, which is surprising. At least we made it. At least we made it into the top 25. Yeah. 21. Did I miss something, or did he exclusively talk about personal income tax for the whole video? Yes. He briefly mentioned that, you know, a lot of idiots on the left want to do wealth taxes, but they're idiots, and then moved on from the wealth tax and went exclusively back to income, exclusively about how income taxes are ridiculous, and like all the people that are paying fucking the highest in the highest tax bracket for income taxes are paying for all the fucking services for the dirty, disgusting, filthy poors. That's basically the argument that he's making. Even though the services, as Ben also openly admits, kind of are costly, it's still not good. Or at least we know that it's not good. America has what is it? America ranks like 37th or something on healthcare outcomes. Like comprehensive on comprehensive lists that look at like every part of the healthcare system in OECD nations. America is like ranked incredibly fucking low. I'm not sure if it's 37, but it is very low. Which is also, wait, that's it? Wait, he finished it?
Ton of.
This was the fucking. This is an insane video. This might be the worst video I've ever seen from Ben Shapiro. What did he didn't debunk anything. Ben Shapiro said absolutely zero about how the wealthy could be taxed more. How many times you said that? I don't know. As much as it. Okay, then he's dumb out of the gate. Our tax system favors the wealthy, not through personal income, but through capital gains taxes, tax loss harvesting, and dismantle the state taxes, as you pointed out. Yeah. This is very weird. This is a very, very strange video. I would have expected him to have like better talking points than this, honestly. The business my husband and I own, which may add, we're both legal immigrants from Poland and Mexico. The amount we pay in taxes is absolutely disgusting, and we're nowhere near that top percent. I love when Democrats say how unfair our tax system is, and then they tell them the most progressive tax system in the world, and their faces are shocked in disbelief to hear the truth. Bro, this episode might have convinced me to get a Daily Wire membership. Yeah, because you're a fucking idiot, dude. You're... oh, my God. From a father of two boys, happy Father's Day. Ben, the country will awash in wealth and cash. It's just that it's not in your hands. Stunning and brave statement from Michael Moore. An estimated 30+ million in personal wealth. It certainly seems to have made its way into his hands. Hey, dumbass. If he's worth $30 million, don't you think he's advocating to tax himself more? Why are you pocket watching the motherfucker who's literally advocating against his best interest? Dude, I hate this. I hate this. Hello, well, you're poor. He's rich. He's advocating for you to get a fairer shake against his own best interest. This makes no sense. Oh God, I can't. Oh my God. All right, I'm done. Why did you make me watch a Ben Shapiro video, dude? Why? We're done. We're going to watch last week tonight. Rent is too damn high, okay? It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so fucking incredibly bad. These people are such cucks for the wealthy, dude. Holy shit. It's incredible. Let's bet 300K pussy who is hiding. Won't let me chat in Discord. I speak fact. Poli-sci major dummy. Look up my name and my port is online. Delusional moron. This guy is still giving me donos, dude. Bro. Just by like how the rich people operate, let me just tell you something, okay? If you're poor right now and you think one day you're going to be rich and therefore you're trying to advocate for like, better conditions for the wealthy, you're a fucking idiot. Like, at least if you were smart enough that you were going to be, like, rich, if you believe in a fucking meritocratic process, you would be currently advocating for smart things for your current status, like more government spending on you and not the fucking wealthy. Because the wealthy never fucking stop demanding more money from the government. They get all the money from the government, you fucking idiot. You get none of it. They get all of it invested into their fucking businesses in the form of subsidies. They get all the fucking tax breaks. You get none of it because you're a fucking dumbass, okay? So even if you were currently poor, you should never advocate for the wealthy to get a fairer shake in our economy, okay? Because they certainly are not looking out for you, okay? You fucking idiot. What the fuck is wrong with these people that are like, oh, I'm a temporarily embarrassed millionaire? Dog, you're not. You're never going to be rich then, because rich guys don't do that, okay? Rich guy mentality means like, oh, the government should give me the money. What the fuck? Not these fucking idiotic poors, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Like, dude, they literally call it a moral hazard when you get money, okay? It's never a moral hazard for them because they know what to do with the money. But you're fucking unwashed masses, dude. It's a moral hazard if you get the money. You don't know how to spend it. Why are you fucking role-playing as a rich person? If you're role-playing as a rich person when you're poor, you're never going to be rich, okay? Straight up. I'm going to tell you right now. Think like a rich guy. Rich guys love government spending, okay? They do. They love when the government spends money on them. As a matter of fact, they love it so much that they demand it. They write legislation. They lobby the government. They demand it. So think like a rich guy, even though you're poor, and be like, yeah, give me more money. What the fuck is this shit? There you go. I mean, there's nothing more to put there. Your screen capture is majorly out of sync with the audio right now, like even on the broadcast. I think the video was like, is there, I don't think there's a sync problem on my end. Honestly, America just places property over human being lives. That's it. That's just how it is. That's how it's always been. And it's not, it's the same energy as like crying about fucking burning buildings or whatever and justifying hurting actual human beings. Because of the property damage. And there's nothing, I don't know how to solve it other than trying to tackle capitalism as best as possible. That's it. Where is the... Housing is too expensive for millions of Californians. The California Social Housing Act can help fix that. More than 2 in 5 Californians spend over 30% of their income on housing. Millions of Californians struggle to afford housing near jobs, transit, and good schools. 97% of California cities haven't produced enough affordable housing. We need more housing for people at all income levels, and social housing can provide that. Social housing is publicly owned, it's mixed income, and it's proven to work, obviously. Vienna is a great example, as they're mentioning. Singapore is another one. Social housing provides homes for people of all income levels, from bus drivers to business owners. Housing for people with higher income subsidizes low income units so that the housing developments are self-sustaining and revenue neutral. I don't know what else to say other than we have watched Vienna.
Here in Vienna.
I mean, we have to watch it again. We have watched the Red Vienna housing videos before, but here, 65% of housing in Vienna is publicly owned. It's like social housing. 65%.
Vienna. 2/3 of its citizens live in subsidised social housing.
Yeah.
But in the UK, less than 1 in 10 live in a council house. And not only that, the quality and style is simply out of this world.
So is this what you think of when you think of council housing?
This is Alt Erla, a social housing estate on the outskirts of Vienna. It may look like tough, brutalist architecture, but actually, it's humane, caring design of the highest order.
Oh, wow. Look at that. They've even got an indoor swimming pool as well.
They have nurseries, schools, and tennis courts all conveniently on site. I can't quite believe this.
This is about long-term thinking, allowing people to put down roots, giving them stability. I mean, just imagine if I proposed a high-density council housing estate with loads of swimming pools, indoor and outdoor, clubs, play spaces. I'd be left out of town because everybody would say you couldn't do that.
With 10,000 residents, Alt Erla has the highest density living in Vienna.
They need to send Anne Widdecombe here so she can look at it and go, oh, well, this seems a bit unaffordable, isn't it?
But you'd never guess that from the peaceful atmosphere.
Monica.
Hi.
Hi, so nice to see you.
Monica pays the equivalent of £600 a month rent for her flat. Back in Harlow, temporary accommodation can give you a quarter of the size for almost the same rent. And with the Viennese having such secure
I watched this video in the past.
tenancies, there's little temptation to buy. So Monica has no stress of being moved on, which is handy, as her dad Heinz lives in the block next door.
How long have you lived here?
40 years.
40 years?
40 years.
Amazing.
Yes, yes.
Why is this place so special?
Because we have everything here. Everything we need.
We have 15 physicians, doctors. We have all the shops.
Groceries, drugstores.
4 schools.
4 schools.
And you
So
have your own
everything.
TV channel?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So if there's any pottery classes tonight, we send it and we inform the people, okay, tonight is pottery class.
That's so cool. It feels to me like it's an amazing hotel.
It is.
A 5-star hotel. The swimming pool is always cleaned. It's always ready to use. The sauna is always ready to use.
I would live here in a second, in a heartbeat. In Britain, we have a kind of negative stigma around council housing, government housing. Do you have that here?
In America, we would have that as well if we had fucking government housing. You know what I mean? The government housing that we have is so limited and so far removed from the reality that it's like we can't even have the fucking stigma associated with Section 8 housing, which is like the closest we get to government housing.
What is the difference if I own this flat or if I rent this flat? Tell it to me. What is the difference? Why should I buy this flat? Why?
The difference in the UK is that people don't feel stable. They feel like they could get moved on and moved on and moved on by landlords. Do you feel like you have stability here, renting?
Absolutely.
It's the political system. If they disturb this kind of stability, they wouldn't be the leader of this country anymore. That's the difference.
Just like us, Vienna started building social housing 100 years ago. But unlike the UK, it never stopped. Austria has a higher rate of tax than the UK, but its social care is one of the best in the world.
My coworker literally can only afford rent on her apartment because someone died in it. That's fucking awesome, dude. I mean, it's sad that someone died in the apartment, but like, if you can find one where like someone was murdered, definitely take it. You know what I mean? Like, lucky for your coworker, clearly unlucky for the person who died in the apartment prior. I'm just saying, like, that's like, that's the. In America, that's like the only way you're gonna get like affordable housing. You know what I mean? There's no other way. What do you want me to fucking lie? The truth, motherfucker. The American dream used to be about, you know, being able to buy your own house with a white picket fence. Now the American dream is hoping that like one of these fucking mass shootings or like, you know, gun suicides happen in the housing market that you're looking in, so you can possibly get it for cheap as long as you clean it up yourself. Okay? That's what the dream has turned into. We're like, all right, fuck it. Like, I'll deal with the ghost. Who cares? You know what I mean?
By the way, speaking of American values, aren't we about due to start bombing some small country that only has a marginally effective air force? Seems to me like we're a couple of weeks overdue to drop high explosives on helpless civilians. People who have no argument with us whatsoever. I think we ought to be out there doing what we do best, gang, making big holes in other people's countries. I hate to be repetitious, but God, we are a warlord.
What's the meme? It's like, it's a bunch of dudes like shooting guns in the air, being like, this is how we keep the prices stable in this neighborhood. We see a fucking Whole Foods get built around the block. You start shooting your gun in the air. Make sure that the housing market stays stable. Oh, sorry. That's just... I've literally heard that in Oakland. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's how you keep the rent prices down, brother. Going outside every morning to pop off a couple shots in the air to do my own form of rent control. We do that where I live, but by driving dirt bikes around, that's another good way to do it. Dude, those bullets can kill people, by the way. Yeah, dude, I know. That's why it's a joke. Obviously, you shouldn't do that, man. What the fuck?
Like lot, you know? We can't stand not to be fucking with somebody. We couldn't wait for that Cold War to be over, could we? Just couldn't wait for that Cold War to be over so we could go and play with our toys in the sand. Go play with our toys in the sand. And when we're not invading some sovereign nation or setting it on fire from the air, which is more fun, then we're usually declaring war on something here at home. Do you ever notice that? We love to do that, don't we? We love to declare war on things here in America. Anything we don't like about ourselves, we have to declare war on it. Don't do anything about it, we just declare war on it. We got a war. It's the only metaphor we have in our public discourse for solving a problem. It's called declaring a war. We got a war on poverty, the war on crime, war on litter, the war on cancer, the war on drugs. But you ever notice there's no war on homelessness, is there? Nah, no war on homelessness. You know why? There's no money in that problem. There's no money in that problem. Nobody stands. It's true. Nobody stands to get rich off of that problem. You could find a solution to homelessness where the corporate swine and the politicians could steal a couple of $1 million each.
Well, that's not technically true. I mean, the existence of homeless people is actually good because then you can point to that guy, like a homeless guy, and be like, listen, you don't want to be like that. Keep working at your fucking dead-end job. You know? Like, the existence of homeless people really kick the working class into high gear. You know what I mean? That's kind of the purpose. You need to point to something to show what happens to you when you say enough is enough. I don't want to fucking actually fucking work at this bullshit ass job anymore. Well then, okay, well you can't pay your rent now. Do this or that is what will happen to you. Straight up. That is one of the purposes. That is one of the purposes of homelessness.
You see the streets of America begin to clear up pretty goddamn quick. I'll guarantee you that. I will guarantee you that. Now, so I got an idea for homeless. You know what they ought to do? You know what they ought to do? Give the homeless their own magazine. Give them their own magazine. It would make them feel better, for one thing. That's a sure sign of making it in this country. Every group in this country that makes it and arrives at a certain level has its own magazine. You have Working Mother magazine, Black Entrepreneur magazine, Hispanic Business magazine.
Funny how I used to get upset when you brought these truths to light, but now it's kind of like, expected. I literally got a gun pointed at me in a nice neighborhood 2 days ago.
In fact, any activity engaged in by more than 4 people in this country has got a fucking magazine devoted to it. Skydiving, mountain climbing, snowmobiling, backpacking, bungee jumping, duck hunting, shooting someone in the asshole with a dart gun, jerking off. They probably have a magazine for that. I'm sure they have. I know they have a magazine. Walking. There's actually a fucking magazine called Walking. Look, Dan, the new Walking is out. Here's a good article, putting one foot in front of the other. Give them their own magazine. Give them. Give the homeless their own magazine. You know what you call it? Better Crates and Cartons. Then when they get finished reading it, they can use it to line their clothing. That's a good...
He's just describing subreddits right now, bro.
Sound business solution. That's the kind of answer you get from a conservative American businessman. Say, yeah, let them read it. When they get finished reading, they can use it to plug up the holes in them piano crates they all seem to like to live in. A good, sound, practical, conservative American business solution. I'll tell you what they ought to do about homelessness. First thing, change the name of it. Change the name of the condition. It's not homelessness, it's houselessness. It's houses these people need. A home is an abstract idea. A home is a setting. It's a state of mind.
Oh my God. Wait, what the fuck? Bro, that is... Wait. That literally is what, like, activists actually fucking, what?
These people need houses, physical, tangible structures. But where are you going to put them? Where are you going to build them? Nobody wants you to build low-cost housing near their house. People don't want it near them. We got something in this country, you've heard of it, it's called NIMBY, N-I-M-B-Y. Not in my bag.
I love him talking about fucking NIMBYs like 20, 30 fucking years ago, dude.
Yard. People don't want any kind of social help located anywhere near them. You try to open up a halfway house, try to open up a rehab center for drugs or alcohol, try to build a little home for some retarded people who want to work their way into the community. People say, not in my backyard. People don't want anything near them, especially if it might help somebody else. Part of the great American spirit of generosity we're always told about. Big, generous American nation. Ask an Indian about that.
Are you guys just realizing how base George Carlin was? No, man. Of course I know how fucking base George Carlin was. Shut the fuck up. I'm surprised that he nailed the fucking homelessness, houselessness situation though. That like 30 fucking years prior. Okay?
Ask an Indian how generous this country is. If you can find one, you gotta locate the Indian first. We've made him just a little difficult to find. Or, if you need current data, select the black family at random and ask them how generous this country has been. People don't want anything near them, even if it's something they believe in, something they think society needs, like prisons. Everybody wants that, right? Everybody wants more prisons. That's the new answer to all of our problems. Lock a lot of motherfuckers up. Everybody wants more prisons. They say, build more prisons! But not here. Well, why not? What's wrong? What's the problem? What's wrong with having a prison in your neighborhood? Would seem to me like it would make it a pretty crime-free area, don't you think? You think a lot of crackheads and muggers and pimps and hookers are gonna be hanging around in front of a fucking prison? Bullshit, they ain't coming anywhere near it. What's wrong with these people? All the criminals are locked up behind the walls, and if a couple of them do break out, what do you think they're gonna do? Hang around? Check real estate trends? Bullshit. They're fucking gone. That's the whole idea of breaking out of prison, is to get the fuck as far away as you possibly can. Not in my backyard. People don't want anything near them. Except military bases. They don't mind that, do they? No, they like that. Give them an army base. Makes them happy. Why? Jobs. Jobs. Self-interest. Even if the base is loaded with nuclear weapons, they don't give a fuck. They say, well, I'll take a little radiation if I can get a job. Working people have been fucked over so long in this country, those are the kind of decisions they're left to make. I got just the place for low-cost housing. I have solved this problem. I know where we can build housing for the homeless. Golf courses. Perfect. Golf courses. Just what we need. Plenty of good land in nice neighborhoods, land that is currently being wasted on a meaningless, mindless activity engaged in primarily by white, well-to-do male businessmen who use the game to get together to make deals to carve this country up a little finer among themselves. I am getting tired, really tired. I am getting tired of these golfing cocksuckers in their green pants and their yellow pants and their orange pants and their precious little hats and their cute little golf carts. It is time to reclaim the golf courses from the wealthy and turn them over to the homeless. Golf is an arrogant, elitist game, and it takes up entirely too much fucking room in this country. Too much.
Kind of wild to think that, like, on the one hand, it's like, wow, how prescient. Like, a guy who's been dead for so long, just spitting truths about the future of America 30 fucking years ago. But then also you remember, you're like, oh my God, we haven't solved any of these problems. And as a matter of fact, it's only gotten fucking worse. Every single thing that he's talking about, it's gotten fucking worse, dude. Just think about that.
Fucking room in this country. It is an arrogant game on its very design alone. Just the design of the game speaks of arrogance. Think of how big a golf course is. The ball is that fucking big. What do these pin-headed pricks need with all that land? There are over 17,000 golf courses in America. They average over 150 acres apiece. That's over 3 million acres. That's 4,820 square miles. You could build 2 Rhode Islands and a Delaware for the homeless on the land currently devoted to this meaningless, mindless, arrogant, elitist, racist. There's another thing. The only blacks you'll find in country clubs are carrying trays and a boring game for boring people. Did you ever watch golf on television? It's like watching flies fuck. And a mindless game. Mindless. Think of the intellect. Think of the intellect it must take to draw pleasure from this activity. Hitting a ball with a crooked stick and then walking after it. And then hitting it again. I say, pick it up, asshole. You're lucky you found the fucking thing. Put it in your pocket and go the fuck home. Go the fuck home. You're a winner. No chance of that happening. Dorco in the plaid knickers is going to hit it again and walk some more. Let these rich cocksuckers play miniature golf. Let them fuck with a windmill for an hour and a half or so. See if there's any real skill among them. Now, I know there are some people who play golf who don't consider themselves rich. Fuck them!
I agree.
And shame on them for engaging in an arrogant, elitist pastime. Hey, here's another place we could put some low-cost housing: cemeteries. There's another idea whose time has passed. Saving all the dead people in one part of town? What the hell kind of a superstitious, religious, medieval bullshit idea is that? Plow these motherfuckers up, plow them into the streams and rivers of America. We need that phosphorus for farming. If we're gonna recycle, let's get serious. Thank you.
He did say golf is bourgeois decadence. He did say that. I want to see more calls.
These people are efficient, professional, compulsive consumers. That's they think of that as their national pride. It's their civic duty. Consumption. It's the new national pastime. Fuck baseball. It's consumption.
Damn, he's right about that too.
The only true lasting American value that's left: buying things. Buying things. People spending money they don't have on things they don't need. Money they don't have on things they don't need, so they can max out their credit cards and spend the rest of their lives paying 18% interest on something that costs $12.50. And they didn't like it when they got it home anyway. Not too bright, folks. Not too fucking bright. But if you talk to one of them about this, if you isolate one of them, you sit them down rationally, you talk to them about the low IQs and the dumb behavior and the bad decisions, right away they start talking about education. That's the big answer to everything. Education. They say we need more money for education. We need more books, more teachers, more classrooms, more schools. We need more testing for the kids. You say to them, well, you know, we've tried all of that and the kids still can't pass the test. They say, oh, don't you worry about that. We're going to lower the passing grades. And that's what they do in a lot of these schools now. They lower the passing grades so more kids can pass. More kids pass, the school looks good, everybody's happy, the IQ of the country slips another 2 or 3 points, and pretty soon all you'll need to get into college is a fucking pencil. Got a pencil? Get the fuck in there, it's physics. Then everyone wonders why 17 other countries graduate more scientists than we do. Education. Politicians know that word. They use it on you. Politicians have traditionally hidden behind 3 things: the flag, the Bible, and children. No child left behind. No child left behind. Oh, really? Well, it wasn't long ago you were talking about giving kids a head start. Head start, left behind. Someone's losing fucking ground here. But there's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The big, the wealthy, the real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. They're irrelevant. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big media news, all the big media companies. So they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear.
The only part of this fucking, I mean, he's spitting. The only part of this that he doesn't like outwardly say, and he does say it in certain instances, is that the entirety of society is organized around capitalism, and that is the unifying agenda, is upholding, uplifting, normalizing the violence of capitalism. I mean, he also would say it from time to time as well. He's just not really saying it here, but
they got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. You know something? They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers, people who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork, and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back, so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all.
The idea, the notion that, like, I mean, George Carlin had, like, definitely some takes that, like, very rarely didn't age well. But the notion that, like, these motherfuckers who venerate him, who claim that he's, like, the GOAT and he's a legend, then turn around and, like, spit fucking the worst, lowest, bottom tier fucking conservative values, they're so crazy. They're so fucking crazy. Like, Joe Rogan is a great example of this, where it's like, dog, what do you mean? Like, you fucking love him, and you're, like, simultaneously everything he despised. You know what I mean? You became everything he fucking despised. So fucking weird. Like, did you hear what the fuck he said? Yeah, exactly. Like, Carlin would be a conservative if he were around today is such a common fucking take that you hear from absolute dinguses. Think that, like, it's the words you can't say jokes or whatever. I think he's like, they just can't see the world outside of, like, what is immediately in front of their nose, and that is like social issues and their understanding of social issues. It's not even like social issues that have, like, tangible consequences on said marginalized populations, but just, like, all that fucking aesthetic lib shit. Because everyone, ultimately, they're liberals, okay? They're all fucking liberals. Doesn't matter if you're conservative, doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, you're still a fucking liberal. You're still engaging in the hysterics. You're still a special little fucking snowflake. You're constantly crying about shit about the other side, and not a single person in that finds themselves in that fucking dynamic ever can, like, pull their head up from the capitalist dogma that they exist under to look at the underlying material inequalities that need to be re-examined and completely fucking changed to uplift the working class in this country. They just can't do it. They're like, they would much rather just suckle on the teat of commodity consumption, which I like as well. Don't get me wrong. I'm a hedonist. I like consuming. Okay? But I also personally recognize that there is more to life than that. Okay? It's a good way. It's a good way to control the masses, and I think some level of control is a necessity. But having said all that, there's still work that needs to be done.
All from you sooner or later, because
But
they
Tanky's going
own.
like that. Man, I don't care, dude. They're fucking irrelevant, and most of the time they're like schizo posting. Okay, no disrespect to the mentally ill, but like I don't care. It's just, who cares? The notion that like I have to subscribe to your fucking worldview that's like outdated and idiotic is just you know, I don't care.
This fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. And by the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks.
Awesome liberal take. Thank you, man. This is the person I'm talking about. You know what I mean when I say schizo posting?
The game is rigged, and nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hardworking people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hardworking people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. Yeah. You know? And nobody seems to notice, nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on, the fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream, because you have to be asleep to believe it.
That's the classic. That's the part that gets clipped up all the time, and people use it all the time. Done. Yeah, I mean, here, let's hear after watching that.
Oh, what the reason I bring this up is I watched that video. I tweeted the video of George Carlin, because, man, George Carlin was I used to watch his videos. My mom would put them on, and my mom's been a hippie, liberal, far left, all that stuff. And you'd probably consider a conservative by today's, measures, the way things have been going. Now they look at, Kevin Hart.
It's so weird seeing this clip again after this many years, and now finally having a foundation to truly understand what Carlin means. I feel like a lot of people understand it in the back of their mind, but don't have the tools to see and deconstruct the truth. I mean, yeah, that's why I'm a little bit more overt, and also try to do. I try to describe more about my worldview rather than just like leaving it on the agitated propaganda side, and specifically nailing, all of the material inequalities that we all see and experience and hate. And that's part of the reason why I get fucking punished regularly. It's not that complex. No, I think so. I mean, there's a complexity to it for sure. People don't want to hear. Okay. Alex Perrine once said, the most popular politician in the United States of America is a faceless, lifeless ballot measure that is incredibly progressive, but completely not attached to a Democratic politician or a Republican politician. And that fact remains true. Okay? Everywhere in red states, blue states, everywhere you look, there are always ballot measures that pass with margins that are significantly higher than the fucking president in a presidential election. Okay? Florida felon voter restoration being an example. Florida minimum wage, marijuana ballot initiatives. Okay? These are great examples of like super progressive ballot measures. Why? Because the Democratic Party is deeply, deeply unpopular. For totally understandable reasons, and they deserve to be unpopular, okay? Because they suck. They're feckless cowards. The same can also be said for being a socialist, which is why I always laugh whenever motherfuckers are like, bro, you're grifting as a socialist, you're grifting as a socialist. The unfortunate reality is a lot of people in this country love the ideas that are captured within a socialist understanding of the socialist organization of the economy, but they just hate the association with the word because of a century of social conditioning in the form of Red Scare propaganda and anti-USSR and anti-Chinese sentiment. That's it. Which is why I love Bernie Sanders. He's done a did a phenomenal job of advocating for the things that he advocated for. Sometimes you got to hide your power level a little bit. I mean, maybe not even your power level, but sometimes you have to just not openly state certain words. Okay? When talking about socialism, you must always couch it in Americanized language so they don't just scout you. Hide your power level? Where have I heard that before? Yeah, Nazis on the internet fucking say that shit all the time. Yes. They do say that. Except because we live in a reactionary society that was built on white supremacist foundations, they can fucking hide within the ranks of the Republican Party with ease Whereas considering the Democratic Party's ultimate agenda of also uplifting capitalist ideas and capital owners and their protecting their profit margins, socialists can't necessarily hide within the ranks of the Democratic Party with the same level of ease. You don't have a socialist working in the fucking EPA doing socialism. Not even in the fucking the NLRB. Whereas you can have a white supremacist like Stephen Miller write white supremacist immigration policy for a white supremacist government. You can very easily do that. And it did happen. It happened already. That's why I do what I do. And I do it in the way that I do it.
He said a bad joke 10 years ago. Get him out. Like, could you imagine, God forbid, what would happen with George Carlin's routines today? They would be running all of his old routines saying, no, you have to ban him from the show.
Yes.
He literally called these people the N-word. Right. Why was it that George Carlin could go on stage and talk about how Republicans were dumb and how religion is crazy? He was clearly on the left his whole life. And he said these things that, by today's standards, would be considered conservative. Right? And so for me, it's a weird thing to go from being on the far left as a young person. It was around like 19 or 20. I started to become more moderate. And then to see them today being extremely offended like people used to be in the 50s and 60s.
You would only think George Carlin is a conservative if your worldview exclusively revolves around social, like a liberal understanding of social issues, like just aesthetically fucking advocating for social issues. That's it. Either from the Republican side, where you're advocating for less for the marginalized population, or from, your screen capture video is a little off. I don't know what you're talking about. I also do think that it's a bit giving the game away when he's like, well, if you say the N-word, you're a conservative. Why is it that, like, why is it that saying the N-word automatically makes you conservative if you're... You know, conservatives aren't racist. What is it? They even got a parking spot? Lead detective at a crime scene just assigned a lease he can't afford?
Double homicide, sir, and that's also not my name.
Poor bastards. Any lead on the motive?
I think they owed the landlord $1,200 for last month's rent, and I guess the landlord got impatient.
Are you kidding me?
I know. Would have thought a life be worth more than that.
$1,200 for a 2-bedroom in this neighborhood.
Found the suspect's weapon 2 blocks away in a dumpster behind the Trader Joe's.
You're telling me these idiots live 2 blocks from a Trader Joe's and we're only paying $1,200 a month? Just doesn't add up.
What doesn't add up?
How does somebody with a credit score like this land a loft apartment in a neighborhood like this?
Whoa, boss, we just found an arm in the washing machine.
In-unit washer-dryer. Holy shit. That exposed brick? Bloodstains, huh? That'll probably bring the price down a little. What about the neighbors? They say anything?
Out of town most of the year, and even if they weren't, they probably wouldn't be able to hear anything through these state-of-the-art soundproof walls.
That's f***ing bullshit.
The victims were last seen on the roof watching the sunset.
They had roof access?
Well, according to our records, they were the
Dude,
only one.
I mean, everyone would buy this fucking murder home, okay? Everyone would rent. I would fucking die to rent this murder home.
In the building with it.
At a time when I, was desperate for housing.
Coming through.
Oh.
Have a parking spot? Bro, did you film this? Did you film this with a fucking potato that was trapped inside of an oven, dude? Like, where did you find? This is not even 1p, brother. This is negative p. This is literally not even 1 pixel, bro. This is negative p. We found it. We found a video with negative pixels.
I mean, Ray Nagin is no Rudy Giuliani. We needed a Rudy Giuliani in the first few days. We needed a good governor in the first few days. And most of all, we need to have some, you talk about humility, Bill, let's have some humility in the face of nature. This was a gigantic storm. We can't assume that we're going to be able to make everything good right away.
I can't imagine that Rudy Giuliani could have done a single thing without support from the federal government.
Maybe he would have had some buses there to evacuate people.
In the city. Ray Nagin never left New Orleans. He's in the city begging for help, and help didn't come.
Ray Nagin was incommunicado for almost 3 days because his phones failed. He didn't even have a
phones
system.
failed in New York.
To be fair, this was like Bill Maher when he was more based, okay? When he was saying fucking crazy shit. For those of you who are like, saying like, I can't believe Bill Maher got to share a space with George Carlin or whatever, but like this was, you know, he was nowhere near as like fucking smarmy and annoying as he is now, like the fucking annoying boomer guy who thinks he knows everything.
But Rudy Giuliani got to where he needed to go.
Jim, calm down, calm down. You began a sentence a little while ago with it's not a surprise. It shouldn't be a surprise. It shouldn't be a surprise that rich white men don't care about poor black people, period. So they're not high on their list. They're not high on their list.
George, I love you, George, but that's
I don't care if you love me or not. They're not high on the conscious or the subconscious list of those people who are in charge of things in this country. The owners, forget these foolish elections, the owners of this country don't care about the poor in general.
The owners of this country, what are we going... is this Karl Marx talking to me? The owners of this country are the voters of this country.
You're wrong.
Owned. Look at him. Oh, is this Karl Marx? Dude, why is that a fucking diss? Like, what a fucking psychotic world do we live in where it's like, wow, dude, is this Karl Marx talking? The only way that that fucking statement is considered a diss is if you have a century of fucking propaganda. Okay? That's it. That's the only way that you can use that as a diss. And with like not a single person fucking knowing anything about Karl Marx. By design. And the only thing they know about him is that he's a bad guy and he's responsible for, you know, hundreds, millions, billions, hundreds of billions of people dead.
Wrong about that, my friend.
Aren't the owners of this country the voters in this country who elected George Bush?
No, they're not. Listen, politics, these elections are a charade. It is a charade.
Oh, okay.
It is, they are meant to, well, I'll tell you, listen, just listen for a minute. Learn a little something. The elections and politicians are in place in order to give Americans the illusion that they have freedom of choice. You don't really have choice in this country.
Well, and as long as you brought up the racial issue, I have to tell you, there's a friend of mine who lives in New Orleans, is black, and I wrote down exactly, word for word, what she said, because I think it bears repeating. She said, after 9/11, I was American, now I'm back to being black. And I think among the feathers in George Bush's resume is that I think he has lost a whole generation of black people who might have felt that way after 9/11 and now are like, you know what, I can't believe I started to buy into that bullshit. And I think we're going to have to see a generation of black people who were born after the great fuck-up of 2005 before they started believing in America like they started to after 9/11.
You know,
So Bill, I just want to be clear on this. So the point is that George Bush did not care about African Americans in New Orleans.
That's right.
He let them die.
That's right.
As opposed to the mayor of New Orleans, who didn't even stock the Superdome with food, who is an African American himself, who didn't provide buses so that people could evacuate.
Oh, it's awesome. It's like, dude, that is Caucasian activity right there, dude. Hey, we talk about white culture, but like straight up, one of the greatest examples of white culture, which is not a tangible concept, but this is like the closest you can get to it, is immediately finding a black person to blame. Like, literally. Yeah, no. What about black on black violence in the form of the black mayor? Fucking owned. You know what I mean? Yeah, get fucked, dude. Yeah, that's right. Destroyed. Black on black governmental mismanagement. Yeah, exactly. That's great. That's sick, dude. Thank you. Thank you. That was cool.
Evacuate. And George W. Bush is of course the first president of the United States to appoint.
Which, by the way, like, you can literally flip that logic in its head. Like, if you understand that the mayor has, like, I don't know, any kind of power over a fucking area in the immediate aftermath of a natural disaster, then what the fuck do you think the president has? If anything, it's like, that's the full thing. What do you think FEMA is, dog? The fuck? It straight up was created specifically by merging all of these other fucking federal agencies together, okay? Just cramming them into one another so that they could manage fucking times of natural disaster and crises like this. Literally controlled by the federal government.
An African American as Secretary of State.
First of all,
and another African American as Secretary of State.
And they're people much like George Bush in terms of class. I don't think
so
it's
that race doesn't matter.
I don't know.
It's class that matters.
I think
Dude, conservative guy being like, you're a class reductionist, sweaty. Wow, how about doing a little bit less class reductionism? Wow, can't believe it. Wow. Yeah, of course class matters, man.
Karl Marx again.
Karl Marx again. Are inseparable in America. I think it is impossible.
There are no poor white people in America.
It is impossible to talk about class in America without talking about the fact that the preponderance of black people in this country are still disproportionately poor. It is also impossible to talk about what happened in New Orleans without some white conservatives focusing on the looting, the crime, instead of focusing on the vast majority of poor black people who were law-abiding, who were frightened themselves. But when many white...
Also, like, who gives a fuck about the looting, dude? It's called survival, okay? Like, 100%. Every movie, not to do, like, movie mindset shit here, but, like, every fucking movie, if the world is falling apart, if there's a zombie apocalypse, you never see motherfuckers who are like, excuse me, sir, perhaps we should not be looting this Rite Aid at this very moment because, I don't know. I mean, it's societal collapse. They're trying to survive, dude. The fuck do you mean? That's not a thing, dude. Which, by the way, Katrina is a perfect example of this. In the same natural disaster, there were images of white people being considered surviving as they were looting versus black people doing the exact same thing, and it was considered looting, which Kanye West adequately pointed to. I have watched that clip so many fucking times on this broadcast. Please stop spamming it. Yes. George W. Bush doesn't care about black people, and also on top of that, he said exactly that, what I'm talking about.
Americans see something like what went on in New Orleans with a few black criminals getting completely out of control. They think, oh, that's the way black people behave.
And let me ask you this about the looting. Would you agree that there was two kinds of looting? That there was the kind where people were desperate because they were starving and maybe were taking food out of a store. And then there were some people who were taking stereo equipment.
Yeah.
Would you agree that there was two kinds of looting?
Yeah, people were walking away with television sets.
Okay, but would you agree that there was... Wait.
Who cares, bro? Who cares? Who cares? They're poor. Their state of existence is quite literally fucking awful, regardless of the wrath of the wrath of God fucking destroying their homes, okay? Who gives a shit? Understand that no one is motivated to steal fucking stereos and TVs and shit unless they're that fucking desperate. Yelling at 2005 bill law? No, but this is an attitude that still exists, man. This is an attitude that is still 100% a fucking a real thing that people believe in, okay? It's like, why do you think people steal stereo equipment? You think they want to fucking listen to jams when there's no fucking electricity? They steal it because they need money, okay? They need money to buy things because everyone else is fucking price gouging them. They need to steal shit because they're fucking poor so they can buy fucking food. It's such a weird thing that people are always like, oh, they're stealing Gucci bags. Yeah, motherfucker. You know how many fucking... You know how many incredibly important items for survival you can purchase with one fucking Gucci bag when you sell it? It's the same size as a fucking loaf of bread, but you can buy 1,000 loaves of bread with it. That's why you steal the Gucci bag. Because if you were to steal a Gucci bag worth of loaves of bread, the bread would go bad. It would expire by the time you fucking went through it. Also, last time I checked, you couldn't pay fucking rent with a loaf of bread, but you certainly can with a Gucci bag. And for the record, theft like this, okay, theft like this is an indication of societal collapse, is an indication of societal failure, okay? That's why it's happening. That's why it's happening. And that's why it makes you feel angry and wrong. You're like, what the fuck? You're violating the social contract. Hold on, you're stealing shit. Wait a minute, don't do that. That's fucked up. I've been told that that's not right to do, and it's not right to do. Okay? It's not, certainly. But what the fuck else are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? It's failed. It shouldn't take it shouldn't take a fucking the theft of your favorite storefront or your favorite storefront breaking for you to recognize societal collapse.
You agree that there was those two kinds of looting? Yes. Okay. Well, then is it not wrong?
Man, is this liberty slow? Once stealing enters organized crime levels, there's like 50 people raiding a store just for profits. What profits, brother? What do you mean? What do you think the 50 people raiding the store are doing it for? Why do you think they're stealing? Those guys, the guys that they are stealing for. My man said profits, dude. Anyway, now we're mixing and matching here because we're talking about like fucking profits during Hurricane Katrina. Of course not.
For the president to issue an ultimatum that there was zero tolerance and thereby encourage his right-wing flacks in the liberal media to go ahead and say this gives us license to suggest that we shoot people on sight, as if in the middle of this crisis where so many people are dying already, what we need to do is shoot Tyrone because he's getting out of Circuit City with some soggy tweeters. And I think Tyrone always had soggy tweeters, quite frankly.
I have an addendum to that. The real looting in this country takes place in the transfer of the wealth from the poor to the rich. I'm sorry that you don't like class and the truth, my friend, but you're just stuck with it. Class is wrong, and the poor have been systematically looted in this country. The rich have been made richer under this.
I'm gonna run that back again. I'm sorry. Sorry, what is he saying? That's crazy.
Place in the transfer of the wealth from the poor to the rich. I'm sorry that you don't like class and the truth, my friend, but you're just stuck with it. Class is wrong, and the poor have been systematically looted in this country. The rich have been made richer under this criminal, fascist president and his government.
Okay.
You know, George, I think you know, do you know what fascism is? You know what fascism is?
America,
You know what Nazis are?
No, wait, sir, wait,
You
sir.
know what
When
Nazis
fascism
are?
comes
You know
to
what
America, it
fascists
will
are?
not be in brown and black shirts. It will not be with jack boots. It will be Nike sneakers and smiley shirts. Smiley. The fascism. Germany lost the Second World War. Fascism won it. Believe
And
me,
actually,
my friend.
fascism is when corporations become the government.
Yes.
And that's sort of what we have. And
Dude, what the fuck? Even Bill Maher. What? Bill, what? What do you mean, dog? Now this dumbass thinks corporations controlling the government is just about, like, getting mad at Bill on Twitter for fucking saying some dumb shit. Where is this guy, dude? Yeah, corporations controlling the government. Yeah, that's fucked up, right? That's crazy. Yeah, that is fascism. He's right. A consolidation of corporate power. That's crazy. What the fuck? It's almost like forgetting 2 top-of-the-hour ad breaks in a row, dude. What the fuck is going on with me? That's the real authoritarian streak in me, if we're being honest, okay? 2 top-of-the-hour ad breaks in a row, lost, forgotten, in the dust. Fear not, the only way to avoid those top-of-the-hour ad breaks is by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Okay? Or by getting gifted a sub, like what Lemmy Cobra just did. Yeah, that's another transfer of wealth, is when you fucking gift subs. Even the gamers have better takes without Red Scare propaganda. Of players worldwide voted. I love you and hate you with the same intensity. Why? What the fuck? Not a 2-minute ad break? No, I'm only giving you a 1-minute ad break. It's all good.
poverty has gone up. So 17.
Get this straight. George, you think that looting is looting okay if there's no hurricane?
First of all, property.
Can you break into tweeters whenever you want?
We're talking.
Bill vehemently disagreed with the Ukraine coverage and went down the D to Lawrence for the problem. Okay, dude.
I have no problem with theft. May I be honest with you? I have no problem with theft. It's true. I don't.
If there's no hurricane.
17.
Get this straight. George, you think that looting is looting okay if there's no hurricane?
First of all, property.
Can you break into tweeters whenever you want?
We're talking
I
about.
have no problem with theft. May I be honest?
Ah!
I have no problem with theft.
That's crazy. How many fucking conservatives who love George Carlin shat on me for saying exactly this, by the way? Word for fucking word. Bar for fucking bar, bitch. Straight up. How many fucking conservatives are like, George Carlin would be a conservative if he was alive today. Motherfucker, he's saying the exact same shit that I say all the fucking time.
It's true. I don't.
But wait a sec. We're talking looting. We're not saying, this reminds me of the O.J. situation. It wasn't that O.J. was innocent. We all knew he killed his wife. Okay? It's not that looting is good. We all know looting is bad. It's the priorities. It's the fact that white people obsessed on one black guy getting away with a crime once when it had worked in reverse 1 billion
what
times
the
more.
fuck? Yo, Bill, what? Spitting, dude. What? What is happening, dude? I told you, Bill is the OG 9/11 Andy. Like, Bill Maher is the OG 9/11 Andy. For those of you who don't know, he says some fucking shit that I would have a hard time saying, okay? The moment you turn 60, you just become racist straight up. God damn, dude. I mean, what the fuck? He's right.
The same way they're obsessing about a few people getting away in the middle of this much bigger crisis. It's a matter of what's proportional. I think that's what we're saying about looting. No one is defending looting.
Well, George is defending looting, but
I have no stake in it. I have no stake in the outcome.
I think one of the things that happened in New Orleans was something that I think every American should fear in similar circumstances. Anybody who went through, let's say, the blackout in New York understands this, which is a breakdown in order. That's something you need to fear. The idea of mobs, whatever their race is, coming down to your neighborhood.
Let me just play Bill Maher's greatest hit for a second, okay? We'll get back to this in a moment.
On Politically Incorrect, the show that once followed this one, he made this infamous comment less than a week after 9/11.
We have been the cowards, lobbing cruise missiles from 2,000 miles away. That's cowardly.
That is a
Staying in the
terribly-
airplane
yes.
when it hits the building.
That is
Say
a
what you want
terribly-
about it, not cowardly.
A week after 9/11, he said that. Bro, a week after 9/11? Are you kidding me? If Bill Maher was Muslim, he would have been executed on sight. He would not be able to, they would not have allowed him to walk out of that building. Someone would have fucking pulled a 9, okay? They straight up would have executed him, probably on camera. He's not wrong. He's not fucking wrong. But if he was Muslim, I swear to God, bro, they would have fucking killed him literally on sight.
Banging down your door, stealing what you have, whether you stole it from the poor or not, which I think is...
Oh, dude, always. You got to personalize the fucking violence. Yeah, dude, it's the same. Because I'm Target. I'm Mr. Target. It's the same. Hey, what if these scary black guys came down your door and knocked at your door and, like, actually hurt you physically? Okay, subjected you to physical violence. How about that, huh? It's like, oh, am I Target? Am I Rite Aid? Am I Walgreens? That's crazy. Wow. Didn't realize I was a fucking big franchise, dude. Also, exactly the same fucking dumbass shit that some of these gray name chatters say all the goddamn time.
Nonsense. This is something to worry about. It is something serious that we should worry about, a breakdown. And that's what happened in New Orleans.
Jim,
I can tell you that because I have friends who underwent it.
That is not what happened
Oh, it
in
is.
New Orleans.
Read the New Yorker magazine this week. It is what happened in New Orleans.
Jim, there were so many rumors. There were so many rumors about riots in shelters in Baton Rouge, about rapes of small children. Even the police chief in Baton Rouge was moved to stand up and tell his citizens who were frightened to death. They're standing 3 hours in line in front of a gun shop to buy guns because those thugs from New Orleans are now in our city. It didn't happen. Much of what you believe happened didn't happen. But once you see,
all of those stories were fake, by the way. What a fucking disgusting freak media circus that we have, by the way. What a fucking bunch of disgusting little fucking goobers that, like, they saw millions of black people getting fucking hurt in a natural disaster. They saw fucking lack of government interference, okay? Government taking sweet ass time to fucking take action. And the first thing that they did was, how do we fucking find a way to vilify black people in this circumstance? Never let a good crisis go to fucking waste, dude. Holy shit. Now, of course, many things have not changed. They still do this sort of shit, okay, all the fucking time. Maybe not as overtly as time changes. Yeah, and fuck Chris Kyle, of course, that fucking piece of shit. I mean, we lived through a similar scenario. Why do you think so many fucking people are so psychotic about, like, what do you think? Why do you think so many people are so psychotic about fucking crime? Oh my God, crime is happening in my doorstep. Crime is happening in my fucking doorstep. Oh my God, black people are coming in. They're hurting us, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, because during the Black Lives Matter protests that were happening, the understandable and justified rage that people felt about being subjected to so much ritualistic abuse at the hands of a fucking police state and its unaccountable jackbooted thugs, of course that retaliation was going to be scary. And instead of understanding why that rage erupted in this country, okay, and trying to examine it and trying to solve that issue, they turned around and were like, yeah, dude, this is crazy. Look at them being violent.
White people see a very few black men who are lawless, then the entire country is under attack.
Frankly, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I don't care what their race is. If they are banging down doors of houses, if they are burning, if they are looting people's houses,
But
they ought to be stopped.
Excuse me, but
what's
that's
so nutty about that? That
That
seems
is
like the most
problem.
obvious.
When you
that
say,
seems
I don't
like-
care what that is always what these kind of commentators say. I don't care what their race is, as if things were even to begin with. Bill O'Reilly and his ilk are saying things like, you know what? If you just would have gotten an education, you wouldn't be in this situation. As if it's easy to get an education in situations where there's so much segregation.
Bill, I completely agree with you on that score. I think the education system in New Orleans is atrocious. The public housing system in New Orleans is...
Which is why we got to privatize it, is what he's going to say. Oh, my God, dude. How do you... Urban Baton Rouge are here. The aftermath of Katrina for the next 5 years was that all crime increase statistics are blamed on black displaced New Orleans citizens who moved elsewhere.
Is horrifying. It's probably the worst in the country. I mean, those issues should have been addressed. And Americans saw in this hurricane, they were privy, finally, to what people in New Orleans had seen for decades and have tried to change and have been unable to change. And I hope those things change.
Are you ashamed?
I'm on your side.
Are you ashamed of your country right now?
Absolutely not. I am not ashamed of my country. Absolutely not. In fact, I find the cover of The Economist magazine, which I generally like, this week says the shaming of America. I think that's despicable.
Why is
I
this
think
not-
America has responded
what would
very...
The real victim is America, boys. The real victim, America, and shaming America. Okay? That's the real victim. Anyway, I am going to end it on that note today. No gaming today, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Okay? We did 8 hours of uninterrupted, non-fucking stop. Uninterrupted, non-stop political coverage for this Monday. So I'm going to hit you with the last 3-minute ad break here. There's still so much to cover. Larry Summers and his takes about a 5% unemployment rate being necessary to combat inflation. Of course, a fuckload of joblessness for Americans. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. There's still the Jubilee video of Ukrainians and Russians. Can they get along? So much to cover still. Because, as we saw from the commentary, of Mr. George Carlin here, things have not changed at all. Even a little bit. What do you think about playing next? I'll figure it out. I have to figure it out. I haven't yet. Okay. But yeah. Starting We Own the City. Report back tomorrow. It was so good. Carlin knew what was up and we weren't listening. Yeah, well, let me tell you something, okay? I'm not tooting my own horn here. I think George Carlin was profoundly successful at reaching a massive audience with his agitated propaganda, but people are still not listening to people who say identical things.
Stunlock to the stunlock to the topic just begun. There he is.
Anyway.
Again, Hasan
Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
There he is. sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord as a prop grenades take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, only at your door. H3 crowded up at the Young Turks Island show. 3 full fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again, a sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again, sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin Show chat Vice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in our lives.